The situation is very volatile. Airstrikes continued on south of Beirut, on southern Lebanon, and while the Israelis are attacking targets of Hezbollah is still also launching rockets into northern Israel. The whole situation was prompted when Hezbollah started the attack on Israel, saying it is in retaliation for the killing of the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei. But that prompted reaction from the Israelis, which they've warned about, and they said if Hezbollah is going to be involved in this war, the reaction will be strong and will not be limited. The Lebanese government is acting swiftly to de-escalate. They've announced that Hezbollah is banned from any military or security activities, and they are calling on de-escalation to save the country, the consequences of this war, and hopefully not to have it a prolonged one like what Lebanon lived in 2024, when Israel eliminated the leadership of Hezbollah and destroyed much of the south of Lebanon and south of Beirut. Families are fleeing in thousands. They're stranded just by where I'm standing by the Corniche, by the seaside. There are families who are there with their mattresses and belongings, waiting to see where to go. But it's not clear if they're going to be able to go back home anytime soon. Hezbollah is adamant to keep involving in this war. The Israelis are responding fiercely, and the ones who are paying the price are the Lebanese people and this country that was hoping to get out on its feet again, build its economy and open up to the world, but it's been dragged again into a war that has nothing to do with it, simply because of a decision taken by Hezbollah.
Indeed. All right, Lena, thank you for that. Lena Sinjab there, live in Beirut. We're going to cross now to northern Israel, and of course it's that part of this country that is in the line of fire of Hezbollah rockets coming over the border. And Lucy Williamson is there for us now. Lucy, we know that there were attacks on Haifa yesterday after this war began over the weekend. What's the latest now?
Well, yeah, Clive, as you said, Hezbollah has been sending rockets and drones across the border towards Haifa. The group said it targeted 3 Israeli military sites today. I'm standing in front of a private house somewhere close to that northern border with a big hole in the front of the house. It's not, the police teams haven't finished their investigations here yet, but the working assumption is that this is also the result of some kind of attack from Hezbollah. And I can tell you that this second front that Israel is now fighting on has been pretty active here this morning. Several rounds of outgoing artillery fire from the Israeli forces. And I think, as you mentioned in the introduction as well, the defense minister confirming that the Israeli army has been authorized to spread out from the 5 points that it occupied during the ceasefire into other areas near the border to prevent exactly this kind of fire.
So to be clear then, Lucy, no Israeli troops have crossed the border. They've fanned out, expanded their sort of area of operations along the border, but there's no suggestion of an incursion.
That's not quite what we're hearing. I mean, the Israeli army has said that extra forces have been sent across the border into Lebanon. The Israeli army already held 5 positions along that border on the Lebanese side as a result of the ceasefire in 2024. And what we're hearing now is that the expansion out from those points has already begun, and the defense minister says that he's authorizing soldiers to seize strategic areas to prevent Hezbollah firing across the border.
We're going to talk now to Jessica Parker, who's in Cyprus. An RAF base there, of course, has been hit by a drone, and there have been a second drone attacks as well over the last couple of days or so. Jess, the suggestion is that French and German troops, I understand, may be on their way there. Is that true?
There are reports, yes, that this has been requested. We haven't had official confirmation yet from the French or the Germans, but it's certainly true to say that the Cypriot government here is requesting assistance, all the while really stressing the government here in Cyprus that they don't believe as a country that they're being targeted. They have no involvement in the wider conflict. But what's happened here, of course, is that the United Kingdom has bases here in Cyprus. It's a legacy from the time that Cyprus was a British colony. And one of those bases is the one right behind me, RAF Akrotirian, as you say, Clive. On Sunday night, it was struck with a drone. Minimal damage, we're told, no casualties. But there was further alarm on Monday when the authorities here said that 2 further drones heading for this RAF base had been intercepted. No further interceptions overnight, we've been told by the authorities here. But the government is doing things like asking for assistance from fellow EU countries. It is sending out instructions to citizens in Cyprus about what they need to do in the event of an emergency.
All right, Jess, really good to get that perspective. Thank you so much. Jess Parker there in Cyprus. Stay with us here on BBC News for continuing coverage of the war in the Middle East, which continues to escalate. We're here in Tel Aviv. It's quiet at the moment. Only 2 air raid sirens going off throughout the day. Very different to the last couple of days. But that situation can change very quickly indeed. Stay with us here on BBC News.
Yeah, thanks to Clive and our correspondents for that. Let's return to that interview that President Trump has given to the Sun newspaper this morning, in which he has criticised Keir Starmer's decision not to involve the UK in offensive strikes on Iran. The president said he was sad to see the special relationship between the United States and the UK not as it was, and he suggested the United States is now closer to other European allies. The Prime Minister has defended his decision. He told MPs in Parliament on Tuesday that the government does not believe there is a legal basis for war or a properly thought-out plan.
This government does not believe in regime change from the skies, and I thank him for his question. The lessons of history have taught us that it is important when we make decisions like this that we establish there is a lawful basis for what the United Kingdom is doing. That is one of the lessons from Iraq. And that there's a viable, thought-through plan with an objective that can be achieved or has a viable prospect of being achieved. That is the principles that I applied to the decisions that I made over the weekend. They're the principles I applied to the decision not to get involved in the offensive strikes of the US and Israel.
We spoke to Harry Cole earlier this morning, and I'll bring you some of his thoughts on that later in the programme. You're watching BBC News. No.
The US-Israel war with Iran has entered its 4th day. Israel says it's launching simultaneous strikes on the Lebanese capital, Beirut, and the Iranian capital, Tehran. Well, these pictures show the aftermath of the strikes in Beirut. Israel says it's been hitting Iran-backed Hezbollah strongholds in the south of the city. Hezbollah says it's targeted 3 Israeli bases in response. Iran's been striking back across the region. The US State Department says American citizens should leave the Middle East.
Welcome back. Let me take you to some live pictures in Beirut. You will see that there are large pillars of smoke now billowing above the skyline there in the southern part of the city as those strikes on Hezbollah targets continue. Yolande Nell is watching all this from Jerusalem for us. I was reading this morning, Yolande, that Israel had maintained 5 outposts on the high ground within Lebanese territory. That was a hangover from the war in 2024. But what the IDF has announced this morning seems to go much further than that.
That's right. So basically, you'll remember that in parallel to the war in Gaza, there was cross-border fighting that went on between Israel and the Lebanese armed group Hezbollah. Then in late 2024, the US brokered this ceasefire deal between Israel and Lebanon. That led to a partial withdrawal of Israeli forces. It was supposed to ultimately go to a full withdrawal, with the Lebanese army taking up positions in the south of Lebanon. But, you know, we still had the Israeli army in those 5 positions. What has happened overnight, according to the Israeli Defense Forces spokesman, is that there were additional forces that were sent into southern Lebanon. They have tried not to present this as being a new ground incursion, but they have said that the aim is to create a new buffer zone that will protect Israeli civilians living in the north of Israel. Back during that period of intense fighting with Hezbollah, some 60,000 Israelis had to leave their homes. So they're saying that they're doing this to assure them that there won't be a cross-border raid by Hezbollah, and also to protect them from incoming rocket fire as well, to try to push back any Hezbollah remnants on the ground. We understand from Lebanese media reports that the Lebanese army had already left from some of these positions, anticipating this Israeli move.
Just briefly, Yolande, this is a disaster for the Lebanese government, an economy already on its knees, and no surprise, really, that they've been distancing themselves from Hezbollah and moved to arrest those that have been firing rockets.
Yes, indeed. And it has been, you know, a real blow to Lebanese sovereignty to have these additional forces going in to southern Lebanon. It does look like, you know, really this undermines that the success of the 2024 ceasefire plan, even if that had seemed to be very shaky at times. We've had the Lebanese Prime Minister in the last day calling Hezbollah's decision to enter this war on the side of Iran, its long-time backer, calling that irresponsible. We know it's caused a lot of anger inside Lebanon, but you have the Israeli military, Israeli political figures saying that Hezbollah must now pay a heavy price for its decision to go with Iran, to take actions attacking Israel, basically saying that this is about avenging the killing of the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
Yolande Knell in Jerusalem, thank you very much indeed. Well, what about the basis for this war with Iran? In less than a week, the White House has offered 4 different justifications for it. Each one has been questioned. In his State of the Union address last week, Donald Trump claimed Iran was working to build missiles that would soon reach the United States. The first time any US official has suggested Iran was close to developing an intercontinental ballistic missile.
They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons, yet they continue.
Analysts say that assertion is not supported by US intelligence. An intelligence assessment published last year concluded Iran could develop a viable ICBM by 2035, nearly a decade away. As far as we are aware, that assessment has not changed. Last night, the position shifted again. In an interview with the BBC, the Secretary of State Marco Rubio said the United States was concerned Israel was about to attack Iran, and fearing Tehran would retaliate against American forces in the region, the White House had decided it would strike preemptively.
The President made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
Last night, Benjamin Netanyahu laughed off suggestions that he had dragged Washington into war, calling it ridiculous.
I mean, that's ridiculous. Donald Trump is the strongest leader in the world. He does what he thinks is right for America. He does also what he thinks is right for future generations. And frankly, we're partners in that effort because I've devoted my life to securing the life of the one and only Jewish state. And believe me, it's been a struggle.
Is it ridiculous? Israel certainly has influence over White House policy. On Sunday, the Israeli Prime Minister admitted this operation had allowed him to do what he had yearned to do for 40 years. Donald Trump has always complained that the 2015 nuclear agreement signed by President Obama did not include a moratorium on ballistic missiles. At a White House event yesterday, he said the goal now is to destroy it. His Secretary of War says it is there as a shield for nuclear blackmail.
Iran was building powerful missiles and drones to create a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Let me say that again. A conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions.
But it's also worth noting that last year Mr. Trump said the US had obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities. Bomb damage assessments have since concluded that they've been significantly degraded, not put beyond use.
To know where people are and to provide updates and advice. Members will know that in many of these countries the airspace is still closed, but I'm in close contact with my counterparts across the region, speaking again yesterday with the UAE on the excellent support that they are providing and some of the departures that they are now securing as this becomes viable. And we are also working with airlines on increasing capacity out of Muscat for British nationals, with priority for vulnerable nationals. And a government charter flight will fly from Muscat in the coming days, prioritising vulnerable nationals. But British nationals in Oman must wait to be contacted by the Foreign Office regarding these options, and we will continue to work 24/7 on supporting British nationals in the region. I would tell the House this is a very fast-moving situation. We have unprecedented numbers of British nationals in the region, and I will continue to update members and affected British nationals as the situation evolves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're all deeply concerned about the escalating situation in the Gulf. Following the PM's statement yesterday, has the Secretary of State had any discussions with her counterparts in the US, Europe or Israel about measures to secure any nuclear or radiological material in Iran in light of the possibility of its trafficking due to current events?
Foreign Secretary. It's right to raise this issue. It is extremely important that Iran is not able to develop a nuclear weapon. There are also obviously concerns about the security of materials as well. It is an issue, obviously, we continue to work closely with our operational partners.
Foreign Secretary Dame Priti Patel.
Mr. Speaker, the government's indecision on how to deal with Iran has left the UK weaker and undermined our own security. But as the House has already started to discuss, prescribing the IRGC will strengthen our position. So I actually prescribed Hamas when I was Home Secretary, so I've dealt with state prescriptions. The Foreign Secretary, in her role as Home Secretary last year, spoke about bringing forward the Hall Review and the recommendations and to bring forward a series of powers. When will she and her government, and I'm going to make a suggestion here for her, bring forward the parliamentary time that is essential so we can have emergency legislation to prescribe the IRGC? And if she desperately needs parliamentary time that is not timetabled so far, would she scrap the Chagos surrender bill so we can legislate to do this now?
Foreign Secretary.
Well, again, I just point out we have had a record number of former Conservative and still Conservative Home Office ministers coming forward to call for things that they failed to do while they were in government. I would say to her, this government is determined to bring forward the legislation to take forward the Jonathan Hall Review, but it is legislation that the Conservative government could have done over very many years in order to strengthen the legislation. And we will also strengthen the action on our streets and internationally on the Iranian threat.
Dame Priti Patel.
Mr. Speaker, events in the Middle East remind us how important our collective defence and security at the base of Diego Garcia is, and the whole of the Chagos archipelago, and nothing should be done to undermine that. Now, given the latest comments from the President of the United States on the importance of the base and the folly, Mr. Speaker, in giving sovereignty away, will the Foreign Secretary finally do what's right for the defence of our country and British taxpayers and British Chagosians and tear up the terrible Labour Chagos surrender treaty?
Just say to the Shadow Foreign Secretary that this government believes that decisions should be made in the UK national interest, according to UK values, not according to any other government's national interest, whether that be across Europe, the US, the Middle East or beyond. And when it comes to the issues around the Chagos, we will take decisions in the interests of our national security. She knows the national security issues that are at stake here, and instead of simply travelling around the world trying to undermine the UK's national security and trying to undermine the decisions that we are taking, perhaps she should actually start standing up for the UK's national interest instead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My 8-year-old grandson, Ronnie, along with his mum and dad, spent Sunday night on the bathroom floor in RAF Akrotiri until they got the all clear at 3 a.m. in the morning. Will the Foreign Secretary assure me that this country will not be dragged into another illegal war by the Americans, putting the lives of British servicemen and women and millions of innocent civilians in danger?
Well, I want to praise the UK armed forces that we have in Akrotiri for their huge professionalism, for the work that they do to defend UK security and our national security as well. We have already increased the deployment with additional defensive capabilities, including radar, F-35 jets and air defence and counter-drone systems, and we work closely with the Cypriot government as well on safety and security issues too.
Callum Miller, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Prime Minister argued that the government was distinguishing between defensive and offensive operations by US bombers making use of UK bases. On issues of such gravity, clarity is essential to avoid mission creep. So can the Foreign Secretary confirm that the UK will agree the target and monitor the outcome of each of these US sorties? Will the government report on this to the Intelligence and Security Committee? And can she confirm that if one were found, if it's anything other than a missile battery or missile store, the UK would suspend its agreement for the use of its bases?
Well, we have long-standing operational arrangements for partners and allies that we work closely with, and we assure those are implemented. But what I'd say to him is the principles that we follow here are about ensuring that there is a lawful basis for action, ensuring that it is also in UK interest. But at a time when we have seen strikes from the Iranian regime on countries that were not involved in this conflict, where we have 300,000 British citizens currently resident, were we not to take action to support and protect those British citizens when they might be threatened with attack? I think we would find that extremely difficult to justify.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was a pleasure to see the Foreign Secretary at last month's Munich Security Conference, where, despite warm words on all sides, the trust gap between the European Union and the United States was absolutely palpable, impacting discussions on defence, procurement, technology sovereignty, Greenland, the Middle East, etc. Could she tell me how she sees the UK's role? Should we be trying to restore trust? We have our own trust gap. Should we pick a side, European Union versus United States, or do we forge an independent path, dependent on neither?
Well, the UK's...
The UK's task must always be to act in the UK's national interest according to UK values. But at the heart of that national interest and those values are things like the NATO alliance, the transatlantic alliance, as well as our partnership with other European countries and other countries on our defence as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am deeply concerned about the British service personnel who are being put at risk by attacks from Iran. With US Secretary of State Marco Rubio now warning that the hardest hits are yet to come, can the Foreign Secretary confirm whether there are any British personnel on any US ships which are being used to attack Iran?
Well, what I can tell her is that we take the safety of UK personnel immensely seriously, and I do want to pay tribute to the service that they show for our country. It is why we have already increased some of the deployments in order to ensure that, for example, in Cyprus there is added radar and air protection as well, and we will always continue to do so, and we ensure that operational matters happen in the normal way.
Andrew Lewin.
Mr. Speaker, at the Munich Security Conference, the Prime Minister rightly said that we must do more to work with our allies to build our collective European security. Given that moral imperative, can I ask my right honourable friend if there is an ambition for the UK and the EU to reopen negotiations on UK access to the EU's safe defence mechanism?
My honourable friend asks a very important question. We are absolutely committed to strengthening our defence cooperation with the EU and European partners, and of course with NATO as the bedrock. We negotiated in good faith on SAFE, but the terms weren't in the UK's national interest, but we're going to continue to engage constructively across a range of areas of cooperation.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, the Foreign Secretary faces real problems in terms of the settlement she's received from her neighbour next door. But given the last 20 years have led to almost eradication of polio and excellent work on malaria, will she prioritise those programmes to ensure that we don't go back on releasing polio and malaria once again across the globe?
Can I thank him for his question, and can I assure him and the House that we are prioritising those areas of continued support within the health sphere of development funding?
Kim Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of the NUJ parliamentary group, I know it's vital to protect journalists. Sadly, hundreds of Palestinian journalists have been slaughtered during the Gazan genocide. But as Britain is the co-chair of the Media Freedom Coalition, can the Minister explain what steps the government's taken to safeguard journalists on the ground in the Middle East? And can he encourage international governments, including Israel, to allow the global media to do their job and for journalists to be protected and not pay the price of war?
Can I thank my honourable friend for her question? We take this extremely seriously. Journalists on the front line are often how we find out across the world where atrocities have taken place. Can I reassure her that even tomorrow I'm hosting a Media Freedoms Coalition discussion and will always remain a priority for the UK Government?
Jack Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been 31 days since I wrote to the Secretary of State calling on her to reimburse the Royal Borough of Windsor and Maidenhead for costs incurred during 3 state visits last year, some £350,000. Whilst to the Government this may be a rounding error, it isn't to the ratepayers of Windsor. We are very proud to host, but these are properly national costs. Will the Secretary of State do the right thing and please solve this?
Can I thank him for his question? There is an estimates day tomorrow. Perhaps he'd like to raise it. On the wider point, he and I have been in correspondence on this point, and discussions are indeed ongoing over those costs.
Swallow.
Mr. Speaker, the International Road Assessment Programme based in Bracknell has saved well over 500,000 lives from road crashes around the world, a significant contribution to the UN Sustainable Development Goals and a real success story of British expertise on the global stage.
Not just for them, as you say, there's thousands of political prisoners and innocent Iranians who are suffering at the moment. But, you know, at the core of everything we're doing as a family is for my mum and Craig. And we are very concerned for their safety. As you say, some people have said that Evan may be the safest place for them to be at the moment. But I kind of go back to that time in June where my parents were supposed to be transferred to Evan at that time. And the bomb was subsequently, you know, the prison was subsequently bombed. And that really does set alarm bells ringing, because having spoken to my mum and the family, have spoken to Craig today, overnight and throughout the day they've heard jets, bombs and a continuation of these dropping all through the night, sleepless nights as you can imagine. Yeah, they are both very concerned.
Did they say anything about the staffing in the prison and whether people are being drawn to defend Tehran, are being drawn away from the prison, or whether things are being positioned around the prison? Did you get any idea about that?
We've not been told anything like that. I mean, we've seen various reports online that this is happening and that guards are standing down and also being taken away. We haven't had anything confirmed from either my mum or Craig. And that is a worry, right? Because then what does that mean for them? Their continuous need of basics like food and water, if there's no one in the prisons to supply these to them, and the UK embassy aren't on the ground either in Tehran or Iran itself, it leaves the question to worry, like, what are they going to do? They can't just fend for themselves.
And is she at risk from prisoners that are in there?
Yes, I'd say so. You know, this has been a regime that's been in power for almost 50 years, and there is propaganda. You know, at the end of every Ayatollah statement, it is down with the US and down with the UK. So there are tensions within the prison that are out of my mum's control, but do put them at risk.
Yeah. As you suggest, on the flip side, they're currently being held on a 10-year sentence. If the regime were to fall, then this could open up for them very quickly.
Yeah, and as I say, I've never believed that war's the answer. I've always hoped that those peaceful negotiations would be peaceful, but we have to hope as a family that any intervention that comes in this case will prove positive news for the release and safe return home of both of them.
The UK is not involved directly, but the Prime Minister did change the policy on Saturday to allow bases to be used for defensive bombing in Iran. Does that increase the risk?
I think if a country's at war and you have detainees within the country, they're going to be at risk anyway. And it's not just on one front. I think there's multiple fronts, as we've adhered to, that they would be at risk from. I think the most prominent is the fact that the country's at war and there's bombs being dropped. But tensions are high in the prison, and that creates a new dynamic. So there's multiple layers of complexity within this that we always think about and we're very fearful of. You know, so yes, in answer to your question, there's definitely multiple layers to this.
You quit your job over a year ago to devote your time to this fight, to free your mother and Craig. You were making progress. There was a petition, there were meetings with ministers, there was mounting public pressure, plenty of coverage. Does a war reset all of that for you?
I think we still get the coverage and the public support. I think it's maybe enlightened people and they've signed the petition since, but that definitely feels as though the priority of my parents' case, for example, has been knocked down the pecking order, which I kind of understand. You know, when there's war in a country, it means that decisions, routes to the end goal are going to be different to what they were pre-war. What we have to hope is that behind closed doors and with allies, the safety and protection of citizens is one of the number of conversations they'll be having.
Well, we will continue to keep Lindsay and Craig in our thoughts, and of course we'll continue to cover the story, Joe. Our thoughts are with you and all the family. Thanks very much for coming on.
Thank you.
So breaking news to bring you about developments in and around Cyprus, because the British government has told us in the last few hours that the Royal Navy is moving HMS Duncan to the Mediterranean. Our defence correspondent Jonathan Beale is with me in the studio. What do we know about HMS Duncan and where it's been?
Well, it may not be HMS Duncan. There are 6 in all Type 45 destroyers. The importance of these warships is they are air defence destroyers. So I was on one when they were conducting operations against the Houthis, who were firing, which again, remember, Yemeni-backed rebels supported by Iran, firing missiles and drones at international shipping, if you may remember, just over a year ago. And they have been used for air defence in the past too. So I think the significance is sending a warship which can shoot down missiles and drones in the Mediterranean near RAF Akrotiri, which has obviously come under attack by drones, possibly missiles. We're not so sure about that. Certainly missiles fired in that direction. So I think you would probably ask the question then, why is it taking so long?
I'm disturbed to hear you say it might not be HMS Duncan because we found some pictures of it. Here it is.
Well, they all look the same. You'll be reassured they begin with D, so it's
Type 45 destroyer. They all look the same, to be honest, but that is HMS Duncan. I mean, the point is, and this is really the criticism that there's been of successive governments, is 6 of these destroyers have been in dock for repairs, as I understand it. They've not been on operation.
So when I first went, I think it was on HMS Dauntless, which would have been more than a decade ago. It was a new warship, and it was we were sailing near Africa, doing some training alongside African forces, and the electricity cut out, and there was a problem with essentially the power supply. And of course, these are warships, complex warships, and if the power supply goes down, then nothing works on the ships, including sort of the air defence missiles, for example. They've been sorting that out. So there are 3 of these ships, 6 in all. 3 of them are in deep maintenance and have had their propulsion systems improved, are having them at the moment. And then there are 3 now in various states of readiness, which could go. One of those 3, including Duncan, could then be sent. But if you look overall at the Navy, so there were warships, Royal Navy warships in the Gulf region. There was a Type 23 frigate that's usually used for hunting submarines, but also can do boarding missions with Royal Marines on suspect vessels in the Gulf. So there are none there in the Middle East at the moment. So I think you could criticise the government for, people are criticising the government for not having a warship in the region. But, at the same time, this is a government which says it's going to be NATO first, and it's going to focus on the North Atlantic, where they see the rising threat of Russia. So I think things are changing.
But there's been political criticism today from Donald Trump about the dithering, as he puts it, of the British government. And politically, we're at war, they tell us, with Russia, or at least in a hybrid war with Russia. There is now a war in Iran, and we're still not at the 2.5% that we're supposed to be spending, and nor is a plan been set out for 3% of GDP. Does that look, from your position, even harder to defend in mind of world events?
Yeah, and we've heard the Prime Minister himself say that Britain needs to go to spend more and faster. So I think there is a recognition there, but still no change in that target of 3.5% by 2035, which is the NATO goal. So I think there is a lot of pressure on the government to increase defence spending, but you then get into the whole issue of what do you cut instead? And, I don't think for any politician these are easy answers, but I think there is, you certainly look at the opposition, they're pushing for it. It's worth remembering the Tories didn't do that when they were in power. They didn't increase to 2.5%, and they could have. So I think there is a lot of pressure, certainly from sort of the military lobby, from arms firms who are waiting for big decisions about arms contracts, and feel that there is a delay. That, if you remember, there's something that's called the Defence Investment Plan, which was due to be published last year, still hasn't been published, which will tell us, what money will be spent where. So I think there's a lot of frustration, but these aren't easy things to resolve quickly. But you look at our European partners. Britain wants to be a leading partner in NATO, a European country in NATO. Others are taking over us.
Johnny, good to see you. Jonathan Beale there, our defence correspondent. Some other news to bring you on the expats, the British nationals which are out in the Middle East, in the Gulf countries. The Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, has been speaking in the last few minutes in the House of Commons. She's told us that 130,000 British nationals have now signed up to the Register Your Presence programme in the Middle East. That's on the SCDO website. So they are urging British nationals in the region to sign up to that register so they know where people are. And of course, the advice is to stay in place and to shelter in place. But I understand that there are something like 300,000 British nationals that are actually there. Mikey Kay is still with me in the studio. Now, Mikey actually ran an operation like this, a non-combat evacuation operation in the Côte d'Ivoire, and you made contingency plans for the Falklands, so you know exactly how this is supposed to work. Just tell us what will be in the mind of the government.
Yeah, I mean, there are contingency plans at the UK government, Permanent Joint Headquarters in Northwood, Joint Force Headquarters, which are the deployable aspect. They have contingency plans all over the world, and they monitor where the threats are. So when it comes to specific to what's going on in the region now, there will be a non-combatant evacuation file on the shelf that hopefully will have been what we call scrubbed and up to date. And what it's looking at is basically the number of EPs, evacuee personnel or entitled people in the region, which is significant. Those people in the region who would like to be considered for a non-combatant operation, a NEO, do need to register. Part of this plan will be developing what's called RVs, rendezvous points. So specific areas that are considered relatively safe when it comes to being able to come there and be processed. So it's not like people can just turn up and get on a military plane. They have to be processed. Their registry has to be processed along with their passports, so they are who they say they are and they've got an address in the UK. Now, it's not just citizens. It could be dual nationals. It could be embassy staff. It could be foreign people that are considered under threat. So there's a lot to consider. There is also ERVs, which are emergency RVs. So if an RV becomes compromised, whether a ballistic missile lands near it, then they have a second place to go. And then the key bit, and this is where it went wrong in Afghanistan for the withdrawal, is there has to be a safe airbase that a military aircraft that can get in, that has force protection around it, and get out and protect the safety of those civilians. And I think all of those contributory factors will be going into that non-combatant evacuation operation planning right now.
Let's have a listen to what the Foreign Secretary told MPs about where she's at so far.
Mr. Speaker, the safety and security of British nationals is our top priority, and I want to update the House on support for British citizens who are in the region. As of this morning, 130,000 British nationals have now signed up to the Register Your Presence programme, which is vital to the Foreign Office's ability to know where people are and to provide updates and advice. Members will know that in many of these countries the airspace is still closed, but I'm in close contact with my counterparts across the region, speaking again yesterday with the UAE on the excellent support that they are providing and some of the departures that they are now securing as this becomes viable. And we are also working with airlines on increasing capacity out of Muscat for British nationals, with priority for vulnerable nationals. And a government charter flight will fly from Muscat in the coming days, prioritising vulnerable nationals. But British nationals in Oman must wait to be contacted by the Foreign Office regarding these options, and we will continue to work 24/7 on supporting British nationals in the region. I would tell the House this is a very fast-moving situation. We have unprecedented numbers of British nationals in the region, and I will continue to update members and affected British nationals as the situation evolves.
Just quickly, Mikey, on that. I mean, one flight from Muscat for vulnerable nationals is, 300 people? There's 130,000. Johnny's just been telling us about the difficulty with shipping. How are they going to do that militarily?
Well, you do have a number of options. It doesn't just have to be air. It can be via sea as well. But I think the big question on the Muscat piece, which is, I think, supposedly a chartered aircraft, is that evacuating people from Oman, or is that going to be a charter aircraft that is going to be used to go into somewhere like, Al Udeid or UAE? There's so many questions around it. I mean, for Al Udeid, for Qatar, for Kuwait, for Iraq, I mean, it's usually military aircraft. So the UK has C-17s, it's got the A400M. C-17 can take about 130 passengers, Voyager can do about 300. That's based out of Al Udeid, don't know if it's there at the moment. A400 about 110 packs. But even with those aircraft, the type of numbers we're talking about are significant. So it needs to be a protracted operation based on where the big threats are in the region, and they need to be focused on first. And then the big thing is airspace deconfliction coordination, because at the moment the airspace is closed.
Logistic nightmare. Mikey, thank you very much indeed. We'll take a short break. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News.
The US-Israel war with Iran has entered its fourth day. Israel says it's launching simultaneous strikes on the Lebanese capital, Beirut, and the Iranian capital, Tehran. Well, these pictures show the aftermath of the strikes in Beirut. Israel says it's been hitting Iran-backed Hezbollah strongholds in the south of the city. Hezbollah says it's targeted 3 Israeli bases in response. Iran's been striking back across the region. The US State Department says American citizens should leave the Middle East. Well, America's top diplomat, the Secretary of State Marco Rubio, told reporters that America will act for as long as it takes. Let's have a listen.
Again, I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now. Someone was screaming, how long will it take? I don't know how long it'll take. We have objectives. We will do this as long as it takes to achieve those objectives, and we will achieve those objectives. The world will be...
Welcome back. At its narrowest point, the Strait of Hormuz is just 21 miles wide. It's arguably the most important stretch of water on the planet and the choke point through which around a fifth of the world's oil and gas passes every single day. It's just been slammed shut. Last night, Iran's IRGC said they would set fire to any tankers that tried to pass through. Container giants like Maersk have suspended all sailings. Qatar has closed its LNG production. Prices on the European gas market have surged. Analysts are now warning that if this drags on, we could all be looking at oil above $100 a barrel. And an energy shock we've not seen since the 1970s. With me in the studio, our correspondent Andy Verity. It doesn't look pretty, this, does it?
No, it doesn't. And the ugliest part of it probably is the price of natural gas. Qatar, of course, is one of the world's biggest producers. It's got the biggest oil field there, which is the export terminal was just targeted by Iran, and they've shut it down, the Ras Laffah terminal. So we've seen a doubling in gas prices. So in UK terms, wholesale prices were at about 73 pence a therm. They've now gone up to more than £1.50 a therm. Now, compare that to 22, when we had the Ukraine invasion, when they shot up to way more, close to 600 at one point. It doesn't look that bad, but it all depends on how long this goes on for. Because, of course, if you shut that Strait of Hormuz, as you said, so much of the world's oil, gas comes out of it, and oil, then you have serious economic effects. So Russia, for example, produces every year about 80 billion cubic meters of natural gas, whereas coming out of the Gulf, it's more like 120 billion. So it's potentially bigger.
And to remind people, because through COVID, obviously our supply chains were badly disrupted, but there's a through fare. If you're going the Red Sea route, you go through the Suez Canal, you can go round the hook of Africa and there's a way around it.
Yes.
But the point is with this, these are tankers going in empty and oil and gas coming out the other way through the Strait of Hormuz, right?
Yes, that's right. Now,
and where do they go?
Well, around the Cape of Good Hope, actually, is probably where they're going to have to go, because the Red Sea itself isn't very safe. And the problem is you can only run those tankers when you've got the correct insurance for them. You can't risk it. And at the moment, tankers going into the Gulf are uninsurable. Lloyd's of London won't underwrite them because Iran has said it will set them on fire. So you have a very serious situation. Now, if, as in the pandemic, the main container shipping, as opposed to oil shipping, that has to go around Africa, then obviously it costs more in terms of fuel to do that. So you potentially see a big upward pressure on inflation from higher freight rates. Those containers that bring us all our imports cost more. Now, that happened in the aftermath of the pandemic. You may remember when the Suez Canal was blocked. And you could have a similar effect here, certainly if the Houthis start being more active, because, of course, we know they're aligned with Iran. But we're seeing big sell-offs on the markets, Christian. So about 2.6% has come off the FTSE 100, a similar amount off other indices like the European index, the stocks, and also the Dow Jones. They're all falling quite sharply. The other effect where it could really come home to households is in interest rates. So until the weekend, we're expecting interest rates to come down by perhaps half a percentage point this year in order to mitigate a slowdown in economic growth. But now there's a greater potential for inflation. The markets are not pricing in any more than one cut in interest rates this year.
Right. So the spring statement, that I can just see the Chancellor on her feet at the moment in the House of Commons, what she was preparing to say perhaps on Tuesday last week now looks very different this week.
Well, and indeed, the forecasts that we're hearing from the official forecaster, the Office for Budget Responsibility, were drawn up before this all happened. So if, as some analysts say, this is going to cause inflation to spike and therefore economic growth to be dented, it might mean that the forecasts are out of date almost as soon as they're published. But definitely, if there is an effect of inflation from a sustained conflict, then that's likely to slow economic growth down even more than it is at the moment. And right now, we've got unemployment rising. Rachel Reeves has just admitted in her spring statement that that's an issue. She, though, says it's forecast to fall. Let's hope that remains the case.
Andy Verity, good to get those thoughts. Thank you very much indeed for that. Just a line to bring you from the German Foreign Ministry. They have summoned the ambassador, the Iranian ambassador, for discussions. We've unequivocally called on the Iranian regime to immediately cease its reckless attacks in the region. Best of luck with that. Now, we're going to have the headlines for you very shortly, but we'll leave you this hour with some of those dramatic images from day 4 of the continuing war in Iran.
It may take some time, but it's not going to take years. It's not an endless war.
We have the strongest and most powerful, by far, military in the world. They said, oh, well, the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored.
The hardest hits are yet to come.
The use of British bases is limited to the agreed defensive purposes. We're asking all British citizens in the region to register their presence so we can provide the best possible support.
At one point on the Saturday night at around 2 a.m, I thought I was going to die.
Well, let's talk about the consequences for consumers and for business with Greg Jackson, Chief Executive of Octopus Energy, which serves nearly 8 million customers. He joins us in the studio. Greg, people will be nervous this morning. They may even read in their newspapers suggestions of average energy bills hitting around £2,500 a year. Would they be right to be anxious?
Well, first of all, I mean, this is serious and our hot thoughts go out to everyone affected. But for energy prices, in the short term, household prices are protected by the price cap. And that'll be fixed now through April, May and June. So if things resolve relatively quickly, the impact on households shouldn't be too bad. If it carries on, then we are currently seeing the wholesale price of gas about 60% higher than it was a week ago, and the wholesale price of electricity is up about 30%. Now, those wholesale prices don't flow through directly to retail prices. There's a lot of other costs in your bill, but it does mean if this carries on, you would see higher prices by the summer.
When you talk about it carrying on and whether it carries on for too long, are you saying that the world could cope with a 4 or 5 week conflict which has temporarily higher oil and gas prices?
Well, it's specifically for the UK, the energy price cap has locked in these prices. In terms of security of supply, there's not an issue. European storage is about 30% full, and we're heading out of the winter now. So you wouldn't expect demand to be as high now as it was a couple of months ago. So there's time to absorb this, both in terms of the physical security and pricing, but only if it doesn't persist too long.
There is some debate when we have these conversations, Greg, about where our energy comes from. And it said, yes, the Straits of Hormuz is responsible for usually being the route for about a fifth of energy supplies, but largely not to Europe and largely not to here. Now, does that matter? Or in the end, is it the world oil price, the world gas price overall that matters?
Yeah, unfortunately, the UK gas price is set by the global market. What that means is that although Qatar is only responsible for about 5% of the gas that comes to the UK, all of the gas we buy is set by the global price. And right now, Asia, which usually receives its gas from Qatar, will be scrambling and paying anything to get tankers to divert that would have maybe come to Europe now to go to Asia, and that'll be pushing the price up for everybody. Look, I mean, in terms of where our gas comes from, there's this argument about, should we be drilling the North Sea? While we're still dependent on gas, I can't see any problem with getting more from the North Sea. But it would be a drop in the ocean. It wouldn't massively impact these prices.
And Miliband, the Energy Secretary, often argues it wouldn't make any difference to the prices at all.
Yeah, I mean, near enough. I think, but what you would have is at least some British companies would be paying more taxes, which would help the rest of us cope with times like this. I think that obviously in the long run, the more we escape from gas, the less we're susceptible. It's only 3 or 4 years since the gas crisis nearly crippled Europe, nearly cost the UK £100 billion. So short term, we should be using every source we can. Long term, let's reduce our dependence.
The Energy Secretary will no doubt argue that this makes his case that we should be less reliant on global gas and global oil. But you can hear the opposition parties already saying, look, you're going to have to abandon the pace with which net zero is being pursued. It is simply not practical at the moment. Do you agree with that?
I can see arguments on both sides. I mean, the reality is, if we're going to get gas, getting it from the North Sea, genuinely, I think would make more sense than from halfway around the world. But at the same time, if we can reduce our dependence on gas, we stop being susceptible to the global gas price, which doesn't just put our gas prices up, but it puts up our electricity prices too, because I have a broken electricity market.
Live from London, this is BBC News. The conflict in the Middle East is intensifying, with Israeli ground troops now crossing into Lebanon. There's been large-scale damage in Tehran and Beirut as Israel launches a new wave of simultaneous strikes. The United States and Israel say they've destroyed the main command and control facilities in Tehran. Iran is continuing to retaliate. Explosions in Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, the UAE and Kuwait. The US Embassy in Saudi Arabia has also come under attack. The US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has warned the United States will intensify its airstrikes.
The hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now.
Still stranded in the Gulf, there are limited flights resuming from Dubai and Abu Dhabi, but tens of thousands of passengers are yet unable to leave as much of the airspace remains closed. Germany and France have joined Greece, sending military support to Cyprus after the British airbase there came under drone attack. Hello, I'm Christian Fraser. Welcome to the programme. Israeli forces have begun a ground invasion of Lebanon. Israel's defence minister says troops have been authorised to cross the border and will advance into strategic defensive positions. At least 20 villages in southern Lebanon have been issued evacuation orders in areas close to Hezbollah operations. There's been further bombing of Hezbollah targets in South Beirut this morning. Hezbollah, which is backed by Iran, says it has launched rockets at 3 Israeli bases in response. The Israeli military has called up 100,000 reservists in what looks like a major escalation of the conflict.
Hezbollah still has firing capabilities towards Israel. They have stockpiles of missiles, even though it has been significantly hit, both missiles and UAVs. We have struck them and will continue to strike them. Remember that the IDF serves as a buffer between every adversary and Israeli civilians. We are monitoring Hezbollah's conduct and we will strike them.
Let me bring you all the other news from around the region. There'll be more explosions heard in the capitals of Bahrain and Qatar as Iran continues to retaliate. The US Embassy in Kuwait has been closed this morning. The US Embassy in Riyadh was also targeted. Debris from a drone that was brought down caused a fire at an oil facility in the United Arab Emirates. The British government says it is considering sending the warship HMS Duncan to the Mediterranean. Meanwhile, the Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper says a charter flight will set off from Oman in the coming days to help British nationals stranded in the Middle East. Around 130,000 British citizens have registered their presence in the region. Israel says it has struck Iran's most important command and control centres during overnight strikes in Tehran. There have been strikes against state television, military airfields and launch sites across the country. Iran's Red Crescent says nearly 800 people have been killed so far. 170 of them are said to be children. Iran's foreign media department released this photograph, which it says shows graves being prepared following the Israeli strike on a school in Minab on the first day of the strike. China is reported to be pressuring Iran to avoid action that could jeopardize its energy shipments. Last night, the IRGC said it would set fire to any ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz. Qatar has stopped production at its LNG facilities. Around a third of that goes to China. Oil prices are rising to nearly $80 a barrel. The wholesale gas price in Europe is up 40% on Friday's prices. And Donald Trump has told The Sun newspaper that the special relationship with the UK is in peril. The president has criticised Sir Keir Starmer's dithering over the use of UK bases. He suggested in the interview the Prime Minister had gone soft and was being guided by his Muslim voters. The Prime Minister suggested yesterday there was no plan and no legal basis for war. Let's take a much closer look at the Israeli military action that is now underway on those positions inside Lebanon. We can bring in the military affairs author and former editor of the Jerusalem Post, Yaakov Katz. Mr. Katz, always good to see you. I was mentioning to our correspondent in the region in the last hour that I know there were outposts left just across the border on the high ground in Lebanon. What is it, do you think, the Israelis are now seeking to do in that southern part below the Litani River?
Well, as we remember, Christian, after the ceasefire went into effect towards the end of last year, Israel decided to keep some positions inside Lebanon. There are 5 forward positions, basically where it has kept troops not too far from the border with Israel, but has kept troops in there to potentially avoid or prevent ground incursions by Hezbollah from the forces that remain in southern Lebanon. That concern has now escalated, obviously, with the renewal of rocket fire by Hezbollah into Israel. Hezbollah's declarations that they stand with Iran and they will also work to help defend the Islamic regime. So Israel's, for now, beefing up forces, getting ready, trying to prevent any action that might happen on the ground. And if this does escalate, have forces that are already on the ground a little deeper that can move even further north if needed to take on Hezbollah on a ground offensive.
Hezbollah is under pressure from 2 directions currently, obviously from Israel, but also from its own government in Beirut. Desperate to get the economy back on its feet. They distanced themselves yesterday from the rocket fire that went over the border. They are seeking to arrest those they say might have been involved. So how is Hezbollah operating with that sort of control inside Beirut?
Well, this is a real pivotal moment, Christian, and I think you just hit the nail on the head. Hezbollah is weak. Hezbollah is not what it used to be before the war that erupted on October 7th, 2023. It has been significantly weakened by Israel, but it's still there and it does have capabilities, rockets, ground forces, tunnels, etc. Israel struck some of the banks that are used by Hezbollah just the other day. That will make it more difficult for them to pay the salaries of their fighters, to pay the pensions, to pay the stipends to the wounded and the families of their soldiers who have been killed in the wars with Israel. But there's another thing here. The Lebanese government is taking action, not just declarative, but they're saying now they're going to send the Lebanese armed forces to take on and disarm Hezbollah. And I think the reason they can do that is exactly because of the change that we're seeing now in the Middle East. Iran is in decline. That changes the calculus for everyone. The government of Lebanon, which has been held hostage by Hezbollah, now sees a moment, an open door to go through, to take on Hezbollah and remove that terrorist organization that has been holding them hostage, a proxy of Iran. So this is, when we look at what's happening in the wider region, this has implications and consequences that can really create so much more stability and peace and security, not just for Israel, but for the entire region.
I've been trying to build for our viewers an intelligence picture of the strike on the Ayatollah on Saturday. We had news yesterday from the Pentagon that there were Tomahawk missiles put on that site first and then the Israeli strikes that went in afterwards. But the stuff I've been reading today is fascinating about the intelligence picture the CIA and the Israelis were building up, not least the footage and the film they've been watching for months from circuit cameras, not only in the compound, but on traffic light cameras running up to the compound. Can you tell us a bit about that?
I mean, Israel, we know, has very extensive intelligence capabilities. We saw how some of that has played out in Iran over the years, whether it was in targeted assassinations of scientists or top IRGC officials. We saw that in the June 12-day war when Israel was able to take out military commanders and top scientists also. But here we see something very interesting. Not only was Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, a head of state, but Israel had been tracking him for a long time. It had been watching him through the traffic cameras in the streets of Tehran. It had somehow managed to hack into them and was able to basically learn, how does he move? How does he navigate? How do the convoys that carry him, where do they go? What routes do they take? And they learned his schedule. And that's always going to be one of the first things you're going to do when you're hunting someone, is you want to understand what their routine is. Where do they go? What are their sites? Where do they potentially have a safe house? Do they go to a bunker somewhere? And once you have that down together, coupled with the human intelligence, the source that the CIA brought Friday and basically led to the understanding that Khamenei was going to be in this compound surrounded by his top officials Saturday morning, that gave the opportunity for Israel and America to launch this really magnificent and significant operation.
You talk about a human source in the singular. If you think back to the conflict in Northern Ireland around the peace negotiations, the IRA was deeply infiltrated at that time, and that had been something that the British government had been doing over decades. Do you think it is similar now in Tehran, that in fact the IRGC and every level of command in Iran has informers and spies within it, such that actually the regime doesn't know who to trust?
Well, it's hard for me to know exactly what Israel has, or the CIA, or MI6 for that matter, but what we do know is, I can tell you just what Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, the late, who was also killed in the recent strikes, but the former president once said, is that when he was president, they established a counterintelligence agency in Iran. It was meant to, smoke out the spies and the double, and who's spying on behalf of Israel from within. And then what turned out was the head of the agency himself was a spy of the Mossad. I don't know if that's true, but that's what Ahmadinejad said. And that idea, that belief by the Iranians creates a deterrent, and that is definitely a feeling that they have. And they should be paranoid, because we have seen the capabilities that Israel has and the United States has in penetrating deep into the higher echelons of the political decision-making and the military infrastructure in Iran.
Really interesting detail, which will inform our reporting as we watch the strikes in Tehran and elsewhere in the country. Yaakov Katz, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
I told you in our headlines that the US Embassy in Riyadh had been targeted. We've just had an alert issued by the US government in Saudi Arabia saying there is a threat of imminent missile and UAV attacks, drone attacks over Tehran, close to the US consulate. In their message to US citizens in the area, they say take cover immediately in your residence on the lowest available floor and away from the windows. Do not go outside. The US consulate in Tehran urges US citizens to shelter in place. If you hear loud explosions or if sirens are activated, immediately seek cover. So another example of the Iranians threatening US interests far and wide across the Gulf region, and increasingly so in Saudi Arabia. Let's go to the border between Israel and Lebanon. We were talking to Yoav Katz a short time ago about the developing situation in Lebanon. John Donaldson has just reached there. What are you able to see from your viewpoint, John, and what are IDF troops telling you on the ground?
Well, I can tell you what I can see and what I can hear, because just as you're coming to me, we had a huge explosion behind me, sounded like artillery fire, and we've got machine gun fire in the background. You can just about probably pick up. These houses behind me are Metula. It's about as far north as you can get in Israel, small town right on the border with Lebanon. And if you look behind me, you can see the border wall and then a destroyed Lebanese village there, which was destroyed in the year of the war 18 months ago. Well, that is Lebanon. Behind that is where this ground operation is now taking place. The Israelis determined to push Hezbollah back. And the reason they want to do that is because when the war in Gaza started and the threat level from Hezbollah increased, 60,000 Israelis living in towns like Metula and across the north of Israel, well, they had to flee their homes. Loud explosion there right in the background. Not sure exactly what that was. So those 60,000 had to flee their homes for more than a year. And we've heard from ministers today in Israel saying, well, that is not going to be allowed to happen again. And that is why they're trying to push Hezbollah back.
Obviously, in that area, one of the most difficult parts of the operation for Israeli troops has been the tunnelling that Hezbollah have put in place. A lot of that was destroyed, as you say, John, back in 2024. Is there any evidence that the Israelis have presented that Hezbollah is still getting support from Iran, is rebuilding its weapons stockpiles, its launch sites? What do they have?
They've not presented that evidence, and certainly you're right. If you look at this village I mentioned behind me, this Lebanese village, in the past, that was somewhere from where Hezbollah could launch attacks on places like Metula. Well, they clearly can't do that anymore because they've cleared large areas of southern Lebanon. And after that war you mentioned, when the ceasefire came in, Israel didn't fully withdraw. They kept another loud explosion. They took they kept 5 key positions in southern Lebanon. Well, what they're doing is they're expanding that now. And as for Hezbollah's strength, well, they're massively weakened. They're not the organisation they once were. How much they've been able to rebuild their military capability since that war, I just don't know the answer to that. But I think given how ideologically, religiously and financially tied to Iran they are, Iran has funded them to the tune of billions of dollars over the year. It was inevitable they would become involved. We've now got this war on another front.
I'm presuming, I don't know the geography of where you are, John, but I'm presuming you're near to the blue line. Where are the UNIFIL troops in all this, the UN peacekeepers who were on that border?
To be honest, it was always going to come back.
Well, it sounds extremely lively where you are, John. Do take care. Thank you very much indeed for that. John Donnison there on the border between Lebanon and Israel. We'll take a short break around the world and across the UK. This is BBC News.
Let's have a look at this morning's papers, shall we? And, of course, every single one of the front pages dominated again by that conflict in the Middle East.
The Guardian says fears grow as Iran conflict spreads across the Middle East. The paper says Monday saw the war expand dramatically, with casualties and destruction reported across at least 9 countries.
President Trump is pictured on the front of the Daily Telegraph after he told the paper in an interview yesterday that he was very disappointed with the Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer for initially refusing to let US forces use British military bases. Sir Keir gave permission on Sunday night, but Mr Trump says that change of heart took far too long.
Evacuation proposals are in the process of being drawn up, according to the Daily Mirror, after more than 102,000 Britons registered with the Foreign Office in a plea for help.
Welcome back. Right, what about the basis for this war with Iran? In less than a week, the White House has offered 4 different justifications. Each one has been questioned. In his State of the Union address last week, Donald Trump claimed Iran was working to build missiles that would soon reach the United States. The first time any US official has suggested Iran was close to developing an intercontinental ballistic missile.
They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons, yet they continue.
Security analysts say that assertion is not supported by US intelligence. An intelligence assessment published last year concluded Iran could develop a viable ICBM by 2035, nearly a decade away. As far as we're aware, that assessment has not changed. Last night, the position shifted. In an interview with the BBC, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said the United States was concerned Israel was about to attack Iran, and fearing Tehran would retaliate against American forces in the region, the White House had decided it would strike preemptively.
The President made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
Last night, Benjamin Netanyahu laughed off suggestions that he had dragged Washington into war, calling it ridiculous.
I mean, that's ridiculous. Donald Trump is the strongest leader in the world. He does what he thinks is right for America. He does also what he thinks is right for future generations. And frankly, we're partners in that effort because I've devoted my life to securing the life of the one and only Jewish state. And believe me, it's been a struggle.
Is it ridiculous? Israel certainly has influence over White House policy. On Sunday, the Israeli Prime Minister admitted this operation had allowed him to do what he had yearned to do for 40 years. Donald Trump has always complained that the 2015 nuclear agreement signed by President Obama did not include a moratorium on the ballistic missile program. At a White House event yesterday, he said the goal now is to destroy it. His Secretary of War says it is there as a shield for nuclear blackmail.
Iran was building powerful missiles and drones to create a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Let me say that again. A conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions.
But it is also worth noting that last year Mr. Trump said the US had obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities. Bomb damage assessments concluded since then suggest they had been significantly degraded but not put beyond indefinite use. Well, as we mentioned here, the government is considering sending the naval warship HMS Duncan to the Mediterranean. Defence forces say a final decision has not yet been made on that. The Type 45 destroyer primarily is used to provide air defence, and it could be used to increase security around RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus, which has already been targeted by Iranian drones. With me in the studio, former military strategist and planner, and also host of the Security Brief, Mikey Kay. Tell me about HMS Duncan. We think it's HMS Duncan, a Type 45 destroyer. What are its capabilities?
Yeah, it's the UK's most advanced air defence warship. It contains the Sea Viper, and the Sea Viper is a missile that is built to take out aircraft, drones, ballistic missiles, and anti-shipping. So that's its capability. But let's go to Akrotiri. Let's see a map of Akrotiri, see the geography of Akrotiri. What we're talking about here, Christian, is the idea of sending a Type 45 into the vicinity of Akrotiri is to build on a layered air defence system. We spoke about this at length yesterday. The Typhoon aircraft are there. I think we've got a picture of the Typhoon. Very capable jet, very expensive jet, very capable missiles, which are the advanced short-range air-to-air missiles. It's the white one on the wing just there, and a white one on the wing just coming into view just now. It's an IR-guided missile, and you're having those jets getting up on what's called drone cap, drone combat air patrol.
Expensive way to combat drones.
It's an expensive way, which brings the term into the equation cost-benefit ratio. It's not just about the cost, it's about how many salvos, how many missiles, how many Sea Vipers have they got, and how much does it take for Iran and Shaheds and ballistic to be able to deplete those missiles and the salvos to render them sort of ineffective. So the big question I've got is that you've got this very expensive equipment which is highly capable, but how effective is it when it comes to cost-benefit ratio, and how many missiles do they have when it comes to multiple swarms of Shahed 136 drones? Now, the UK do have numerous capabilities. Let's look at the first one. It's called AUKUS. It's basically the UK's primary counter UAS system. This is AUKUS here. It's a non-kinetic system. What that means is it doesn't use an interceptor or a missile. What it uses, it's radar, and it uses electronic warfare, and it uses jamming on the global navigation satellite system, GPS. So it basically is a system that should be one of the primary equipment capabilities that the UK are deploying to RAF Akrotiri at the moment, because that is specific to drones. Now, there is another capability called Rapid Sentry. Rapid Sentry is a kinetic system, and these two are used together. Rapid Sentry is a kinetic system that uses a missile called the Lightweight Multipurpose Missile. I think we've got a picture here of the Lightweight Multipurpose Missile. So what you do is you put those two in the vicinity of RAF Akrotiri, and now you're building out this layered defence system. You've got some of that's close in, which is non-kinetic, which should be the first equipment of choice. Then you've got Rapid Sentry, which is a kinetic system, which is a little bit further. You've also got Sky Saber that goes out to 25. That's another capability. But where are these systems outside of the massive expense of the destroyers and the jets?
Well, this is all part of the defence planning, isn't it? That we're fighting new types of war, and we're seeing it play out over the last 4 days. How much damage, how much destruction you can cause with quite cheap drones compared to the sort of traditional weapon systems that we were building and paying for at great expense. There will also be other criticisms of the UK government that we'd have no real counter-drone operations in Akrotiri already, and the Greeks, the French, among others, are now sending support to Akrotiri to help us out.
Yeah, let's unpack the first question on that. I mean, you know, there is not an unlimited amount of resources. And so defence military planners will be seeking what the threats are from the FCDO, and they will be, or should be, apportioning equipment capability in accordance with what the threat is. Now, the PM Keir Starmer has just announced that the US can now start using UK air bases. That's why the Iranians are now putting RAF Akrotiri on the targeting list. That's why we're seeing drones and there's evidence of ballistic missiles being thrown RAF Akrotiri's way. Now, I guess the big question is that how much prior knowledge did the Ministry of Defence know that Keir Starmer was going to approve US using the UK bases? Because if there wasn't a lot of forward planning, then they're obviously going to be scrambling to get that capability out there at the moment. So it's all about communication.
OK, we're looking at live pictures of HMS Duncan, if it is her that's going to the region, in Portsmouth Harbour. That's the helicopter shot live. Let's go live to Akrotiri, to Cyprus. We're close to Akrotiri. Jess Parker is there. I don't know if you're close to the base, Jess, whereabouts you are, but lots of kit coming your way.
Yes, I'm right outside the base, actually, Christian. This is RAF Akrotiri right behind me. We're obviously not allowed on the base, but we are amongst the media who've been camped outside it as we've been seeing these developments over the last few days. So, of course, Sunday night is when the drone that actually struck this base, causing minimal damage, we're told, but struck it on Sunday night. And then 2 further drones, according to the Cypriot government, were intercepted on Monday. And you're right, there does appear to be a potential build-up of military assets around this eastern Mediterranean island. So we have the news from the UK that it may send a warship to the Mediterranean, potentially to help with air defences, help with security here. The Greeks, though, are sending frigates. They have also sent fighter jets. And we know that the Cypriot government has been asking for help from other EU nations as well, France, Germany. A senior Cypriot government source tells me that they are getting help in terms of anti-drone, anti-missile systems from France. We've asked the French government quite specifically about this. They did reply with a statement, neither really confirming or denying that. No confirmation from the Germans at the moment, but we know certainly that the Cypriot government are asking for help. And you mentioned just then when you were talking about resources being brought in to help protect Akrotiri. It's an interesting kind of dynamic going on here, because the Cypriot government is saying Cyprus isn't being targeted. Cyprus is not involved at all in this wider conflict. It's the British bases here that are being targeted, but because there is alarm in Cyprus, they are asking for help to try and build up security here.
Jess Parker in Cyprus, thank you very much for that. Glorious shot of Portsmouth Harbour. And there is HMS Duncan in shot. No doubt the crew making preparations until we wait for confirmation from the British government that she's heading to the Mediterranean. We'll continue to follow that and all the other news from the region. You're watching BBC News.
The US-Israel war with Iran has entered its 4th day. Israel says it's launching simultaneous strikes on the Lebanese capital Beirut and the Iranian capital Tehran. Well, these pictures show the aftermath of the strikes in Beirut. Israel says it's been hitting Iran-backed Hezbollah strongholds in the south of the city. Hezbollah says it's targeted 3 Israeli bases in response. Iran's been striking back across the region. The US State Department says American citizens should leave the Middle East.
This is BBC News, the headlines. The conflict in the Middle East is intensifying, with Israeli ground troops crossing into Lebanon. The British government is considering whether to send naval support to the Mediterranean after a Cyprus RAF base was targeted. The United States and Israel say they have destroyed the main command and control facilities of the IRGC in Tehran. But Iran continues its fierce retaliation. There have been explosions today in Bahrain, Qatar, Oman, the UAE and Kuwait. The US embassy in Saudi Arabia has also come under attack. The war between the United States, Israel and Iran and its proxies intensifies. Israel says it has carried out today further strikes on Iran's leadership in Tehran, including the presidential office and the Supreme National Security Council. The IDF minister says his country will continue to use what he calls significant force for as long as necessary. The Israelis are also targeting Hezbollah, the Shia militia group backed by Iran, with both airstrikes and ground troops now in Lebanon. There's been strong language from the United States, with a stark warning from President Trump's most senior diplomat, Marco Rubio. He says the hardest hits are yet to come. All this as Iran continues to hit back, targeting several of its Gulf neighbours, including the US embassy in Riyadh. Alison Freeman has the very latest.
The strikes on Iran continue on what is now the fourth day of action by the US and Israel. The Iranian Red Crescent says the death toll there has reached almost 800. And as shown by these pictures released by the IDF, the offensive by the Israelis has also stepped up in Beirut to tackle the Iran-backed Hezbollah. This morning, the Israeli government announced it was sending troops in to take strategic areas. Iran has been striking back. This footage showing what appears to be Iranian missiles in the sky above Doha being intercepted. The streets of Riyadh are quieter due to the threat. Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Defence confirming that the US embassy there was attacked by 2 Iranian drones. And in Erbil, in northern Iraq, home to a US airbase, this footage from social media shows where a fragment of what's thought to be a drone tore through the roof of a residential building, landing in a family's apartment. The Americans say they're working through a list of military targets, filming their destruction of a missile launcher. And this satellite image shows an Iranian naval vessel on fire inside the seawall in the port of Bandar Abbas. The US says there is still more action planned.
I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the US military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now. Someone was screaming, how long will it take? I don't know how long it'll take. We have objectives. We will do this as long as it takes to achieve those objectives, and we will achieve those objectives. The world will be a safer place when we're done with this operation.
Oil and gas prices have surged as Iran's retaliation across the Middle East continues. Ras Tanura, the Saudis' biggest oil refinery, was hit and forced to close. Around a fifth of the world's oil and gas pass through here, one of the world's most important shipping routes, the Strait of Hormuz. But an Iranian official has now warned that any ship who tries to pass through will be set on fire. The Iranians argue their retaliation is measured.
We target only the military objectives of the hostile forces. We don't target civilians. We don't target the interests of neighboring states. Under international law, every state has a duty not to allow its territory to be used for act of aggression against another state.
There's also been a warning of an ongoing security threat at the UK's RAF base at Kritiri in Cyprus, after 2 drones were intercepted there on Monday. The conflict is coming at a cost to the Israelis too. People gathered in Jerusalem to mourn the deaths of 3 teenagers, but the Israeli government says it has no choice.
After we hit their nuclear sites and their ballistic missiles program, you'd think they learned a lesson, but they didn't, because they're unreformable. They're totally fanatic about this, about the goal of destroying America.
And the US government remains resolute about its continuing military action.
There's just no way that Donald Trump is going to allow this country to get into a multi-year conflict with no clear end in sight and no clear objective.
For now, though, the conflict continues with no sign of a ceasefire. Alison Freeman, BBC News.
Pictures of HMS Duncan in the harbour at Portsmouth. You're looking at the flight deck at the back of that Type 45 destroyer, one of 6 that is operated by the Royal Navy for anti-air warfare. Speculation is that it's about to be deployed to the Mediterranean in defence of RAF Akrotiri. The government's just made an announcement. The Prime Minister's official spokesman says that they are deploying a significant level of defensive capability to Cyprus. He wouldn't get into speculation on force movements or specific operations for reasons, naturally, of operational security, but they are sending, we're told, radar systems, air defence, F-35 jets. That's a significant level of defensive capability that will be there to defend the base in Cyprus. You can see just coming down the gangplank there some of the crew members, perhaps some of the family members too, as the ship starts to prepare perhaps for deployment to the Mediterranean. Let's return to that interview that President Trump has given to the Sun newspaper this morning, in which he's criticised Prime Minister Keir Starmer's decision not to involve the UK in offensive strikes on Iran. HMS Duncan will be there in a defensive capacity. The President said he was sad to see the special relationship between the United States and the UK not as it was, and he suggested the US is now closer to other European allies. The Prime Minister has defended his decision. He told MPs in Parliament on Monday that the government does not believe there is a legal basis for war or a properly thought-out plan.
This government does not believe in regime change from the skies, and I thank him for his question. The lessons of history have taught us that it is important when we make decisions like this that we establish there is a lawful basis for what the United Kingdom is doing. That is one of the lessons from Iraq. And that there's a viable, thought-through plan with an objective that can be achieved or has a viable prospect of being achieved. That is the principles that I applied to the decisions that I made over the weekend. They're the principles I applied to the decision not to get involved in the offensive strikes of the US and Israel.
Well, the reporter who spoke to the President for the Sun newspaper is Harry Cole. Here's what he made of it.
While Britain slept, I have just interviewed the President of the United States. He spoke to me from the White House on the telephone just moments ago, where he launched an astonishing broadside on Sir Keir Starmer. He suggested that the Prime Minister is pandering to Muslim voters as a reason why he's not fully engaging in the President's war on Iran. Keir Starmer is unable to say whether he backed that offensive action initially on Iran, and that has upset the President of the United States greatly. He said he never thought he'd live to see the day. The special relationship, that union between the United Kingdom and the US in such peril. And he had some pretty stark advice and some pretty stark explanations of why he thinks Britain is behaving as it is. He says Britain's not such a recognisable country anymore. He says stop people from coming in from foreign lands who hate you. He described the special relationship as one of the most solid of all relationships the United States had. But now he says that rupture, well, it's just not like it used to be, he said. He said it's very sad. It's very sad for America. And he said it's very sad for the British people who he says he loves. I asked the President what advice he'd give Starmer to get out of the hole that this Labour government is in. And he had some very clear, he said, 2 very simple things he'd do. Open up the North Sea immediately. Get drilling because energy prices are through the roof. And as he said, stop people from coming in from foreign lands who hate you.
Harry Cole from the Sun newspaper. Let's bring in my colleague Helena Humphrey, who's in Washington. We've heard that theme before, of course. We heard it in Munich just a few weeks ago. Where do you think the special relationship is? Is this a wobble or is it more serious than that?
Well, I think it's very difficult to say. I think essentially what these comments could be seen as are a pressure campaign from President Trump when it comes to his allies trying to get maximum support for this conflict. Those comments, essentially playing off to allies like France and the UK off against each other. You know, I think it's interesting when you look at Sir Keir Starmer's role in all of this, because last year we were really talking about him being something of a Trump whisperer because, of course, you remember those scenes, Christian. He came to Washington. He had those Oval Office talks. They were talking about tariffs and so on. And there was what was seen really as a masterstroke when Sir Keir Starmer produced this letter from the King inviting President Trump for a state visit. I think it's fair to say in some circles people found it perhaps a little bit embarrassing, but certainly I think it worked for Sir Keir Starmer. However, what we've then seen as the position of President Trump is a changeable one. If you think, for example, of recent comments that we saw with regards to the Chagos Islands, President Trump taking to Truth Social saying that leasing them back and handing them over back to Mauritius and then leasing the Diego Garcia base was an act of great stupidity. And you and I spoke at the time about the state of the US special relationship once again. So there is this constant, I think, head scratching and scrambling from the side of the United Kingdom in all of this as it tries to navigate what is essentially a tightrope. In terms of why they are doing it, a number of factors, but also when you look at things like tariffs, I mean, this is all interconnected. And it seems for the time being that despite there being the contours of that trade agreement with the United States, the UK will still be subject to tariffs. And so I think this is President Trump essentially seeing what kind of support he can get from the international community, from his allies, as he continues with regards to this war and in terms of a timeline and how long it could take. He had previously said 4 to 5 weeks, but that appears to be evolving.
That is something to watch. What is also important is, of course, the economic picture ahead of the midterms. We're looking at soaring gas and oil prices. 10-year gilts are going upwards. We've just had a spring statement here in the UK where the ramifications of that are being laid out by the Chancellor. And, of course, he was elected to deal with the cost of living at home. If this was to endure this conflict, how problematic does that become for him?
I mean, it's a really important point to bear in mind in all of this, even before the launching of this conflict on Iran. If you take a look at the economic picture, we really did start to see growth flagging, for example. So for the last quarter, Christian, we were seeing GDP growth of 1.4%. It had been forecast by the Dow Jones to come in at 2.5%. As you mentioned, oil prices, gas prices, which had largely been doing pretty well, a bit of an outlier when it came to inflation, now going up considerably. I think this will be a concern for the administration. I know that his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, had been trying to encourage the president to get out on a midterm campaign trail weekly, going to states essentially and touting the economy, talking about it as that sign of strength. But this goes to the heart of the problem, doesn't it? Donald Trump was elected on a platform of America First, a concentration on domestic affairs, and that very much includes the economy. And I think his MAGA base now, including MAGA podcasters, for example, Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson and so on, are questioning the aims of this war, and they're questioning the domestic priorities as well of this president.
Helena, good to see you. Thank you very much for that, all that detail. Let me just bring you one line of news we're getting from the Iranian ambassador to the UN in Geneva. I was in Geneva on Thursday for those talks, which, well, they didn't collapse. There were supposed to be talks in Vienna on Monday and perhaps later this week. But, of course, the military aspect got in the way of that. And the ambassador to the UN is saying that for the time being, we're very doubtful about the usefulness of negotiations. Donald Trump saying that he thinks the war will last 3 to 4 weeks. What comes the other side of that, of course, very much open to question. We'll take a short break. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News. Welcome back. Evin Prison in Tehran is one of Iran's most notorious and feared detention facilities the regime has built. Among thousands of political prisoners that are being held there are the British couple Lindsay and Craig Foreman, who were detained in January last year after being arrested while travelling through Iran on a round-the-world motorbike trip. The couple from East Sussex here in the UK were charged with espionage charges. They both deny, and last month they were sentenced to 10 years each following a trial that lasted just 3 hours. The family say no evidence of spying was ever presented. Joe Bennett is the son of Lindsay Foreman. He has managed to speak to his mum since the current conflict started.
You know, we've been able to have contact with them pretty regularly, which, as I say, is very, very much a blessing, given what's going on out there, and something that we hold on to dearly, because at any point that might be taken away from us and communication cut. You know, when I was on the phone to my mum a couple of days ago, when the bombings had first started, the bombs were close enough that whilst on the phone there's mass panic because bombs were going off. Spoke to Craig later in the day, and a bomb was close enough to the prison that it blew out the windows and plaster from the ceiling. So very tense, very disturbing times, and yeah, ultimately worrying for us all.
You will be aware that Evin Prison was bombed last year during the 12-day war in June. What's going through your mind right now about their safety?
I mean, it's paramount that we try to get this resolved, not just for them, as you say. There's thousands of political prisoners and innocent Iranians who are suffering at the moment. But, you know, at the core of everything we're doing as a family is for my mum and Craig. And we are very concerned for their safety. As you say, some people have said that Evin may be the safest place for them to be at the moment, but I kind of go back to that time in June where my parents were supposed to be transferred to Evin at that time, and the bomb was subsequently, you know, the prison was subsequently bombed, and that really does set alarm bells ringing, because having spoken to my mum and the family, have spoken to Craig today, overnight and throughout the day they've heard jets, bombs, and a continuation of these dropping all through the night, sleepless nights, as you can imagine. Yeah, they are both very concerned.
Did they say anything about the staffing in the prison and whether people are being drawn to defend Tehran, are being drawn away from the prison, or whether things are being positioned around the prison? Did you get any idea about that?
We've not been told anything like that. I mean, we've seen various reports online that this is happening and that guards are standing down and also being taken away. We haven't had anything confirmed from either my mum or Craig. And that is a worry, right? Because then what does that mean for them, their continuous need of basics like food and water, if there's no one in the prisons to supply these to them? And the UK embassy aren't on the ground either in Tehran or Iran itself. It leaves the question to worry, like, what are they going to do? They can't just fend for themselves.
And is she at risk from prisoners that are in there?
Yes, I'd say so. You know, this has been a regime that's been in power for almost 50 years, and there is propaganda. You know, at the end of every Ayatollah statement, it is down with the US and down with the UK. So there are tensions within the prison that are out of my mum's control, but do put them at risk.
Yeah. Joe Bennett there. We'll continue to follow the story of Lindsay Foreman and Craig Foreman, who are in the Evin prison. You're watching BBC News. Now, at its narrowest point, the Strait of Hormuz is just 21 miles wide. It's arguably the most important stretch of water on the planet, and a choke point through which around a fifth of the world's oil and gas passes every single day. It's just been slammed shut. Last night, Iran's Revolutionary Guards said they would set fire to any tanker that tries to pass. The container giants like Maersk have suspended all sailings. Qatar has closed its LNG production. The resulting prices on the European gas markets have surged. Analysts are now warning that if this drags on, we could be looking at oil above $100 a barrel, and an energy shock we've not seen since the 1970s. I've been speaking to Andy Verity about the impact and what it might mean to the British economy.
One of the world's biggest producers. It's got the biggest oil field there, which is the export terminal was just targeted by Iran, and they've shut it down, the Ras Laffah terminal. So we've seen a doubling in gas prices. So in UK terms, wholesale prices were at about 73 pence a therm. They've now gone up to more than £1.50 a therm. Now, compare that to 22, when we had the Ukraine invasion, when they shot up to way more, close to 600 at one point. It doesn't look that bad, but it all depends on how long long this goes on for. Because, of course, if you shut that Strait of Hormuz, as you said, so much of the world's gas comes out of it, and oil, then you have serious economic effects. So Russia, for example, produces every year about 80 billion cubic metres of natural gas, whereas coming out of the Gulf, it's more like 120 billion. So it's potentially bigger.
And to remind people, because through COVID, obviously our supply chains were badly disrupted, but there's a through fare. If you're going the Red Sea route, you go through the Suez Canal, you can go round the hook of Africa and there's a way around it.
Yes.
But the point is with this, these are tankers going in empty and oil and gas coming out the other way through the Strait of Hormuz, right?
Yes, that's right. Now,
where do they go?
Well, around the Cape of Good Hope, actually, is probably where they're going to have to go, because the Red Sea itself isn't very safe. And the problem is you can only run those tankers when you've got the correct insurance for them. You can't risk it. And at the moment, tankers going into the Gulf are uninsurable. Lloyd's of London won't underwrite them because Iran has said it will set them on fire. So you have a very serious situation. Now, if, as in the pandemic, the main container shipping, as opposed to oil shipping, that has to go around Africa, then obviously it costs more in terms of fuel to do that. So you potentially see a big upward pressure on inflation from higher freight rates. Those containers that bring us all our imports cost more. Now, that happened in the aftermath of the pandemic. You may remember when the Suez Canal was blocked. And you could have a similar effect here, certainly if the Houthis start being more active, because, of course, we know they're aligned with Iran. But we're seeing big sell-offs on the markets, Christian. So about 2.6% has come off the FTSE 100, a similar amount off other indices like the European index, the stocks, and also the Dow Jones. They're all falling quite sharply. The other effect where it could really come home to households is in interest rates. So until the weekend, we're expecting interest rates to come down by perhaps half a percentage point this year in order to mitigate a slowdown in economic growth. But now there's a greater potential for inflation. The markets are not pricing in any more than one cut in interest rates this year.
Andy Verity there. Iraq has just announced that it's decreased oil production from the Rumaila oil field by 700,000 barrels per day, which will add to the pressure. Headlines are going to come very shortly. Let's leave you with some of those dramatic images from day 4 of this continuing conflict.
It may take some time, but it's not going to take years. It's not an endless war.
We have the strongest and most powerful, by far, military in the world. They said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored.
The hardest hits are yet to come.
The use of British bases is limited to the agreed defensive purposes. We're asking all British citizens in the region to register their presence so we can provide the best possible support.
At one point on the Saturday night at around 2 a.m, I thought I was going to die.
Well, let's talk about the consequences for consumers and for business with Greg Jackson, Chief Executive of Octopus Energy, which serves nearly 8 million customers. He joins us in the studio. Greg, people will be nervous this morning. They may even read in their newspaper suggestions of average energy bills hitting around £2,500 a year. Would they be right to be anxious?
Well, first of all, I mean, this is serious and our hot thoughts go out to everyone affected. But for energy prices, in the short term, household prices are protected by the price cap. And that will be fixed now through April, May and June. So if things resolve relatively quickly, the impact on households shouldn't be too bad. If it carries on, then we are currently seeing the wholesale price of gas about 60% higher than it was a week ago, and the wholesale price of electricity is up about 30%. Now, those wholesale prices don't flow through directly to retail prices, a lot of other costs in your bill, but it does mean if this carries on, you would see higher prices by the summer.
When you talk about it carrying on and whether it carries on for too long, are you saying that the world could cope with
a 4 or 5 week conflict which has temporarily higher oil and gas prices?
Well, it's specifically for the UK, the energy price cap has locked in these prices. In terms of security of supply, there's not an issue. European storage is about 30% full, and we're heading out of the winter now, so you wouldn't expect demand to be as high now as it was a couple of months ago. So there's time to absorb this, both in terms of the physical security and pricing, but only if it doesn't persist too long.
There is some debate when we have these conversations, Greg, about where our energy comes from. And it said, yes, the Straits of Hormuz is responsible for usually being the route for about a fifth of energy supplies, but largely not to Europe and largely not to here. Now, does that matter? Or in the end, is it the world oil price, the world gas price overall that matters?
Yeah, unfortunately, the UK gas price is set by the global market. What that means is that although Qatar is only responsible for about 5% of the gas that comes to the UK, all of the gas we buy is set by the global price. And right now, Asia, which usually receives its gas from Qatar, will be scrambling and paying anything to get tankers to divert that would have maybe come to Europe now to go to Asia, and that'll be pushing the price up for everybody. Look, I mean, in terms of where our gas comes from, there's this argument about, should we be drilling the North Sea? While we're still dependent on gas, I can't see any problem with getting more from the North Sea. But it would be a drop in the ocean. It wouldn't massively impact these prices.
But Miliband, the Energy Secretary, often argues it wouldn't make any difference to the prices at all.
Yeah, I mean, near enough. I think, but what you would have is at least some British companies would be paying more taxes, which would help the rest of us cope with times like this. I think that obviously in the long run, the more we escape from gas, the less we're susceptible. It's only 3 or 4 years since the gas crisis nearly crippled Europe, nearly cost the UK £100 billion. So short term, we should be using every source we can. Long term, let's reduce our dependence.
The Energy Secretary will no doubt argue that this makes his case that we should be less reliant on global gas and global oil. But you can hear the opposition parties already saying, look, you're going to have to abandon the pace with which net zero is being pursued. It is simply not practical at the moment. Do you agree with that?
I can see arguments on both sides. I mean, the reality is, if we're going to get gas, getting it from the North Sea, genuinely, I think would make more sense than from halfway around the world. But at the same time, if we can reduce our dependence on gas, we stop being susceptible to the global gas price, which doesn't just put our gas prices up, but it puts up our electricity prices too, because of a broken electricity market.
Live from London, this is BBC News. The British government considers sending naval support to the Mediterranean to counter Iranian drone threats. Israeli ground troops have crossed into Lebanon, escalating the conflict in the Middle East. Israel has launched a new wave of simultaneous strikes, both in Tehran and in Beirut. But Iran continues its fierce response. Explosions have been heard today across the region. There is travel uncertainty in the Gulf. The British government says it is sending a charter flight to Oman in the coming days.
I'm Sumi Samaskanda, live at the White House, where we're expecting to hear from the president as he hosts the German chancellor this morning. And later this afternoon, Congress will receive a full briefing on the U.S.'s operation in Iran.
Hello, I'm Christian Fraser. Welcome to the programme. Here in the UK, the government is considering sending a naval warship thought to be HMS Duncan to the Mediterranean. But defence sources say a final decision has not yet been made. The Royal Navy destroyer is currently docked in Portsmouth. These are live pictures from the harbour. It is primarily used to provide air defence and can be used to increase security around RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus, which has already been targeted by Iranian drones. Our correspondent Jessica Parker is in Cyprus and sent this report.
And this is RAF Akrotiri right behind me. We're obviously not allowed on the base, but we are amongst the media who've been camped outside it as we've been seeing these developments over the last few days. So, of course, Sunday night is when the drone that actually struck this base causing minimal damage, we're told, but struck it on Sunday night. And then 2 further drones, according to the Cypriot government, were intercepted on Monday. And you're right, there does appear to be a potential build-up of military assets around this eastern Mediterranean island. So we have the news from the UK that it may send a warship to the Mediterranean, potentially to help with air defences, help with security here. The Greeks, though, are sending frigates. They have also sent fighter jets. And we know that the Cypriot government has been asking for help from other EU nations as well, France, Germany. A senior Cypriot government source tells me that they are getting help in terms of anti-drone, anti-missile systems from France. We've asked the French government quite specifically about this. They did reply with a statement neither really confirming or denying that. No confirmation from the Germans at the moment, but we know certainly that the Cypriot government are asking for help. And you mentioned just then when you were talking about resources being brought in to help protect Akrotiri. It's an interesting kind of dynamic going on here, because the Cypriot government is saying Cyprus isn't being targeted. Cyprus is not involved at all in this wider conflict. It's the British bases here that are being targeted, but because there is alarm in Cyprus, they are asking for help to try and build up security here.
Our military analyst and host of the Security Brief, Mikey Kay, is with me in the studio. So let's put the pictures of this Type 45 destroyer on the screen. There you go, on the right-hand side. Tell us about what it has, what capabilities it lends to this operation.
Yeah, it's primarily, Christian, it's designated for aircraft, cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, drones and anti-shipping. Now, again, it goes back to what is the threat and what is the correct capability to address that threat. When it comes to drones, this uses the Sea Viper missile. And if you've got one missile that can take out a drone or a ballistic missile, the big question is how many of those Sea Vipers does the Type 45 carry? And how easily would it be for Iran to expend or deplete those missiles based on swarming, for example? Swarming is when they put up lots of shaheds.
But you talk about multi-layered defence. Let's face it, you're not going to fire £1 million, however much they are, Sea Viper missiles at drones, are you? You might use them to bring down ballistic missiles and supersonic missiles, which it's good at, but not for drones.
Well, it depends what you got in the region. You know, so at the moment, we know we've spoken at length about RAF Typhoon jets. They're on drone cap, drone combat air patrol. They've got the Azram missile, which is about £300,000 a pop per unit. They're on drone cap at the moment, and they will obviously be
drone cap. That's so they're on a circuit around the area, looking out for these sort of things.
Yeah, I mean, when we say a circuit, the circuit will be the longest part of what we call a racetrack. Will be focused to the east. It'll be focused on the threat of where the shaheds are coming from, or ballistic missiles. But the actual process, again, you know, the Typhoon is a very capable jet. The Azram missile is a very, very accurate missile. It's got what's called a high probability of kill, PK. But they're very expensive, and we go back to the cost-benefit ratio idea. So the other aspect as well, though, is what we saw with the F-15s, the US F-15s that were shot down by Q-8 ground-based air defence operators, is if you've got a Typhoon that has identified a blip on the radar that could be perceived as a shahed, because obviously they can figure out the speed of that, and then they've used their pod, a targeting pod which has electro-optic cameras, forward-looking infrared, to positively identify that blip then as a shahed. Then they've got to do something which is a stern approach. So they've got to get around. So the drone's obviously going east to west, and they're in this racetrack. They've then got to converge. They've got to do what's called a stern conversion. This is the military parlance. So they'll get into a rear position on the shahed, which is here, and then they have the option of using the gun, which has 150 rounds, or a very expensive missile. Problems with that is that the jets are having to bring the speed back. And what we saw with the F-15s, we don't know. We know it's friendly fire, but we don't know actually what happened. But with a bit of analysis on that, if you're taking a very expensive jet and you're slowing your speed down, wouldn't be to 120 miles an hour, which is generally what a shahed flies at. But if it's slowing down to somewhere like 200 miles an hour and you've got multiple shaheds and multiple aircraft in a very close proximity of airspace, the big term then is battle space deconfliction. What does that look like on the radar? And if you've got relatively inexperienced ground-based air defence operators, I say inexperienced, in countering drone warfare, then this battle space deconfliction piece
they
becomes
look like
more
drones
complex.
on the screen,
right.
and that's why that happens. I suppose what this really demonstrates for us, and we've talked about this on the security brief, is that the Ukrainians have become well versed in dealing with this Shahed threat, and they're brilliant at it. In fact, better probably than the NATO countries are at it. And what we're putting into theatre right now, not just the UK but America and the Arab countries as well, are really expensive pieces of kit that are not designed to deal with slow-moving, easily replicated, very cheap drones.
Yeah. AUKUS is the UK system, which is a non-kinetic system. I think we may have some pictures of what AUKUS is. But it basically uses a 3D radar, and it uses systems that are able to jam or interrupt what's called the RF signal of the drone, the radio frequency. That's a non-kinetic system. Now, that capability was driven by a requirement from the 2012 Olympics, we think, because it came in around the sort of same time. So that's a great system. But, for the last 4 years, Christian, on the security brief, we've been talking about, 650 of these drones coming in from Russia into Ukraine, the damage and the catastrophic effects that they're having, and the ability of Europe to be able to defend against, such an onslaught of drones. And now what we're seeing is, in a different part of the world, in a different region, we're seeing these drones now going into resorts. We're seeing them go into high-rise buildings. We don't know how many are being launched. We don't know how many are being taken down in terms of how many are getting through. We don't know if swarms are being put up or they're being put up in 2s and 3s. But the point is that these Shaheds are getting through. Yeah. And at the moment, what the UK has to do is it has to focus on a layered air defence system and be very aware of the cost-benefit ratios so that these salvos of Sea Viper missiles on the Type 45 and these ASRAMs that are being used on the Typhoon jet are not expended and used for the really important stuff.
Right, OK. Just a statement to bring you from the government on that point. They say we are continuing to put in place force defence. That includes radar systems, air defence, F-35 jets. That is a significant level of defensive capability to our bases in Cyprus. We also know that the Greeks are sending jets and the French are sending, we think, a frigate. Something, is it a frigate that they're sending?
Yeah, Aquitaine class, which is effectively an air defence frigate. But I think the big question that we were talking about is those Greek jets that were coming in. We don't know what type of Greek jet, but the Greeks have 3 types of jet. They've got the F-16, the Rafale, which is what the French operate. The F-16 is US, and they've the additional jet is the Mirage 2000, which is the French jet.
The Greeks are putting jets on a British base in Cyprus.
We don't know that.
Well, if they
could be Larnaca.
That could be important to the Turks.
I mean, it will absolutely generate a response from the Turks. I can't remember the last time a Greek jet ever went into RAF Akrotiri. Right. But I think the big thing we should be looking at now is what type of jet it is from the Greek military and where those jets are going to end up in order to be able to perform that mission of air defence around the region. OK.
Well, Emmanuel Macron says he's going to speak to the French nation tonight about the war in Iran. And the Dubai financial market, they've just announced that they're going to resume trading tomorrow. The Abu Dhabi Stock Exchange has also been closed since the war started on Saturday. The economy in the United Arab Emirates severely disrupted by the incoming drones that Mikey's been talking about. Thank you for the moment. Thank you very much. Let's talk about the situation in Lebanon. Israeli forces have commenced a ground invasion there in the south of the country. The Israeli defence minister says troops have been authorised to cross the border and will advance into strategic defensive positions. At least 20 villages in southern Lebanon have been issued with evacuation orders in areas close to where Hezbollah operates. There has been further bombing of Hezbollah targets in South Beirut throughout the day. Hezbollah, which is, of course, backed by Iran, says it has launched rockets in retaliation at 3 Israeli bases in the last 24 hours. The Israeli military has called up 100,000 reservists. So all in all, it looks like a major escalation of the conflict.
Hezbollah still has firing capabilities towards Israel. They have stockpiles of missiles, even though it has been significantly hit, both missiles and UAVs. We have struck them and will continue to strike them. Remember that the IDF serves as a buffer between every adversary and Israeli civilians. We are monitoring Hezbollah's conduct and we will strike them.
Our correspondent John Donnison is on the Israel-Lebanon border and brought us the latest from there.
Just as you're coming to me, we had a huge explosion behind me, sounded like artillery fire, and we've got machine gun fire in the background. You can just about probably pick up. These houses behind me are Metula. It's about as far north as you can get in Israel, small town right on the border with Lebanon. And if you look behind me, you can see the border wall and then a destroyed Lebanese village there, which was destroyed in the year of the war 18 months ago. Well, that is Lebanon. Behind that is where this ground operation is now taking place. The Israelis determined to push Hezbollah back. And the reason they want to do that is because when the war in Gaza started and the threat level from Hezbollah increased, 60,000 Israelis living in towns like Metula and across the north of Israel, well, they had to flee their homes. Loud explosion there right in the background. Not sure exactly what that was. So those 60,000 had to flee their homes for more than a year. And we've heard from ministers today in Israel saying, well, that is not going to be allowed to happen again. And that is why they're trying to push Hezbollah back.
Obviously, in that area, one of the most difficult parts of the operation for Israeli troops has been the tunnelling that Hezbollah have put in place. A lot of that was destroyed, as you say, John, back in 2024. Is there any evidence that the Israelis have presented that Hezbollah is still getting support from Iran, is rebuilding its weapons stockpiles, its launch sites? What do they have?
They've not presented that evidence, and certainly you're right. If you look at this village I mentioned behind me, this Lebanese village, in the past, that was somewhere from where Hezbollah could launch attacks on places like Metula. Well, they clearly can't do that anymore because they've cleared large areas of southern Lebanon. And after that war you mentioned, when the ceasefire came in, Israel didn't fully withdraw. They kept another loud explosion. They took they kept 5 key positions in southern Lebanon. Well, what they're doing is they're expanding that now. And as for Hezbollah's strength, well, they're massively weakened. They're not the organisation they once were. How much they've been able to rebuild their military capability since that war, I just don't know the answer to that. But I think given how ideologically, religiously and financially tied to Iran they are, Iran has funded them to the tune of billions of dollars over the year. It was inevitable they would become involved. We've now got this war on another front.
I'm presuming, I don't know the geography of where you are, John, but I'm presuming you're near to the blue line. Where are the UNIFIL troops in all this, the UN peacekeepers who were on that border?
Well, they remain in southern Lebanon. And, you know, basically they're meant to be, their role was to enforce a ceasefire, which clearly isn't happening, you know. So, you know, Israel was meant to fully withdraw from southern Lebanon as part of that ceasefire. They haven't done that. They say they haven't done that because Hezbollah hasn't demilitarized the south of Lebanon. So, you know, we had that ceasefire after the war of 2024, but it was an uneasy peace, you know, and to be honest, it was always going to come back.
John Donnison there on the border, which sounds pretty lively at the moment. Let me show you the pictures from Beirut. You'll see smoke right across the skyline in the southern part of the city right now as they continue to target those Hezbollah positions. And I'm just hearing from AFP that there's been more bombing in Tehran. I would point you, incidentally, to the live page on the BBC website. Some extraordinary detail from BBC Persian on what is happening in Tehran. If you don't feel as if you're getting a full picture of the impact of this on the millions of people there, just read you some quotes from one person who says there is a greater security presence on the streets, but the streets themselves are empty. Some shops have closed, particularly those near the affected areas. And it's getting very difficult to get online now. So the price of everything has gone up, says Karaj. I didn't hear any strikes today. It feels like the calm before the storm. But last night, it was terrible. Our house was shaking. The price of potatoes, of all staples in the Iranian shops, going up drastically. The cost of rice as well, since the war started on Saturday. So, of course, there are certain elements within Iran that are pleased to see the bombing of regime targets, but everybody feeling the pain in Iran right now. And also those residents in South Beirut and around the city of Beirut, where that bombing continues. Let's take a short break. Around the world and across the UK, You're watching BBC News.
It may take some time, but it's not going to take years. It's not an endless war.
We have the strongest and most powerful, by far, military in the world. They said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored.
The hardest hits are yet to come.
The use of British bases is limited to the agreed defensive purposes. We're asking all British citizens in the region to register their presence so we can provide the best possible support.
At one point on the Saturday night at around 2 a.m, I thought I was going to die.
Let's talk about the basis for this war with Iran. In less than a week, the White House has offered 4 different justifications, and each one of them has been questioned. In his State of the Union address last week, President Trump claimed Iran was working to build missiles that would soon reach the United States. That's the first time any US official has suggested Iran was close to developing an intercontinental ballistic missile.
They've already developed missiles that can threaten Europe and our bases overseas, and they're working to build missiles that will soon reach the United States of America. After Midnight Hammer, they were warned to make no future attempts to rebuild their weapons program, and in particular, nuclear weapons, yet they continue.
But that is not backed by any US intelligence. An assessment published last year concluded Iran could develop a viable ICBM, but that would be by 2035, nearly a decade away. And as far as we're aware, that assessment has not changed. Last night, the position shifted. In an interview with the BBC Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, the US, he said, was concerned that Israel was about to attack Iran, and fearing Tehran would retaliate against American forces in the region, the White House had decided it would strike preemptively.
The president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
But last night, Benjamin Netanyahu laughed off suggestions that he had dragged Washington into war.
I mean, that's ridiculous. Donald Trump is the strongest leader in the world. He does what he thinks is right for America. He does also what he thinks is right for future generations. And frankly, we're partners in that effort because I've devoted my life to securing the life of the one and only Jewish state. And believe me, it's been a struggle.
Is it ridiculous? Israel certainly has influence over White House policy. On Sunday, the Israeli Prime Minister admitted this operation had allowed him to do what he had yearned to do for 40 years. Donald Trump has always complained that the 2015 nuclear agreement signed by President Obama did not include a moratorium on ballistic missiles. At a White House event yesterday, he said the goal now is to destroy it. His Secretary of War says it is there as a shield for nuclear blackmail.
Iran was building powerful missiles and drones to create a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Let me say that again. A conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions.
The Secretary of War has been deeply critical of European allies. He accused them of pearl clutching over the war with Iran. But this is the response the British Prime Minister set out in the Commons yesterday.
This government does not believe in regime change from the skies, and I thank him for his question. The lessons of history have taught us that it is important when we make decisions like this that we establish there is a lawful basis for what the United Kingdom is doing. That is one of the lessons from Iraq. And that there's a viable, thought-through plan with an objective that can be achieved or has a viable prospect of being achieved. That is the principles that I applied to the decisions that I made over the weekend. They're the principles I applied to the decision not to get involved in the offensive strikes of the US and Israel.
Let's cross to our presenter, Sumi Somaskanda, who is at the White House for us today. There's a back and forth over the basis for this war and thinly veiled criticism in each direction, Sumi. We got more of that today from the President, who spoke to the Sun newspaper, and he makes the point that there's been dithering on the UK side, and he feels that the so-called special relationship is in peril. Is that view widely shared in Washington?
There has been disappointment from some of President Trump's allies about the role that Europe in general has played here, or the lack of the role that Europe has played. And indeed, we saw those critical words, didn't we, Christian, from Senator Lindsey Graham, who is one of the president's close allies in Congress, of course. And he had those words to European leaders saying, don't be on the wrong side of this conflict. At the same time, you have to take into account that it has been a difficult mission for European leaders to find what their voice is on this issue. I'm here at the White House, where the German chancellor will be arriving in just about 2 hours' time. And Germany as well has struggled to find a clear position on how it sees the U.S.'s operation. In fact, I found it really interesting, Christian, that when the German chancellor spoke about this issue on Sunday, he said the condemnation of Iranian violations of international law and sanctions have achieved little over the years. This was due to our unwillingness to enforce fundamental interests, if necessary, by military force. So in a way, an admission that Europe is very much on the sidelines here. Of course, Europe, France, the UK, Germany have said that they are at the ready to protect their interests, but defensively. And it'll be interesting to see as this conflict stretches on, could be 4 to 5 weeks, as we heard from the president, perhaps longer, whether there is more of a clamor here in Washington from President Trump and his allies for Europe to take a bigger role. Until now, we haven't seen that. But if we continue to see Iran's retaliation striking U.S. interests and assets in the region, and also European assets, that could change.
Yeah, it's interesting that as the German Chancellor arrives in Washington, Sumi, back in Berlin, they've summoned the Iranian ambassador, calling on them to cease their reckless attacks on states in the region. But as we know, Iran's strategy right now is more chaos. That's the best leverage they think they have over the United States. Separate to that, Sumi, the Israeli military is saying that it's ordering Iranian civilians to leave areas near the industrial area of Tehran and Payam airport near Tehran, and to do that within the coming hours. Now, I say hours, that's the really important part of this, because one of the criticisms has been that they were bombing within half an hour of giving out notices. And if you look at our live page, you'll hear from Iranians in Tehran that they're not online. So they're not getting these messages, and if they're going to keep hearts and minds in the capital in Iran, they're going to have to do better than that.
That's a really important point, and I was speaking to our colleagues from our BBC Persian service, and they underlined once again just how difficult communications are on the ground in Iran at the moment. Of course, we saw the Iranian state broadcaster also hit by Israel yesterday, so that has had an impact on communications as well. But just how civilians on the ground are going to be able to receive this communication about incoming hits from Israeli and indeed also U.S. Military is going to be really difficult. Whether that notice period is long enough, certainly those questions will be asked. Important to note that the Secretary of State was asked by our Tom Bateman yesterday about those reports of a hit on a girls' school, and he said the U.S. would never deliberately target civilians.
More from Sumi coming up. Business news ahead. You're watching BBC News.
It may take some time, but it's not going to take years. It's not an endless war.
We have the strongest and most powerful, by far, military in the world. They said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly. After that, he'll get bored. I don't get bored.
The hardest hits are yet to come.
the use of British bases is limited to the agreed defensive purposes. We're asking all British citizens in the region to register their presence so we can provide the best possible support.
At one point on the Saturday night at around 2 a.m, I thought I was going to die.
The US-Israel war with Iran has entered its fourth day. Israel says it's launching simultaneous strikes on the Lebanese capital, Beirut, and the Iranian capital, Tehran. Well, these pictures show the aftermath of the strikes in Beirut. Israel says it's been hitting Iran-backed Hezbollah strongholds in the south of the city. Hezbollah says it's targeted 3 Israeli bases in response. Iran's been striking back across the region. The US State Department says American citizens should leave the Middle East.
Live from New York at the opening bell, this is Business Today. Markets are again seeing red as the war enters its fourth day. Oil and gas prices soar as Iran steps up its blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. It says it will set fire to any ship transiting through the waterway. Organizations warned to be on high alert and prepare for cyber attacks as the war escalates. And the war exposes how global growth depends on energy supplies through the Gulf region. Welcome to Business Today, live from New York. I'm Samira Hussein. Well, European markets are a sea of red as the Iran war sends a fresh wave of volatility through global finance, dragging down stocks and driving energy prices sharply higher. And we certainly see the same thing here as U.S. markets open. Oil jumped about 5%, and European natural gas prices surged for a second straight day. Now, Philip Palumbo is CEO and Chief Investment Officer at Palumbo Wealth Management. Philip, thank you so much for joining us. So first off, how are markets reacting this morning? It certainly seems more dramatic than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, first of all, yesterday was a big shock with the markets closing really pretty much flat on the day. The price of oil where it closed at was really, I think, a shock overall. And then today, coming into today, I just think that overall, I think markets are reassessing the situation. I think the biggest issue is the Straits of Hormuz, and that's like a parking lot right now. If that doesn't operate as normal, with 20 to 25% of the oil and natural gas going through that region, volatility is going to persist. You know, Trump mentioned yesterday, as well as Rubio, that this is a 3 to 4 week process or even greater. It's not days. So that means that if the Strait of Hormuz continues to be an issue, the price of oil continues to spike, that's the recession risk that we're looking at.
Well, how long do you think that we're going to see these high energy prices? And, you know, how long do we have until we can start seeing, or that we may start seeing, real impacts to energy supplies?
Well, supplies, you know, going into this war, there's been an oversupply, which has been a good thing. I think the U.S. has done a great job being independent. We've been an exporter of natural gas. I think all that's all great. But still, at the end of the day, when you're at war in a situation where a lot of oil gets exported from and that's being disrupted, and as long as this war continues, which, you know, can continue longer than people think, it can be an issue for the price of oil and the rise of the price of that, which could be impactful to an overall economy. And it's the known unknown, and that's the part that creates volatility. That's why you're seeing the markets de-risk at this moment.
And finally, just how worried are investors about inflation?
I've said it all along. Inflation is more of a problem because the balance sheet of the Fed, which is 7 to 8 trillion, with Kevin Warsh, if he does become the new Fed chair, he's going to go in there and try to fix that to reduce the overall Fed balance sheet. I think that's really the next step to get the Fed, to get the inflation rate down to the 2% Fed target. Other than that, I just think that we're going to live at that 2.8 to 3.25 inflation number that we're at right now. So inflation, you know, year over year is not such a problem. It's elevated to where the Fed wants it to be. However, households are feeling the impact of what it costs to go to the supermarket, go out to restaurants, especially for the low-income households. So most people will answer that question as it's problematic at this moment.
Well, Philip Loomba, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time. Now, UK businesses with operations or supply chain links in the Middle East are being urged to heighten their cyber security vigilance. The UK's National Cybersecurity Centre warns that there is almost certainly an increased risk of indirect cyber threats to organizations connected to the region. Now, Cynthia Kaser is a former FBI director of cyber and now leads the research team at Halcyon. Pardon me. How much are cyber attacks a threat, and for whom are they a threat?
Well, Iran is a global threat. It's one of the world's most malicious and capable actors. And across the world, they have spent years compromising parts of critical infrastructure, conducting espionage operations, and conducting devastating or destructive cyber attacks. So they're a significant risk to across the globe, but in particular, we've already seen increased activity from Halcyon and our customers or our accesses within the Middle East region.
So which companies or which organizations are most at risk?
Critical infrastructure organizations are the top of the target list for Iran and its proxies who are conducting cyber operations. The point here is to try to reduce the capabilities within the region of any allies or support to the military operations. But more broadly, going beyond their borders, going into the United States, going into our allies in Europe, being able to compromise a part of a critical organization, and then lying about it. So going out and saying, hey, we've compromised this entire facility when they've maybe only been able to compromise a part, really trying to reduce confidence and stoke fear and chaos across our societies.
Now, I want to lean a little bit onto your previous experience, your previous role at the FBI, and I'm wondering what they may be doing right now to prepare.
In situations like these at the FBI, they were preparing for any type of threats by increasing the amount of people, the coverage that's going on across the nation. So having 24/7 coverage of analysts, agents at headquarters, at the 56 field offices across the nation, so that they could rapidly respond to and provide information within a local area to any local business critical infrastructure organization that could be at risk.
Cynthia Kaser, we're going to have to leave it there. This has been really very interesting. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Now to the UK, Chancellor Rachel Reeves has delivered her spring statement on the economy. The Chancellor announced a lower growth forecast for the UK, but insisted her economic plan is working in an uncertain world. Now, much of the data used in the statement was collated prior to the war in the Middle East.
In an increasingly dangerous world, I am proud to be the Chancellor that is delivering the biggest uplift in defence spending since the Cold War. With £650 million committed in January to upgrade our Typhoon fighter jets, a new Royal Navy frigate launched from Rosyth last week, and just yesterday, our £1 billion helicopter deal with Leonardo. I am in no doubt about Britain's ability to navigate the challenges we face. The plan that I have been driving forward since the election is the right one. Stability in our public finances, investment in our infrastructure, including our armed forces, and reform to Britain's economy.
Iran's hold over the global economy is amplified by its grip on the Strait of Hormuz, a choke point through which about 20% of the world's oil and a vast majority of Asia-bound crude flows. Now, any disruption there sends shockwaves through energy markets, as we're seeing right now. And it's pushing up prices and feeding directly into inflation. And even a modest rise in inflation really can erode consumer spending power. And every 1% increase can shave an estimated 0.2 to 0.3% off of economic growth. Now, Emma Ashford is a senior fellow at Stimson, a think tank focused on international security and prosperity. Look, the White House hasn't really been given a clear indication on how long this war will last. What does that mean for the global impact?
They haven't been clear at all. They haven't been very clear about what the goals are of the war, which in turn means we have no idea how long this will last. The president has said maybe 3 or 4 weeks. The problem is that particularly for oil shipments, traders really need to start knowing if the Strait of Hormuz is closed or open for business, and they probably need to know that within the next few days. Otherwise, prices are going to spike much higher. So the uncertainty is a big part of why we're seeing so much turmoil in markets today.
Now, you warn of worst-case outcomes if this war cannot end quickly. I'm wondering what some of those are.
Well, again, I think there are impacts to global markets in terms of cost of living, in terms, particularly in Europe, of whether gas can be sustained to continue industrial production. There are also impacts on the Gulf states. These are states that have done very well for themselves in the last few decades by seeming like very attractive financial hubs. Now that they are under missile attack, that's going to have significant future problems for them in terms of attracting investors.
Now, are there ways that the global economy can protect themselves?
I think if this war can be stopped or at least slowed and made a much shorter conflict, then it is possible we won't see these significant economic knock-ons. But I think it's very clear that if this persists, all indications right now are that it is going to persist, that there's really no way to actually prevent at least a moderate economic downturn.
And are there countries that are more susceptible than others?
Certainly. Countries in Asia in particular, crude obviously is traded on a global market, so prices will rise everywhere, but it is the countries in Asia that will first feel that supply pinch. The Europeans are going to be particularly vulnerable to shutoffs in natural gas, liquefied natural gas coming out of Qatar. So that will be the immediate impact. But long term, again, unless the US or some other country can help to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, organize perhaps convoys, as we did during the tanker war back in the 80s, the impact is going to be felt everywhere.
So we know that the Strait of Hormuz, of course, is crucial to all of this. I'm wondering, once that opens up again, how long will it take for things to sort of get back to normal? It'll take a while, I'm assuming, for ships to be able to start transporting some of the much needed energy resources to Asian countries that, as you say, are very vulnerable.
At the moment, it actually is not that much of a lag time. There are a number of ships loaded and waiting to go inside the strait. It's really that they are waiting to find out whether it is safe to transit or not. And what we do not know is when insurers come through with policies at a higher premium, when those ships start to transit, what will happen? Will the Iranians carry through with their threats? Will other ships be dissuaded from going in or out of the Gulf? And if that happens, then we're probably looking at countries diverting oil production into local storage and then starting to wind it down as it becomes clear that they can't export it. That's when we start to see the widespread impacts globally.
Emma Ashford, thank you so much. This has been absolutely fascinating. We're going to leave it there. And just a quick look at the markets right now. We see that the Dow Jones has dropped some 800 points since opening about 10 minutes ago. That's all the time that we have. Stay tuned for more on BBC News.
This is BBC News Live, where we are continuing to bring you coverage of the strikes which are continuing across the Middle East as the US-Israel war with Iran enters its fourth day now. Let's first of all take you to these live pictures which show you the Lebanese capital, Beirut. And we have seen more strikes from the air there. You can see smoke billowing over the skyline of Beirut. But we also know that Israel says it's sending ground troops into Lebanon as well. It says that it is targeting the Iran-backed militia Hezbollah. And these shots here show the Israel-Lebanon border. And let's also show you the scene across Jerusalem. It's been a calmer picture there, as you can see. But we know that there have been sirens going off in the city. And let's show you Tel Aviv as well in Israel, where Israeli rescuers and police said at least 7 people were wounded after the latest salvo of missiles fired from Iran. Of course, we can't bring you live pictures of Iran, but of course those strikes continue to hit Iran as well, and we are hearing that loud explosions rocked the Iranian capital on Tuesday. And all of this is having an impact on the flights in the region. The Qatari Foreign Ministry saying a couple of hours ago that some 8,000 people are stranded because of the disruptions on flights. Well, let's return to BBC News with my colleague Christian Fraser.
Welcome back. Throughout the programme today, we've been looking at the basis for this war in Iran, the strategic case for it, and whether it has any grounding in international law. But few voices in American foreign policy have pushed harder for confrontation with Iran than Ambassador John Bolton, Donald Trump's former national security advisor. He argued for regime change long before the first bomb fell and throughout his time in the White House. And what makes his perspective interesting is that Iran didn't just consider him an enemy, they allegedly plotted to kill him. Ambassador, welcome to the programme.
Glad to be with you.
I get the impression, and we set it out in our programme today, that since the weekend, the administration in Washington has been searching for an explanation as to why they went to war, and it's evolved 4 different ways. Why do you think that is?
Because I think this is typical of Donald Trump, typical of the confusion that reigns, typical of his lack of strategic thinking. I'd be happy to give you what the strategic case is, but I think the point you're making is important because it's going to cause, it already is causing domestic political difficulties for Trump that he can't explain to the American people generally, and particularly to much of his own political base, which is isolationist, why he's doing this. It'll have international ramifications as well. But I think if you look in the context of the joint nature of the operation of what we're doing and what Israel's doing, there isn't any doubt in my mind that Israel's number one objective is regime change.
The president has given an interview this morning in which he's accused the British Prime Minister of dithering. If I was to sit Keir Starmer in front of you today, well, if I was to sit the Prime Minister in front of you today, how would you put the strategic case to him and the legal basis for this war?
Well, the strategic case is very clear that the threat posed by Iran's nuclear weapons program and its delivery system and ballistic missiles on one hand, and its long-standing leader in the support for international terrorism on the other, make this a clear threat to the United States. And we are entitled to take action against that threat. Now, the argument about international law here, I think, is just completely beside the point. I don't think American citizens need to be tethered goats to a regime run by a bunch of autocratic theological extremists seeking to possess nuclear weapons. I think we are entitled to protect our people and that of our allies who want to be protected by eliminating the threat before it becomes real.
But then the concern comes to the day after. If you listen to the Israeli senior leaders, many of them aren't even pretending that there is a master plan here. I interviewed Naftali Bennett, the former Prime Minister, the other day, and they think anything is better than the Ayatollah. And even if that means that there is a risk that the country is plunged into chaos, I think they've made a realpolitik judgment in Jerusalem that even turmoil would be better than the current status quo.
Well, I think turmoil would be better than the status quo, certainly from America's strategic interest. But I do think that doing what we can to facilitate a changeover to a more appropriate kind of government would be in America's interest as well. You know, the Shah of Iran, when he ruled, was a strong American ally in the Middle East. And it was a sea change in 1979 when he was replaced by the Ayatollah Khomeini, who was one of our most vigorous enemies. I'd love to go back to pre-1979 realities. That isn't going to happen, I don't think. But I do think there's a strong likelihood that as this regime begins to come apart, and it has never been weaker at any point since it took power in 1979, that there's an interim solution that the regular military, not the Revolutionary Guard, but the regular military or considerable elements of the regular military, take control, restore order, and then that gives the Iranians a chance through whatever consultative process, whatever constitutional.
But how do you bring that about? Because
they form a government,
right? But how do you bring that about? Because
it's not our responsibility to bring it about.
Well, and that's the point the Secretary of War made yesterday. We're not into nation building, he said. But if you're throwing all the chips in the air, don't you have a responsibility to ensure that some order is restored and that someone is put in place?
It's the responsibility of the president to safeguard American national security interest. As I've said, I think it would be to our advantage to find a way to transition to a government that may not be democratic in our sense of the word, but certainly better than the Ayatollahs and the Revolutionary Guard. I do find it hard to imagine there is anything worse than the present government. And in fact, I would say effectively right now, well, maybe before Friday night, the real government in Iran was the Revolutionary Guard. It's a military dictatorship with theocratic overtones. They run the ballistic missile and nuclear programs. They own 40% of the economy. The supreme leader and the Ayatollahs were kind of religious legitimacy, ideological camouflage. The real regime is the Revolutionary Guard, which, along with its Basiji militia, in January killed 32,000 of its own people for demonstrating against the regime. Hard to beat that.
You were the National Security Advisor. You had this brief. You have studied this for an inordinate amount of time. Do you have in mind someone or some element within Iran, beyond, as you say, the military, that could take over? And do you think they have identified him? Do you think the White House knows who that might be?
No, the opposition in Iran is extraordinarily widespread. but it's not well organized. And that's why the most likely outcome will be for people who are not religious fanatics but have the capability to restore order, that is to say, hopefully the regular military, to be the force that emerges. And I think in this context, trying to plan beyond that, trying to measure the drapes in the office for whoever the next leader of the country is going to be is a mistake. First, you have to get rid of the regime. So I'd say keep your eyes on the prize here, and we can worry about what comes next when it's time to worry about it.
Do you agree with the president that the so-called special relationship between our two countries is in peril?
No, I don't think so. Look, the special relationship doesn't rest solely on the two heads of state. It rests on many, many other things at all levels of society. Donald Trump thinks that relations between states are entirely embodied in the personal relationships of the two leaders. He thinks he and Vladimir Putin are good friends, and he's good friends with Xi Jinping. While we're on the subject, he's now decided he doesn't like Keir Starmer. But fortunately for us and fortunately for you, they don't get to determine whether there's a special relationship or not.
The president says that he envisages this going 3 or 4 weeks and it will continue until all his objectives have been met. But we're seeing world markets tumbling. The oil and gas prices are going up. The 10-year gilt, the interest rate on those is going up. Do you think he has the staying power for this?
Well, I think that's his problem more than anything else. He's the one who made the decision. If he didn't think it through, he'll bear the consequences. I think actually he said yesterday 4 or 5 weeks, but he's prepared for longer. And both he and the Secretary of Defense said they were prepared to put boots on the ground. And I think that's a realistic way to look at it. Now, whether it's sustainable or not, I don't know. Trump's biggest problem is that his own base, the isolationist part of his base, is outraged by what he's done. And that's his problem, too.
Yeah, putting boots on the ground, though, that's an enormous endeavour. And he wasn't elected to do that.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, I could certainly imagine at an appropriate time putting American forces on the ground to secure the nuclear sites at Natanz and Esfahan and Fordo and perhaps a few others to prevent the materials there from falling into the wrong hands. I think that would be a prudent use of American boots on the ground.
Just a thought on the Arab allies in the region. They are involved, according to Pete Hegseth, in offensive operations now, but not involved in striking targets in Iran. Knowing the region as you do, what do you think would happen if they join the fight proper?
Well, I think it might be over sooner. I think the Gulf Arab states understand that the biggest threat they face strategically is the regime in Tehran, both from its support for terrorism and from its nuclear weapons program. It was the realization perhaps 10 years ago that the Gulf Arab view of Iran was strategically essentially the same as Israel's, and that Israel was more dependable in many respects than the United States, that led to the Abraham Accords and the potential for even more to come. And I think they understand that. I think, like everybody else, they hope they could achieve their objectives without a lot of fuss and bother. It turned out that's not possible. But they understand their region quite well. They know this regime is the biggest threat they face. And if its days are numbered, then their future is even brighter.
Just quickly, do you feel more safe or less safe today?
I feel more safe. I think this represents the United States, even under Donald Trump, saying we will deal with threats to the American people. We will not live as tethered goats.
Well, that includes you personally, of course. We've set that history out. John Bolton, Ambassador Bolton, thank you for coming on the programme. Let me show you the live pictures very quickly from Beirut. Actually, that's the live board. The opening bell in New York. You can see that the Dow Jones is down 2.2% at the moment. And these are the live pictures from Beirut on the right-hand side of your screen, where smoke is billowing from the southern parts of the city. That's it from me. Matthew will be here with Verified.
You're with BBC News as the US-Israeli war with Iran continues. Well, as you can see, we've got live images from some of the key locations. We'll take you through them all. But first of all, let's show you some pictures from a little earlier that show you the scene in Iran. This is northeast of the capital, Tehran, because Israel says it has been striking Iran today. Of course, this is now day 4 of the conflict there, and you can see these pictures with the smoke hanging in the air there, and the Israeli Red Crescent says that hundreds of people, in fact 787 people, have been killed in Iran since US-Israeli attacks began. Well, let's now take you to the Lebanese capital, Beirut. This is the scene live in Beirut as we have seen strikes hit the city there, Lebanese strikes and Israeli strikes, I should say, hitting Lebanon. And the Israeli government says it's also going to be sending in ground troops across the border from Israel into Lebanon. And this is the scene at the border there. Now, Hezbollah, which is an Iran-backed militia based in Lebanon, says that it's targeted an Israeli tank on the edge of a Lebanese border village there. And of course, as we saw in the earlier shots of Beirut, a busy capital, a very lively one now, with a scene of smoke hanging over the air. And actually, what we have seen in recent days is a number of different cities in the region being hit. Well, let's now take you to Israel. Let's show you the scene in Jerusalem. We have pictures there, and this is Tel Aviv. We also can show you the pictures in Jerusalem. The government in Israel saying that its military campaign against Iran could go on for weeks. And lastly, let's go to Washington, D.C., where the US administration continues to defend its decision to go to war. President Trump says the US's military operation has clear objectives. My colleague Steve Lai has been speaking to Joel Rayburn from the US, a former Iran specialist on the National Security Council.
The military objectives were made very clear, especially by General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who was the first official to delineate what the operational command, U.S. Central Command's mission is, which is, as he put it, to prevent Iran from having the ability to project power beyond its borders. So if you're military planners, if you're military targeters, like I used to be in a previous life, that makes it very clear the kind of forces on the Iranian side that you're targeting. That's the ballistic missiles, that's the long-range attack drones, that's the ability to use militant proxies like Hezbollah and the Iraqi Shia militants beyond Iran's borders. And then, of course, that will require also completely eliminating the Iranian nuclear program. So it's a pretty clear set of military targets.
And just another update to bring you as well, and that is that the US is warning of an imminent attack in the Saudi city of Tehran, a major centre for the oil industry. We've seen oil prices rise quite significantly, and gas prices, of course, in the wake of the conflict, and also the closure of the Straits of Hormuz has also seen a lot of key oil and gas supplies being halted. You're watching BBC News. We have much more analysis as well on the BBC News website. So you can, of course, stay across more of the text coverage as well.
And I'm Sumi Somaskanda, live from the White House. This is BBC News. Israel attacks Tehran and Beirut as the conflict across the Middle East escalates. Iran's capital sees a new wave of strikes, including Mehrabad Airport. The Iranian Red Crescent says 787 people have been killed in the country since Saturday. Meanwhile, Iran continues to retaliate as explosions are heard across the region. President Trump says it's too late for talks. His Secretary of State says Washington will intensify its attacks.
The hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now.
The UK government considers sending naval support to the Mediterranean to counter the Iranian drone threats. Travel uncertainty in the Gulf. Western governments are working to offer evacuation flights for their nationals. BBC News will bring you the latest this hour from right across the region.
Hello, you're live with BBC News. I'm Anna Foster in the Jordanian capital, Amman. And in the escalating war with Iran, Israel has launched fresh strikes on Tehran and on the Lebanese capital, Beirut. These are live pictures that we can show you right now of the skyline in Beirut. We've seen throughout the day today those plumes of dark smoke rising into the sky with the Mediterranean Sea in the background there. Now, Israel has also sent ground troops into Lebanon to seize what it calls strategic areas, it says, to prevent attacks being launched at border communities.
But all of this comes, as we know, as Iran is continuing to strike back by targeting a number of Gulf states across the region, including Bahrain and Qatar. And drones have struck the U.S. embassy in Saudi Arabia overnight. President Trump saying today that Tehran wanted to talk, but it was, quote, too late.
The Iranian Red Crescent says 787 people have been killed in the country. And in a moment, we'll hear from our correspondents in Beirut and in Tel Aviv. But first, this report from Alison Freeman.
The strikes on Iran continue on what is now the fourth day of action by the US and Israel. The Iranian Red Crescent says the death toll there has reached almost 800. And as shown by these pictures released by the IDF, the offensive by the Israelis has also stepped up in Beirut to tackle the Iran-backed Hezbollah. This morning, the Israeli government announced it was sending troops in to take strategic areas. Iran has been striking back. This footage showing what appears to be Iranian missiles in the sky above Doha being intercepted. The streets of Riyadh are quieter due to the threat. Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Defence confirming that the US embassy there was attacked by 2 Iranian drones. And in Erbil, in northern Iraq, home to a US airbase, this footage from social media shows where a fragment of what's thought to be a drone tore through the roof of a residential building, landing in a family's apartment. The Americans say they're working through a list of military targets, filming their destruction of a missile launcher. And this satellite image shows an Iranian naval vessel on fire inside the sea wall in the port of Bandar Abbas. The US says there is still more action planned.
I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the US military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now. Someone was screaming, how long will it take? I don't know how long it'll take. We have objectives. We will do this as long as it takes to achieve those objectives, and we will achieve those objectives. The world will be a safer place when we're done with this operation.
Oil and gas prices have surged as Iran's retaliation across the Middle East continues. Ras Tanura, the Saudis' biggest oil refinery, was hit and forced to close. Around a fifth of the world's oil and gas pass through here, one of the world's most important shipping routes, the Strait of Hormuz. But an Iranian official has now warned that any ship who tries to pass through will be set on fire. The Iranians argue their retaliation is measured.
We target only the military objectives of the hostile forces. We don't target civilians. We don't target the interests of neighboring states. Under international law, every state has a duty not to allow its territory to be used for act of aggression against another state.
There's also been a warning of an ongoing security threat at the UK's RAF base at Kritiri in Cyprus after 2 drones were intercepted there on Monday. The conflict is coming at a cost to the Israelis too. People gathered in Jerusalem to mourn the deaths of 3 teenagers, but the Israeli government says it has no choice.
After we hit their nuclear sites and their ballistic missiles program, you'd think they learned a lesson, but they didn't, because they're unreformable. They're totally fanatic about this, about the goal of destroying America.
And the US government remains resolute about its continuing military action.
There's just no way that Donald Trump is going to allow this country to get into a multi-year conflict with no clear end in sight and no clear objective.
For now, though, the conflict continues with no sign of a ceasefire. Alison Freeman, BBC News.
Well, as this war continues to grow, we're bringing you the very latest from right across the Middle East region. I want to take you, first of all, to Lebanon and to Israel. Our correspondent, Wira Davis, is in Beirut and Hugo Beshega is in Tel Aviv. Wira, there has been a delicate, fairly unsteady ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon since the war at the end of 2024. But what you've been seeing over the last 24 hours or so is right back, isn't it, to that wartime situation?
Yeah, hi Anna, and I think any hope on the ground here that this may be a very temporary break of that ceasefire has been dashed both by what the Israeli government says it now intends to do against Hezbollah in Lebanon, and also the realities on the ground. Overnight last night and again today there have been numerous airstrikes, particularly in the southern parts of Beirut, an area known as Dahia, a Hezbollah stronghold. Israel says it's not only targeting senior Hezbollah figures but also institutions, particularly financial institutions linked to Hezbollah, which Israel says the militant group, the Shia militant group, is using to finance terror operations and has been doing that for many years. Israel does seem to be determined to crush and defeat Hezbollah once and for all, perhaps not trusting the Lebanese government to uphold its part of the ceasefire deal and disarm Hezbollah. Of course, most people here in Lebanon are very angry that Hezbollah decided to retaliate for those attacks on Iran in the way it did by continuing to fire rockets and missiles into Israel. And the two other things that are happening now as a consequence of this continued action is that about 30,000 people have been internally displaced since the start of the attacks here 3 days ago. And of course the Lebanese government is anticipating that the Israelis will start an incursion into southern Lebanon in the coming hours and days to try and stop those Hezbollah attacks against northern Israel. So a lot going on, but I think no sense here that this is a temporary measure. A lot of people here expect this fighting and these airstrikes to last for quite a few days.
Wira, thank you. That's Wira Davis, our correspondent in Beirut. Hugo Beshega is in Tel Aviv. Hugo, are those regular barrages of Iranian missiles heading towards Israel continuing?
Yeah, and it's been a relatively quieter day today. We have heard the air raid alerts multiple times across the country, but there haven't been reports of major injuries or significant damage caused by those missiles that have been fired by Iran. Now, on the other hand, Israel has continued to attack Iran, and in the last hour there have been reports that one of the targets hit in Tehran was the building of the Assembly of Experts, which is the group of clerics that will select the new supreme leader. So we're still trying to waiting for more details about what exactly happened there. And we see that Iran has continued to respond, and earlier today an Iranian drone hit the American embassy in Saudi Arabia, and obviously Americans have been urged to leave this region, to essentially leave the Middle East, even though there's a lot of travel disruption because lots of airports remain closed. The airspace of a number of countries also closed because of these attacks. And we haven't heard from President Trump, from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, a clear plan, a clear, clear objectives for this conflict. We've heard from President Trump yesterday, who said that this conflict could last 4-5 weeks. The indications from Israeli officials is that this could be a prolonged conflict. They've been talking about regime change in Iran, and we're not seeing any kind of off-ramp in this conflict, any kind of opportunity to see a de-escalation in this conflict.
Hugo Beshega, thank you in Tel Aviv, and thanks to Wira Davis, our correspondent in Beirut. Well, Donald Trump and Marco Rubio have indicated that Operation Epic Fury, as they call it, could become even more intense, that it's having a real impact here in the Middle East. It's worth saying, just over my shoulder, you can see a long, low building. That is the US Embassy that was temporarily evacuated last night because of a drone threat. And in fact, the skies here in Jordan, where I am, are quiet at the moment because they've decided to close their airspace to protect against that Iranian missile threat. And Sumi Somaskanda, is outside the White House. Sumi, US citizens are being told to leave not just Jordan, where I am, but countries right across the Middle East. That just demonstrates, doesn't it, that even the US at the moment seems to not quite know which direction this is going in.
That's right, Anna, and we were monitoring late last night as those two drones, we understood, hit the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia. And we understand they caused only minor damage, but it just goes to show just the unpredictability of where this conflict is heading. And indeed, we've seen the State Department, Marco Rubio, advise American citizens across the region to leave immediately. Well, of course, that would involve a concerted effort, but because it is difficult with flights being canceled across the region at the moment, they are urging Americans to get on commercial flights and leave. How easy that will be remains to be seen. But it comes as you mentioned there, it appears President Trump, his administration, are intent upon continuing this conflict, and that the hits will be harder than before, as we heard from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. We have also seen President Trump say today on Truth Social, we have destroyed their Air Force, their Navy. They want to talk, but it's too late. That does echo what we've heard from the president in the last few days on social media, when he has said they were stringing us along in negotiations. They had no intent, the Iranians, on really coming to an agreement on terms that we could accept. And so this attack was necessary. But we know as well that we've seen a shifting array of, let's say, objectives for this conflict from the U.S. perspective, and also justifications, perhaps the most interesting from the Secretary of State himself, Marco Rubio, when he was on Capitol Hill on Monday, saying, well, we understood that the Israelis were going to attack, and that would then create reprisals for the U.S., that we had to get ahead of any reprisals from the Iranians to protect Americans, American bases in the region. All of that, of course, will be very much in focus today, later in the afternoon, when the full Congress, so the House of Representatives and the Senate, will receive a briefing. Secretary Rubio will be part of that again, and they will have many questions for him on the justification, on the legal basis of this conflict. We know that Democrats in the Senate in particular want to bring forward a vote on a war powers resolution, so that the president would need authorization from Congress to be able to continue operations in Iran. Now, at the moment, it doesn't look like that is going to have enough votes. It's mostly just the Democrats at the moment who have supported that. But we will be watching that a little bit later. As this morning, we're going to see the German chancellor here with President Trump. And of course, Europe's role in all of this is very much in focus today, as Donald Trump has criticized Sir Keir Starmer again for not showing full support in the early stages of the attacks on Iran. He told the Sun newspaper that the prime minister had, quote, not been very helpful. So that messaging from the president, as we also heard critical words from the Senator Lindsey Graham earlier. Let's bring in our political correspondent, Damian Grammaticus, on this story. Damian, what are you hearing there on this criticism from President Trump?
Well, Sumi, I was at a briefing with Prime Minister Keir Starmer's official spokesperson in Downing Street just a couple of hours ago, where he was asked about that. And he basically said that the Prime Minister here of the UK had been faced with a decision, had taken a decision in before those initial strikes. He said based on putting British interests first, and in doing so, he referred to what Keir Starmer had told Parliament yesterday, which is that meant the UK, from the UK's experience, there were two tests that need to be met. One was any action legal, and the second was it part of a coherent plan? Now, what the Prime Minister implied by that then is that he didn't think those tests had been met, and that was why he hadn't given the authorization in the first place for the US to fly long-range bombers out of an airbase in the UK and the base that the UK and the US share in the Indian Ocean in Diego Garcia. That is what obviously annoyed Donald Trump. But Prime Minister Keir Starmer making clear, and his spokesperson, that they had then decided, following a second request, that once Iran was firing missiles and drones and targeting Gulf countries, targeting civilians, hotels, airports, that British citizens, British interests, British allies were all at risk. At that point, the UK has given permission for use of those bases for defensive actions, which means targeting the missile launchers, the missile sites, that sort of thing. So they draw a sharp distinction, but that obviously hasn't still pleased President Trump.
Okay, Damien Grammaticus for us there. Thank you very much for that update. And that line will be, of course, very much in focus here at the White House, the role that Germany, France and the UK are playing. We're going to take a short break and we'll be back with more of our live coverage around the world and across the UK. This is BBC News.
Well, let's bring you these live pictures that show you the scene across parts of the Middle East, and of course you can see Washington there as well. And of course the US-Israel war with Iran is well into its fourth day now, and it shows no signs of letting up. In fact, it appears to be escalating. Let's show you the scene looking over Beirut, the Lebanese capital, because what we have seen are more strikes on Lebanon today. Israel saying that it's carried out new attacks on Iran and on Hezbollah. So Hezbollah, of course, the Iran-backed group based in Beirut, and Israel saying as well that it is planning to send ground troops across the border as well. Let's show you the scene across, looking out between the Israel-Lebanon border, because we have a live shot there as well. And we have plenty more on the latest on the BBC News website as well as things unfold. We'll bring you regular updates online. Let's go back to Sumi and Anna.
BBC News, I'm Anna Foster in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Now, the UK government is considering sending a naval warship thought to be HMS Duncan to the Mediterranean Sea. Defence sources, though, say a final decision has not yet been made. The Royal Navy destroyer is currently docked in Portsmouth, and it is primarily used to provide air defence. So it could be used to increase security around the RAF Akrotiri base on Cyprus, which has already been targeted by Iranian drones. Our reporter Jessica Parker is there.
We're hearing that the UK government is considering sending a warship, HMS Duncan, being prepared for a possible deployment. Could be used for air defences or to help increase security around this RAF base. That's as the Greeks have said they are sending frigates, they're sending fighter jets as well. In terms of the UK, they say no final decision has yet been made. But the Cypriot government has been asking for help from other EU nations. That's as Cyprus itself is very keen to emphasise it's not remotely part of the wider conflict, and the drone launches, they believe, were aimed at the British base that is here in Cyprus, that was kept after Cyprus gained independence from the United Kingdom decades ago. What the UK is saying is that bases in Cyprus are not being used by US bombers targeting Iranian missile sites. But nevertheless, clearly this base has become a target. Unconfirmed reports that the drone that struck here came from Lebanon, launched by the Iranian-backed Hezbollah group, but that hasn't been confirmed. What we are seeing, though, is the potential build-up of military assets around this Mediterranean island.
That is Jessica Parker on Cyprus. Well, trying to travel around the Middle East at the moment is enormously difficult. There is a handful of flights that are bringing stranded British nationals back to the UK today, but the majority of departures from the Middle East right across the region really remain cancelled at the moment. And one travel consultant has said that the backlog is so big that it could potentially take weeks to clear, which is causing some frustration and some upset and some fear in some cases for holidaymakers and other foreign nationals who are here in the region at the moment. Well, let's speak to Jack and Catherine Ferrari. They flew to Dubai for their honeymoon. It's really good to talk to you both. Thank you so much for joining us here on BBC News. And I know it's been a frightening couple of days for you both. Just tell me what's been happening.
Yeah, absolutely. So we flew out here for our honeymoon / baby moon. We thought it was a really safe place to come. Everyone always talks about how safe Dubai is. And then we're staying at the Fairmont. So we're the hotel that actually got hit by the falling debris. We luckily left the hotel just before. We went to a spa maybe 50 meters down the road. And then as we finished at the spa, we came out the doors and saw this falling debris falling from the sky. We didn't know what it was, but there was this huge boom. The ground underneath us shuddered. It was the loudest thing I've ever heard. And just complete confusion from both of us. and bewilderment at what happened. So we ran straight back into the spa, and everyone in there was crying, and we were just very confused what to do. When we eventually went back out, we saw our hotel with smoke coming out of it and a fire blazing in front, and we just didn't know where to go. So that was really the scariest moment that we've had, and when it all kicked off here in Dubai.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. And Jack, you were saying it's your baby moon, Catherine, you're expecting, which just makes things even more difficult, I think. It makes a frightening moment just harder when you know that you're pregnant as well.
Of course, it's more the uncertainty of when we're actually going to get home, with all the scans and everything that comes with being pregnant, and the excitement around that is just added the extra stress onto an already quite stressful time being pregnant. So hopefully we can get out soon, get on a flight. However, we haven't heard anything from Emirates or BA, but I know that Dubai and the UAE have been incredible with all the response that they've given. So we feel somewhat relaxed in that respect.
Yeah, I would like to add
Jackie,
that
you're still staying in the same hotel.
We are staying in the same hotel. Yeah. So after the blast happened, we didn't immediately come back to the hotel. We hid in an underground car park of one of the hotels. We hid down there for 2 hours. And then I phoned the Fairmont. They said everything's under control, but don't come back yet because the building's still on fire. And then eventually, after a while, we wandered back to the hotel, and they did have everything under control. They'd put the flames out, but everyone wasn't staying in their rooms anymore. Everyone had gone down to the basement, and eventually we ended up sleeping in the basement that night because we were too worried about other missiles. And we slept on sun loungers in the basement with all the other guests. And then the following evening, some of the guests came back up to the rooms, and we came back up to the rooms the following evening. And I think the only reason we were confident to do that was because of the response from the UAE government and the Air Force here. They've been shooting pretty much every missile out of the sky. Although it's a very loud explosion every time, and it's really scary, it really feels like they've got it fairly under control in terms of their defences here.
And we were talking a little about the flights there. Your flight home obviously cancelled, and a lot of people I've been speaking to in Dubai are saying that they are rolling cancellations. So we've only got about 30 seconds or so, but you're hoping to be able to get home fairly soon. Do you have a date actually penciled in at the moment?
So we have a flight with Emirates tomorrow. We went ahead and booked another one, but our original BA flight for Friday has been pushed back to Monday. So we were unsure what to do and which flight to take, but at the moment we haven't heard a single thing from Emirates, so it's unlikely it will go ahead.
Yeah, we're pretty confident it's going to get cancelled, and then we'll just keep rebooking until we get onto one. And we've got lots of friends out here as well, and colleagues out here visiting at the same time. They're all struggling to get flights too. So we're seeing them every day. Everything's reopened here in Dubai. So, our friends Ivo, Dawn, lots of my colleagues, they're out here. And we're going to keep trying to rebook with them until we can get back.
Yeah. Well, it's good to hear you've got some support where you are, and it's good to hear that, as you say, hopefully you'll be on the way home soon. And thank you for telling us about it, Jack and Catherine Ferrari, on honeymoon there in Dubai. And that is a story that is really being reflected across the region at the moment. As we were saying, so many flight cancellations. The United States has told its citizens right across the Middle East to leave, but the difficulty is not many governments are actually sending flights in to evacuate them. So a lot of people are in that same position where they know that they want to get out of the region and they need to get out of the region, but the logistics of doing so are particularly difficult. And alongside that, of course, the attacks are continuing, fresh attacks on the Iranian capital, Tehran, this afternoon. We know in the last 24 hours or so, significant buildings in Tehran were targeted. And those live pictures you can see there of Beirut as well. Israeli attacks on the Lebanese capital are continuing as well. It is a fast-moving story, but do stay with us for the very latest here on BBC News.
You're with BBC News as the US-Israeli war with Iran continues on. We can show you some of the images that we've got from across the region. These are live shots, and of course you can see the White House on the right-hand bottom corner as well. Well, let's show you some images, first of all, that are not live, but they show you Iran. And this is northeast of the capital, Tehran. Israel says it's been carrying out attacks on Iran's leadership compound, including the presidential office, and there have been other attacks on Tehran as well throughout the day. Now let's show you the scene in the Lebanese capital, Beirut, because Israel has also continued to carry out airstrikes there. Israel's military says it's targeting the armed group Hezbollah, which is allied to Iran. And that, of course, not only broadens the conflict, but it also deals a blow to that US-brokered ceasefire deal in Lebanon that you may remember. Hundreds of people have been fleeing Beirut, and Israel's warned thousands of people in at least 30 villages in the south to leave their homes. We've got pictures of the Israel-Lebanon border that we can show you as well. So this is the scene here. Obviously, not seeing smoke there, but it's a lot quieter. And of course, that is where some of the villages there. Now, the Lebanese army is reported to be pulling back from positions near the border, as Israel says it's sending more troops into Lebanon as part of what it is describing as a forward defence posture. Let's show you the scene in Israel now. It's been relatively quiet in Israel. We can show you the scene live over Jerusalem. And you can see sunset there. But of course, Israel has also been struck by retaliatory strikes from Iran, and sirens have been going off at irregular intervals, our correspondents say as well. This is Tel Aviv as well. And let's now take you to the live shot of the White House. Let's see if we hear from President Trump at any time today. The US administration, as we know, has been defending its decision to go to war. The president saying the military operation has clear objectives. Well, earlier, my colleague Steve Lai spoke to Joel Rayburn, a former Iran specialist on the US National Security Council.
The military objectives were made very clear, especially by General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who was the first official to delineate what the operational command, U.S. Central Command's mission is, which is, as he put it, to prevent Iran from having the ability to project power beyond its borders. So if you're military planners, if you're military targeters, like I used to be in a previous life, that makes it very clear the kind of forces on the Iranian side that you're targeting. That's the ballistic missiles, that's the long-range attack drones, that's the ability to use militant proxies like Hezbollah and the Iraqi Shia militants beyond Iran's borders. And then, of course, that will require also completely eliminating the Iranian nuclear program. So it's a pretty clear set of military targets.
Well, BBC News is going to be answering some of the most searched questions that you have about Iran. We've got a great panel of experts and correspondents who are going to be answering some of those questions, including our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, our business editor, Simon Jack, experts from the BBC's Persian service, and chief presenter, Sumi Somaskanda, who will be reporting from the White House. Now let's send you back to Matthew and Roliwala.
Welcome to BBC News. As the conflict in the Middle East widens, we're going to spend the next half an hour looking at the most asked questions on the Iran war. With me in the studio is our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, and Param Gubadi from BBC's Persian service. I'm also joined for the next 30 minutes by Sumi Somaskanda, who's there live at the White House. And with us also is our business editor, Simon Jack. So let's get cracking straight away. Sumi, we're going to go right back to basics, because one of the most searched for questions is, why is the US attacking Iran?
That's a fundamental question, isn't it, Matthew? And it's one we've heard differing answers to over the course of the last few days, both from President Trump and members of his administration. Look, President Trump has laid out a few answers. He has said it was to intend that Iran could not develop its ballistic missile program further to destroy its ballistic missiles and the launchers that launch those missiles. Also to ensure that Iran could not get closer to developing a nuclear weapon. We've heard the president say that in part it was to ensure that Iran could not attack U.S. interests and assets in the region. And we heard the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, say just yesterday on Capitol Hill that one of the reasons that the U.S. attacked at this time was because they understood that if Israel attacked Iran, and Israel was going to attack Iran, that Iran would retaliate against U.S. targets in the region. Now, all of these answers, of course, that we've heard from the administration have not necessarily have not answered the questions that many members of Congress have, who say, was there a legitimate threat that was immediate on the United States? To that question, we haven't heard a definitive answer yet, but those are the reasons that the administration have given for why the U.S. is attacking Iran.
Sumi, I'll come back to the objectives a little later in this half hour, but at least let me bring you in because answer another basic question. Why is Israel involved in this?
Israel would have to be involved in this. Let us say, why is Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu's Israel involved in this? Since he was a young diplomat, he has always made the battle against Iran and its nuclear weapons the main mission of his life. Ever since October the 7th, 2023, where those attacks by Hamas on southern Israel triggered what turned into a brutal Gaza war, every time he went to see either first President Biden or then President Trump, he made it clear that the root cause of all of the problems in the region was Iran. It was fueling the fires, literally in its circle of fire, its axis of resistance, which of course was degraded, in some places destroyed during the years since October the 7th. So finally, Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel keeps saying that President Trump is the greatest president in history because finally he has found someone to make common cause, and that is to go after Iran, to go after its leadership struggle, to go after what he sees as the main threat in the region.
We've seen strikes on Iran. We've seen strikes in Beirut, in Lebanon. In the last 10 minutes or so, Benjamin Netanyahu vowing to strike Hezbollah with even greater force. So explain why Lebanon is involved also.
In the run-up to what many expected would eventually be a war, Hezbollah had said they would only attack if it join the attacks to support Iran, if it became existential, and if they killed the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. And for Hezbollah, which of all of the proxies and partners of Iran, Hezbollah is the strongest. It was created in the early 1980s after the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. Shia clerics from Iran, Shia clerics from Lebanon coming together to form Hezbollah, the party of God. The linkages are political security, but they're also spiritual. They would have felt obliged, you can put on a view, that they had to be not just do something, but be seen to be doing something, even though they knew the consequences. How long they will continue, given what Israel is now doing. But that is why they are involved. They are standing, to use the expression, shoulder to shoulder with Iran on this.
Even given the weakened state they are after the war of last year. Parham, let me ask you a question. It's difficult to get actual information from Iran, but what do we think is happening in Iran across the country?
So the most important and the latest development is that Israel is targeting Iran's headquarters, military headquarters, like Basij headquarters, which is the paramilitia. Usually they are really involved in the crackdown of the protests. Also, IRGC Revolutionary Guards headquarters, different buildings that they have. But the latest development is that Israel has announced that they targeted the political headquarters in Tehran, which is the presidential palace, and the building right next to it, a few meters from that, which is the Supreme National Security Council, and also the Assembly of Experts building. Not only these three are very close to one another. The three have been targeted. Apart from that, the Secretariat of Assembly of Experts in Qom was also targeted. And why is it important? Because this is the body that chooses the next Iranian supreme leader. Both buildings were targeted. Had they convened when this took place? We don't know that yet. But they have 88 experts, religious experts, who choose the next Iranian supreme leader.
I'll come back to that choice a bit later. But as we're talking now, who is running Iran?
So they have chosen, of course, for the domestic issues, we've got the president, Masoud Pezeshkian, is running the country. But after Ayatollah Khamenei's death, they formed a three-member body that is called the Temporary Leadership Council, which consists of Iranian president, head of Iranian judiciary, Ejei, and also an Ayatollah that is unknown to many Iranians. Most Iranians do not know his name, is Arafi, Alireza Arafi, but unknown to many Iranians and foreigners.
Let me bring Simon Jack in to talk about some of the economic consequences of what we've seen over the last 3 or 4 days. Simon, let's start by looking at what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz. Take us through it.
Well, the Strait of Hormuz is a very narrow bit of the Gulf around there, about 20-odd miles between Saudi Arabia and Iran. And through that channel, about 20% of the world's energy normally goes through in tankers. And very little is happening right now. The IRGC have said they will set fire to any vessels attempting it. So it is effectively closed. And we have seen that have a knock-on effect on very sharp increases in the price of oil and in the price of gas in the form of liquid natural gas, because Qatar is the world's biggest producer of natural gas, and the world's biggest single liquid natural gas terminal in Qatar has been closed after being targeted by attacks from Iran. There's also been attacks on Saudi Arabia's biggest oil refinery. So we've seen very sharp moves, about 16-17% in the price of oil since before hostilities began this time around, but a near doubling of the price of gas on the short-dated contracts if you wanted to buy it for next month. And that is having a very big knock-on effect, because you've got to remember, Matthew, that the price of energy is incredibly pervasive. It gets into petrol at the pumps. It gets into things like transport, which can, bring goods and services to your door. It also gets in the form of gas. It is made into fertilizer. Gas is involved in the production of fertilizer. So it gets into food prices. So all of this and the world is reeling a bit from what looks like an inflationary shock. And you're seeing financial markets, stock markets around the world also fall.
So how long will it take to translate so that we see petrol prices rise at the pump? And for the UK, just take us through where it gets the majority of its oil and gas.
So we get most of our oil and gas actually from Norway and the United States. Domestic oil production has fallen very sharply over the last couple of decades. So most of it comes in, about a third comes from domestic production on oil. The rest comes from Norway and the US. Half of all the UK's gas comes from Norway. But in a way, it doesn't matter where it comes from, because the prices are set internationally, because there is a massive scrum, a massive bidding war for the gas resources that are out there. So even if you're getting your gas from Norway, it doesn't mean it won't be unaffected by what's going on. So in terms of how long it will take, it typically takes about 2 weeks for a move in the oil price to be reflected on the petrol forecourt. So at the moment, £1.32 roughly for a litre of unleaded. That was on last week's prices. Currently, we're looking about £1.40. It to come in a week or two. And if prices go up to $90 a barrel, we're currently at 80. You could see it go to 140 and above. So as I say, they always tend to go up faster than they come down, to many motorists' chagrin. But basically, we're looking at a week or two before these events begin to show up in the forecourt.
Now, the question, how long will this Iran war last, is being searched an awful lot. Sumi, before I come back to you to answer that question or give us the latest thoughts, I suppose the strategic objectives are so crucial. I just want to play, and you touched upon it in your first answer, the varying answers being given from the administration over these last 3 or 4 days. And it started, of course, the first time Donald Trump spoke. And in that address, he spoke about the possibility of regime change. Have a listen to this.
When we are finished, take over your government. It will be yours to take. This will be probably your only chance for generations.
The president just wants to make it clear to the Iranians and to the world that he is not going to rest until he accomplishes that all-important objective of ensuring that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, not just for the next few years, not just because we obliterated Fordow or some other enrichment facility, but because the Iranians themselves commit long-term to not building a nuclear weapon.
An Iranian regime armed with long-range missiles and nuclear weapons would be an intolerable threat to the Middle East, but also to the American people. Our country itself would be under threat, and it was very nearly under threat.
The president made the very wise decision. We knew that there was going to be an Israeli action. We knew that that would precipitate an attack against American forces. And we knew that if we didn't preemptively go after them before they launched those attacks, we would suffer higher casualties and perhaps even higher those killed. And then we would all be here answering questions about why we knew that and didn't act.
So, Sumi, let me bring you back in. So the explanations have really bounced around, and I suppose that makes answering that question that was posed so difficult, because the war lasts as long as securing the objectives. But what is the objective?
Indeed, that is precisely the question that's being asked here, Matthew, specifically from critics of President Trump. You know, we've heard President Trump say that the war could last from 4 to 5 weeks. But, of course, this is a president who has in the past set a time frame and blown through it, or even ignored a time frame. So it's hard to say whether that 4 to 5 weeks can be taken really as a real time frame for which this war would last. But we heard the defense secretary there, Pete Hegseth, and also Secretary of State Rubio saying until the objectives are achieved. And I think in the coming days, we're going to see real questions asked, specifically in Congress, as we know that Congress will be briefed today on this ongoing operation, of what the objectives are and when the administration will deem that those objectives have been reached. Now, remember, they have said that the ballistic missile program and the launchers for those ballistic missiles have to be completely obliterated and in order for those objectives to be reached, so that Iran can no longer pose a threat to the U.S. and its allies and partners in the region. But as we've seen, Iran continues to strike back. We don't have a clear picture on how long Iran will be able to sustain that retaliation. And because of that, we heard the prospect of boots on the ground yesterday raised, and questions to both the defense secretary and the president. And they both didn't take it completely off the table, saying, well, everything is always on the table. But certainly, if the war continues to drag on, that is going to be an even sharper question to the president. How much more will the U.S. be involved? And will the U.S. have to commit more than it has to this point, which is a vast array of air power?
Lisa, let me bring you in, because, again, the length of this war depends also on Iran's military strategy. Take us through your thinking on what you're actually seeing, because it's been suggested that it is a very change of strategy, say, to the 12-day war, a chaos theory.
It's what we call a very asymmetric war. Iran's security clerical authorities knew they could never win up against the mightiest army in the world, backed by Israel's not just military but intelligence assets. For them, the objective is to survive, and to survive in one place, no matter what the differences are. And there are differences among within the hardline security forces, within the ruling clerics. But there's one thing they agree on, and that is the survival of the Islamic Republic of Iran. That is the main objective now. And when I was in Tehran and asked the Deputy Foreign Minister, Majid Takhravanchi, will you see, if there is a war, will you see it as existential? And he said, yes, if we see it as existential, it'll be a different war. And I said, what does you mean? He said, I don't want to get into it because it will be so dangerous. And what he didn't want to say was, yes, we are going to attack the very countries who had been working around the clock to try to avert the war. And now they have hit 9 countries. Iran is trying to increase the cost of this war so that Arab states who have the ear of President Trump say, stop it, bring this to a stop. Will President Trump listen? He seems to be listening to Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel. And as Sumi said, President Trump seems to even change day by day, from one day to the next, what he thinks this is all about. For Prime Minister Netanyahu, there is no ambiguity. This is about regime change. And this is what the kind of targeting that Parham talked about. The last thing I would say, as of yesterday, and a lot has happened in 24 hours, the White House said 49 of the most senior officials have already been killed, and President Trump has said some of them were supposed to succeed the Supreme Leader.
Well, Payam, let me bring you in on exactly that point, because Jonathan Karl, the journalist, was talking to Donald Trump, but exactly that point he was making, that Donald Trump said to him that they had identified the US possible candidates to take over in Iran, but many of those had been killed in the initial strikes. I mean, that is so baffling in terms of strategy, in terms of what the US was perhaps planning over the days and weeks.
Exactly.
And Parham, the fact that he knows who they are, because Iranians don't know who they are.
Were they going to adopt a Venezuelan style and find somebody in? And that would disappoint and dismay many Iranians in the opposition, because that's not what they want. They've been chanting on the streets that they are sick and tired of both the reformists and the hardliners, and they want to have a different establishment. So, but the rumors have been around not only for years, but for decades, that Ayatollah Khamenei's son, one of the four sons, Mojtaba, is going to replace him after all. Now, is he alive or dead? Mehr News Agency just said that, an hour ago, said that he's alive and safe and sound. But his wife was killed along with Ayatollah Khamenei on the first second of the war. And so will he going to take power? We don't know that. But one of the senior clerics said it a year or two ago that they already know who the next leader is. They just do not release the name because they're afraid that the Israelis would assassinate him. But if there is a person from inside the country, and it's not, because nowadays we know that Iranian protesters have been on the street, and not all of them obviously, but many of them have been calling for Reza Pahlavi, the son of the late Shah, to come back from the exile and to replace this regime. But will that be possible without boots underground? How are you going to guarantee his safety in the country?
Really briefly, in terms of protests, are there any signs over these days of any sort of protests on the street? Because now it is being seen as the sort of dissent that we've met with, working with an enemy, which of course would be a death sentence.
Exactly. So, I mean, I know that even during the 12-day war, Benjamin Netanyahu asked Iranians to take to the streets, but it did not happen. So there were protests right before that. After the deadly crackdown of the protests, university students started protesting. Then the 40th day anniversary of the deadly crackdown, because Shiites commemorate that day. So people were going to the graves and chanting death to the dictator. So the protests were continuing, but they stopped after the war started. Are they going to take to the streets again? We don't know that. But just the final point, they are saying Iranian people should take the power, but take the power from where? Because even the police stations are being bombed. So all those places of power are being bombed. How do you expect Iranians to take power, to hold power, when those places are getting bombed on a daily basis?
Straight back to Washington and the White House and Sumi. And we were talking earlier about the Trump administration. You were talking about Congress. Where is public opinion in all of this? Has any early polling been done?
It's a mixed picture, Matthew, and of course the polling is all at a very early stages. There was one poll conducted, I believe, on Sunday, a Reuters Ipsos poll that indicated that only 1 in 4 Americans supported President Trump's operation in Iran. Of course, with the caveat that it is a very limited poll, and again, very soon after this operation began. If you look at some of the commentary that we've seen more broadly, there is a bit of a split within President Trump's MAGA base. There are those who, of course, support the president and say he is taking the necessary action that no other president did to secure the U.S. for generations, as the president himself has said. But there are others among his MAGA base who have said this is a president who ran on no more foreign wars, no more U.S. involvement in wars abroad, no more regime change. And this is not what the president planned. And I think what is going to be key for public opinion here is just how long this war lasts, just how long the U.S. is involved. If this continues to stretch on and we start to see more service members killed, of course, until now, 6 service members killed, 18 wounded, that public opinion could start to shift. But it is, at this point, very early days, Matthew, and so we're going to have to continue to monitor those early polls and see if the mood is shifting.
Yes, and of course, exactly as Simon was saying, there's the economic squeeze when all of these consequences directly affect ordinary people in America too, just like here. Simon, let me bring you back in, because a lot of searches around where is safe to travel, Turkey, Egypt, Cyprus, and when flights may resume to Dubai and to Qatar.
So on where it's safe to fly, the Foreign Office here in the UK has said most Gulf states, essential travel only. That's Bahrain, Qatar, Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Lebanon, etc., saying don't travel there unless you absolutely have to. Egypt, slightly different. Bits of Egypt, OK. Check more with more detail. Cyprus, the UK is saying at the moment is safe. As for when flights will resume to Dubai and Qatar, the answer is that we just do not know. At the moment, flights are not travelling from Western Europe into Dubai, Qatar, and we've got no real steer on when they will reopen. Obviously, it will completely depend on the intensity of the hostilities. And as we're hearing from Marco Rubio, the heaviest bombardment hasn't even started yet. So I wouldn't hold my breath on waiting for those air routes to reopen.
Absolutely. Lise, when it comes to any off-ramp negotiations, Donald Trump saying today it's too late for talks, the Iranians also ruling that out. Where do you think we are? Is there a lot more to go before we ever get back to talking about talks?
I think now that they're in, they're going to go all in. They're going after the ballistic missiles. They're going after the leadership structures. They're going after the bases of the Basiji, the volunteer militia, the elite Revolutionary Guard Corps. I can't imagine Prime Minister Netanyahu will want to keep President Trump to hold its nerve, even as the voices of concern rise. What we don't know is just how strongly the voices of his really crucial Arab allies like Qatar, like Saudi Arabia, are saying to him about the course of this war. They're accusing Iran of being reckless. Do they think, well, maybe we'd be better off with a different kind of leadership in Iran? But there's always a moment in war, an unpredictable moment, where you think, that's it. Yes. So the outcry is, although having said that, we waited and waited for that moment in the Gaza war, and it never came.
You're absolutely right. From the Iranian perspective, of course, one of the theories is that they looked at the 12-day war where they paused, and actually that was a strategic mistake. That was seen, they thought, in Washington as a sign of weakness, and they have ripped up that strategy, and they're not going back there again. Hence, what you were saying, an entirely different strategy this time around.
Well, because President Trump was quite clear, the United States only struck 3 major nuclear sites last time, and he promptly said they were obliterated, which, of course, how do you square the circle when he's going after the nuclear program that he said was already obliterated? It was very, and right after that, you'll remember, he said to Prime Minister Netanyahu, it's over, stop. This was the president still saying, I want to be the president who's remembered as being the president of peace. Now I think he wants to be remembered not as the president, but as the commander-in-chief who shaped a new Middle East. But right now, we don't know what the shape. The Middle East right now is being upended.
Param, I was reading a piece by Frank Gardner, our security correspondent, who said this has escalated faster than most people had predicted, but he thought that the conflict still had the capacity to get a lot worse in the coming days and weeks.
That's correct, because what happens is that many people thought that this regime would crumble and collapse after the leadership is taken out. But it has not happened. So what Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said was that the military commanders and the military, they are working in a mosaic style kind of way. So some of them are not even in touch with one another. So they have received the instructions before the war began, and they're acting independently. They know where they have to target, so they're shooting missiles at different directions. And we have to remember, this is an existential threat for them. They know that if they do not resist, this can be the beginning of the end. But what happens is that if the Revolutionary Guard is going to collapse all the way and lay the arm as Donald Trump wanted them, or they're going to turn into a kind of insurgency group and start acting, and then the United States has to, send boots on the ground, and then we're going to have another one of those long wars.
Of course, they're also battling with the use of drones in this particular war. Sumi, let me bring you back in, because the Washington Post reported that the mood in the Pentagon is intense and paranoid, worried about the fighting lasting weeks, which then puts stress on the limited air defence stockpiles, which are so vital with actually taking down so many of these drones, let alone the missiles.
Yeah, that's right. And that's something actually that the president addressed on Truth Social when he said that our stockpiles are in good shape. But he blamed the former president, Joe Biden, for giving so much of the U.S. weaponry to Ukraine, in his words, for free. But indeed, no one is at this point really sure how long this conflict will last from the U.S. perspective. And we are seeing the Pentagon say that they're continuing to surge more forces to the region, more resources to the region. How long that will be sustained is unclear, but certainly the president and the defense secretary have been clear that until those objectives are reached, they will be full out involved in this operation. And that will involve, of course, as many resources as the U.S. needs to put towards it. But, of course, that will also mean that the U.S. will have to take up far more defensive positions as Iran continues to retaliate as well. So that is something that's going to be watched closely in the Pentagon.
Sumi, with the latest there from the White House. Thanks very much. Thanks to Simon Jack, our business editor, and thanks here in the studio to Param Gowadi and Lise Doucette, who've joined me over the next 30 minutes to answer so many of those questions. Do stay with BBC News. This is a very fluid story, the latest on the website.
You're watching BBC News Live as we continue our coverage of the US-Israeli war with Iran. As day 4 of this conflict begins to draw to a close across the Middle East, it shows little sign of letting up and, in fact, appears to be escalating. We can show you these live pictures across the Middle East as the sun is setting there. Lots happening to bring you up to date on. Firstly, let's take a look at Beirut, the capital of Lebanon. Israel has continued to launch strikes across what it calls military targets here in Lebanon and Beirut, as well as Iran. In Lebanon, the Israeli military has said that they have been targeting the Shia group Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah, which has been in itself firing rockets and drones into Israeli cities, the northern city of Haifa. The group said it wanted to avenge the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei. Israel's military said it has struck several targets in the capital city of Beirut to target Hezbollah's officials and financial infrastructure. Now moving on elsewhere as well, Tehran, the Israeli military has been firing rockets across to Tehran as well, continuing to strike the Iranian regime's leadership compound. In a statement earlier on Telegram, the IDF said numerous munitions were dropped on the presidential office and the Supreme National Security Council. It adds that a military training institution and additional key regime infrastructure has also been hit. It's as we're hearing that the total death toll in Iran since Saturday, which was when this conflict began, has now risen to at least 787 people. That's according to Iran's Red Crescent Society, which is Iran's main humanitarian organisation and one that is an active member of the International Red Cross and the Red Crescent movement. We've also been hearing from the latest from the US. The United States Embassy in Saudi Arabia is warning of imminent missile and drone attacks over Tehran, where its US consulate has been located. It's warned its citizens there, urging them to shelter in place. A similar message and one to leave if possible. Another message that the US government has sent to its citizens across the Middle East. And a warning has come from President Trump, who has posted recently on his social media platform, Truth Social. He, speaking of the Iranian regime, said that the air defense, air force, navy and leadership is gone. He added, "They want to talk. I said, too late." Now, in response, the Iranian ambassador to the United Nations in Geneva, Ali Bahraini, has cast doubt on on any negotiations with the United States. For the time being, he says, "We are very doubtful about the usefulness of any negotiations." That's what he told reporters in Geneva earlier today. That was according to the Reuters news agency. And that follows US President Trump's Truth Social post, where he said Iran and its regime wanted to talk. he said it was too late to talk. As I say, you're watching BBC News Live as we continue to bring you this coverage from across the world and the Middle East on the US-Israeli war with Iran. Day 4 drawing to a close on this conflict.
Live from Jordan, I'm Anna Foster.
And I'm Sumi Samaskanda, live from the White House. This is BBC News.
Israel attacks Tehran and Beirut as the conflict across the Middle East escalates. Iran's capital sees a new wave of strikes, including Mehrabad Airport. The Iranian Red Crescent says 787 people have been killed in the country since Saturday. Meanwhile, Iran continues to retaliate as explosions are heard across the region.
President Trump says it's too late for talks. His Secretary of State in Washington says the White House will intensify its attacks.
The hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now.
The UK government considers sending naval support to the Mediterranean to counter the Iranian drone threats. Travel uncertainty in the Gulf. Western governments work to offer evacuation flights for their nationals. We are live across the Middle East and we'll bring you the very latest this hour from across the region. Hello, you're watching BBC News. I'm Anna Foster. You join me live in the Jordanian capital, Amman. And in the escalating war with Iran, Israel has launched fresh strikes on Tehran and on the Lebanese capital, Beirut. Israel has also sent ground troops into Lebanon to seize what it calls strategic areas, it says, to prevent attacks being launched at border communities.
But Iran is continuing to strike back by targeting a number of Gulf states across the region, including Bahrain and Qatar. And drones have struck the U.S. embassy in Saudi Arabia as well. President Trump saying today that Tehran wanted to talk, but it was, quote, too late.
The Iranian Red Crescent says 787 people have been killed in the country. In a moment, we'll hear from our correspondents in Beirut and in Tel Aviv. But first, Alison Freeman has the latest.
The strikes on Iran continue on what is now the fourth day of action by the US and Israel. The Iranian Red Crescent says the death toll there has reached almost 800. And as shown by these pictures released by the IDF, the offensive by the Israelis has also stepped up in Beirut to tackle the Iran-backed Hezbollah. This morning, the Israeli government announced it was sending troops in to take strategic areas. Iran has been striking back. This footage showing what appears to be Iranian missiles in the sky above Doha being intercepted. The streets of Riyadh are quieter due to the threat. Saudi Arabia's Ministry of Defense confirming that the US embassy there was attacked by 2 Iranian drones. And in Erbil, in northern Iraq, home to a US airbase, this footage from social media shows where a fragment of what's thought to be a drone tore through the roof of a residential building, landing in a family's apartment. The Americans say they're working through a list of military targets, filming their destruction of a missile launcher. And this satellite image shows an Iranian naval vessel on fire inside the sea wall in the port of Bandar Abbas. The US says there is still more action planned.
I'm not going to give away the details of our tactical efforts, but the hardest hits are yet to come from the U.S. military. The next phase will be even more punishing on Iran than it is right now. Someone was screaming, how long will it take? I don't know how long it'll take. We have objectives. We will do this as long as it takes to achieve those objectives, and we will achieve those objectives. The world will be a safer place when we're done with this operation.
Oil and gas prices have surged as Iran's retaliation across the Middle East continues. Ras Tanura, the Saudis' biggest oil refinery, was hit and forced to close. Around a fifth of the world's oil and gas pass through here, one of the world's most important shipping routes, the Strait of Hormuz. But an Iranian official has now warned that any ship who tries to pass through will be set on fire. The Iranians argue their retaliation is measured.
We target only the military objectives of the hostile forces. We don't target civilians. We don't target the interests of neighboring states. Under international law, every state has a duty not to allow its territory to be used for acts of aggression against another state.
There's also been a warning of an ongoing security threat at the UK's RAF base at Kritiri in Cyprus after 2 drones were intercepted there on Monday. The conflict is coming at a cost to the Israelis too. People gathered in Jerusalem to mourn the deaths of 3 teenagers, but the Israeli government says it has no choice.
After we hit their nuclear sites and their ballistic missiles program, you'd think they learned a lesson. But they didn't, because they're unreformable. They're totally fanatic about this, about the goal of destroying America.
And the US government remains resolute about its continuing military action.
There's just no way that Donald Trump is going to allow this country to get into a multi-year conflict with no clear end in sight and no clear objective.
For now, though, the conflict continues with no sign of a ceasefire. Alison Freeman, BBC News.
Well, just in the last hour, an Iranian general has threatened to strike, in his words, all economic centres in the Middle East if the US-Israeli attacks on Iran persist. And that is how we see this conflict spiralling and countries right across this region being drawn in. Well, let's head to Lebanon, where Red Davis is monitoring events for us in Beirut and gave me the latest.
I think any hope on the ground here that this may be a very temporary break of that ceasefire has been dashed both by what the Israeli government says it now intends to do against Hezbollah in Lebanon, and also the realities on the ground. Overnight last night and again today there have been numerous airstrikes, particularly in the southern parts of Beirut, an area known as Dahia, a Hezbollah stronghold. Israel says it's not only targeting senior Hezbollah figures but also institutions, particularly financial institutions linked to Hezbollah, which Israel says the militant group, the Shia militant group, is using to finance terror operations and has been doing that for many years. Israel does seem to be determined to crush and defeat Hezbollah once and for all, perhaps not trusting the Lebanese government to uphold its part of the ceasefire deal and disarm Hezbollah. Of course, most people here in Lebanon are very angry that Hezbollah decided to retaliate for those attacks on Iran in the way it did by continuing to fire rockets and missiles into Israel. And the 2 other things that are happening now as a consequence of this continued action is that about 30,000 people have been internally displaced since the start of the attacks here 3 days ago. And of course the Lebanese government is anticipating that the Israelis will start an incursion into southern Lebanon in the coming hours and days to try and stop those Hezbollah attacks against northern Israel. So a lot going on, but I think no sense here that this is a temporary measure. A lot of people here expect this fighting and these airstrikes to last for quite a few days.
That is Wira Davis in Beirut. Well, our Middle East correspondent Hugo Beshega is in Tel Aviv, and he told me about the situation on the ground there.
It's been a relatively quieter day today. We have heard the air raid alerts multiple times across the country, but there haven't been reports of major injuries or significant damage caused by those missiles that have been fired by Iran. Now, on the other hand, Israel has continued to attack Iran, and in the last hour there have been reports that one of the targets hit in Tehran was the building of the Assembly of Experts, which is the group of clerics that will select the new supreme leader. So we're still trying to waiting for more details about what exactly happened there. And we see that Iran has continued to respond. And earlier today, an Iranian drone hit the American embassy in Saudi Arabia. And obviously, Americans have been urged to leave this region, to essentially leave the Middle East, even though there's a lot of travel disruption because lots of airports remain closed. The airspace of a number of of countries also closed because of these attacks. And we haven't heard from President Trump, from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, a clear plan, a clear, clear objectives for this conflict. We've heard from President Trump yesterday, who said that this conflict could last 4-5 weeks. The indications from Israeli officials is that this could be a prolonged conflict. They've been talking about regime change in Iran, and we're not seeing any kind of off-ramp in this conflict, any kind of opportunity to see a de-escalation in this conflict.
That is Hugo Beshega in Tel Aviv. Well, de-escalation is certainly what people are hoping for, but we've seen in Tehran in the last few hours a new wave of attacks. And where I am in the Jordanian capital, Amman, just over my shoulder is the US Embassy. Now, last night that was temporarily evacuated because of a drone threat from Iran. In Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia, there was actually a drone which hit the US Embassy there. It caused minor damage, but it really shows how particularly Gulf countries are now being drawn into this. The theory is that Iran is trying to put pressure on them, who will then put pressure on the US to try and bring this military operation to a close. But what is happening at the moment is that this war is only growing and spiralling, and people are hoping that there is some sort of diplomatic solution to this. We know that Friedrich Merz, the German Chancellor, is going to be meeting President Trump in the White House very soon. We know that conversations are happening across international capitals. It is a fast-moving, fast-developing story, and we're following every moment of it for you around the world and across the UK. This is BBC News. The latest from right across the Middle East region. Let's head to the Turkey-Iran border, the Kapikoy crossing. Our correspondent James Waterhouse is there. James, people entering Iran, people leaving. What are they saying to you?
It's a real mixture, Anna. Of course, as you know, borders are symbolised by those coming and going in times of war. It is the people, as ever, who suffer. We've come across Iranians leaving what they describe as terrifying bombardments from cities like Tehran. They've made either a long drive or a train ride north for safety. They were told by the authorities, they say, before the start of this operation that things were safe, it wouldn't happen. So they talked about their shock. We met another man who moved back to Iran for the protests we saw in the new year against the regime. He described in vivid detail seeing dozens of his friends killed, and he said, look, of course we know the risks of demonstrating, but if it means a change in government, we're willing to risk our lives. But he was sceptical as to whether the fashion in which Israel and the US are trying to topple the leadership, he was sceptical as to whether that was the right way to go. And as you say, we also met Iranians going the other way. One man visiting his family members out of concern. He was worried about their safety. And he found it hypocritical of the Trump administration, he said, to criticise the Iranian government in this way. And not least with the military intervention we have seen. So it really is a mixed bag. It's been a trickle in both directions and really quite testing conditions. This is an extremely mountainous, snowy area at this time of year. But from what we understand, in contrary to previous reports, there aren't restrictions on Iranians leaving. They can leave with their passport. But of course, the fundamental question is where they go after that. But it is not as simple. That is the picture you get here of either being anti-regime and pro-US or Israel. There are many who aren't fans of the government here but take real issue with the extraordinary aerial bombardments we are seeing across Iran, and the hope is that it really is about regime change. But at the moment, the more the language shifts to taking out Iranian nuclear capabilities and rocket launch systems, I think the fear here is it becomes less about the people at the heart of it.
James Waterhouse on the Turkey-Iran border. Thank you for joining us. We'll bring you some news now. We've heard the UK Ministry of Defence has been looking at what it can send to the region, particularly around Cyprus and around RAF Akrotiri, the British base there. Now, we've just been told that the UK is planning to send helicopters with counter-drone capabilities to the region. Also, HMS Dragon is to be deployed as well to the region. Again, the suggestion earlier today was that that was going to happen to protect British military interests. There's been a lot of focus on RAF Akrotiri, that base on Cyprus, that base that was the target of an Iranian drone attack not long after the UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer confirmed that the UK would allow its bases in the UK and on Diego Garcia to be used by US planes to launch attacks on Iran. And shortly after, we saw that drone attack on RAF Akrotiri. Well, just to confirm that breaking news that has just been confirmed in the last few moments, the UK will send helicopters with counter-drone capabilities to the Middle East. HMS Dragon will be deployed to the region. Sir Keir Starmer saying that the UK is fully committed to the security of Cyprus and of the British military personnel based there. Well, that is the very latest news. Looking to the US, Donald Trump and Marco Rubio have indicated that Operation Epic Fury, as the US have called it, could become even more intense. So that breaking news we were just reflecting on certainly suggests that as well. Sumi Somaskanda is outside the White House. Sumi, you've been talking a lot over the last few days, really trying to analyse the messaging that is coming from the very top of the US administration. Is it any clearer what they really want to achieve in practical terms in Iran?
Not necessarily, Anna. Certainly the administration says that they've been very clear in what their objectives are and what their justification has been for the U.S. attacking Iran, together with Israel, of course. But what we have heard is an array of explanations that together don't yet give us a clear picture of what that objective is. Now, the president has said that it was Iran's ballistic missile program, its ability to develop a nuclear weapon, and its ability to strike at U.S. interests and assets in the region. We heard that from the defense secretary as well. We heard from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, that it was tied to Israel launching an attack on Iran. And then in looking at reprisals on U.S. assets in the region, that was why they needed to strike Iran preemptively to ensure that there wouldn't be more casualties. And I just want to bring everyone up to date as we're here at the White House. The Chancellor, German Chancellor, is now in the White House, we understand. He's just arrived at a side entrance past us. He didn't arrive in the main driveway behind us, but has now entered in a side entrance. So we are expecting the possibility that President Trump might be taking some questions from the media and also the German Chancellor as well. And this, of course, as you've been mentioning, Anna, the UK has been talking about its interest in the region. Germany has talked about defensive position in the region. And these will be questions that he will have to answer as well from President Trump. But let's talk about Europe's role and NATO allies' role in this with Kay Bailey Hutchinson. She's a former U.S. ambassador to NATO, and she's joining us down the line. Ambassador, very good to see you, as always. What do you make of what Europe has said to this point about its involvement in supporting the U.S., and what do you think President Trump is going to expect?
I think the Europeans, certainly starting with the NATO Secretary General Rutte, said that they totally understand the need to do this. They have been very supportive in sharing much information. I think now you're seeing that more assets from Europeans are being moved into the area for support of their own people, because all of us have citizens that are in those regions that are now being displaced. And so I think they're coming around. It was a shock, of course. It was a shock to everyone this weekend. But I think they're coming around and seeing that it is in all of our interests to see this through and hopefully have a better result, both with the negotiations on nuclear and also longer range missiles, and as well as the very important part of the people of Iran.
Ambassador, do you think a better result, as you called it, can be expected? At this point, we understand no negotiations are taking place, and Iran is, of course, retaliating across the region.
Well, I think Iran is retaliating in the very most inappropriate way. I think they're making now all of their neighbors also their adversaries. And I think it is a time when, yes, we can see something better. Iran is going to have to come back to the negotiating table. And what the reason for doing all of this is because they wouldn't agree to anything, not to do any more of the nuclear testing, the uranium. The long-range missiles were being built and the launchers. And furthermore, they were saying that they were going to be in this fight and had no intention of treating their people better, but also making the agreement with all of us who would be in a missile range with their apparatus that they were building. They had no interest in anything that would allow inspectors in to see what they were doing.
Okay, Ambassador, great to get your analysis, as always, on the story. Thank you so much for joining us. And let's bring in Jonathan Beale, our defense correspondent. He's in our studio in London. Jonathan, great to speak with you. Give us your thoughts on this latest news on the UK deployment to the region.
Yeah, to be honest, I think a lot of people will be scratching their heads and ask why this didn't happen sooner. But we now know from the Prime Minister, who's sent out a post on social media saying that HMS Dragon, which is a Type 45 destroyer, an air defence destroyer, will be sent to the region. In that message, Sir Keir Starmer also makes clear that this is reassurance for Cyprus. Now, this British military base in Cyprus, RAF Akrotiri, does ruffle feathers in Cyprus. I know when I've covered campaigns that the RAF have carried out against ISIS, launching strikes from there, there was some unease in Cyprus, that Cyprus could become a target. We've heard similar things about that now with this US-led operation against Iran, and Prime Minister Keir Starmer saying that the US can use British military bases for defensive purposes, in other words, targeting Iran's weapons and its production. But I think that the logic here is that HMS Dragon, it's a ship I've been on. I was on board during its operations in the Red Sea when it was there to protect shipping against the Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen who were firing missiles and drones. It took down a ballistic missile. It took down a number of drones. So this is a ship whose crew have experience of dealing with the threats that they may face, and that certainly we've seen a drone going into the runway at RAF Akrotiri in the last few days. So they are people who will be experienced in dealing with this threat, and I think it certainly gives reassurance, or I think the Prime Minister hopes it will give reassurance to the people of Cyprus as well.
Okay, Jonathan, thank you very much for that assessment. Really interesting there, as we heard that breaking news at this hour on the UK deployment, again, in defensive capacity. I just want to remind our viewers, we are, of course, waiting for President Trump. We understand he is going to be speaking to press shortly. The German Chancellor is here for talks with the president, and we could be seeing them any moment now. So just a note to our viewers, we might be listening into that. But let's bring in U.S. Ambassador David Satterfield, who recently served as a special envoy for Middle East humanitarian issues under Joe Biden. Ambassador, it's always good to see you. If you look at what President Trump has described as the scope and the objective for this conflict and the U.S.'s involvement in it, do you think that it adds up with a legitimate threat, an immediate threat to the U.S.?
With respect to the Iranian ballistic missile program and the nuclear enrichment program, absolutely it does. They are enduring threats. The capacity of Iran to challenge its neighbors, threaten the peace of the region, is demonstrated. It's not a theoretical proposition. And to the extent that military action, the action underway, is significantly mitigating those two threats, nuclear enrichment and the ballistic missile program, those are achievable goals. The goal of regime change is a much more difficult one to achieve. As Prime Minister Starmer has said, there are very few instances, if any, in history of a standoff offensive which produces enduring regime change. And I think that is likely to be in the case of Iran as well. But let's look at what Iran is doing now. They've adopted a strategy of expanding the price, the pain of this campaign to the Gulf states, as well as to the global consuming community for gas and oil. The tactic being adopted here is to gamble, if you are Tehran, that the ability of Israel, the U.S., and other partners to materially diminish the ability of Iran to threaten, not through missiles, but through drones, will outweigh in terms of time or outpace in terms of time Iran's ability to constrain through pressure on the Gulf and indirectly pressure on the U.S. economically to come to a close.
So does that mean, Ambassador, that the president's time frame that he's laid out so far, he said 4 to 5 weeks, that could be, in a way, a miscalculation if Iran is able, not only through its ballistic missile program, but also through drones, to continue to retaliate?
I can't comment on the origins of the president's 4 to 5 week declaration. We've heard many things from many different administration spokespersons. I'm looking at the practical consequences. It is not going to be acceptable for a 3, 4, 5 week period of suspension of all movements of gas and oil out of the Gulf. And not acceptable for Europe, not acceptable for South and Southeast Asia, or the rest of the consuming world. The U.S. is in a bit of a very different situation here, of course, because of our own production levels. So I suspect pressures will begin to build to find off-ramps. And there are 2 such off-ramps: devastation, further devastation of the nuclear enrichment program and of the ballistic missile program. Regime change, I think, is likely to remain outside the ability to effect through this present campaign. Could we be surprised, all of we in the analytical community? Of course, we have to be modest. But even the effect on the enrichment program and the missile program is a significant reduction in Iran's capacity to threaten its neighbors. It is not a bad thing.
Okay, Ambassador Satterfield, always great to speak with you. Thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you.
And just to give you all a sense to our viewers, we know that President Trump is in the White House at the moment with the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz, who is visiting. Again, this was a visit that was planned before President Trump launched the U.S.'s operation against Iran. But we are expecting that, of course, to be a topic that will be discussed. We might see some questions from the press, perhaps to both leaders. So we're going to continue to monitor any images coming out of the White House. And, of course, continue our coverage across the region with my colleague Anna Foster as well. So do stay with us here on BBC News for our live continuing coverage.
You're watching BBC News Live as we continue our coverage of the US-Israeli war with Iran. A conflict whose 4th day is now starting to draw to a close in the Middle East. Now, coming up in the next 30 minutes, we are expecting to hear from the US President, Donald Trump. He's due to be speaking at the White House alongside the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, who has been on an official visit for talks with the president. Now, Friedrich Merz is the first European leader to meet with Donald Trump since the United States and Israel launched their offensive against Iran over the weekend. He's offered some qualified support to the US and Israel without offering military backing. The meeting comes amid tensions between the US and its European allies, including over Mr. Trump's approaches towards Russia, Ukraine conflict, tariffs and Greenland. Now you're watching BBC News Live as we continue our coverage of this US-Israeli conflict with Iran. We are waiting for a press conference between President Donald Trump of the US and the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz at the White House, where they have been holding talks where the topic of Iran has been dominating, we hear. Here's the scene across the Middle East as we bring you these live pictures as the sun goes down on what is the fourth day of this conflict. A reminder of some further breaking news that we've had in the last half hour, and the Prime Minister of the UK, Sir Keir Starmer, has posted an update regarding Cyprus, where the RAF base at Kutiri has been targeted in the past 24 hours by Iranian drones. Sir Keir Starmer says the UK is fully committed to the security of Cyprus and British military personnel based there. He says we're continuing our defensive operations and that he had just spoken to the president of Cyprus to let him know that the UK is sending helicopters with counter-drone capabilities and HMS Dragon is to be deployed to the region. He ends with saying we will always act in the interests of the UK and of our allies. His statement ends there. It follows the speculation earlier today that a Royal Navy warship, that was HMS Duncan, could be sent to the Mediterranean to bolster security in Cyprus. We heard also earlier from the Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, in the last few hours. We've been hearing, she was telling the House of Commons that the government is to charter a flight that will leave in the coming days out of Muscat in Oman. She said that 130,000 British nationals have so far signed up to the Register Your Presence programme in the Middle East, that it's monitoring to see the number of British nationals that might need to be evacuated if necessary. The government says it's also working with airlines on increasing capacity out of Muscat for British nationals, adding that Britain's must wait to be contacted by the Foreign Office regarding these options. A reminder again that if you are based in the Middle East, you can register with the Foreign Office on the Register Your Presence programme for assistance. As I say, you're watching BBC News Live as we show you these live pictures across the Middle East as we see smoke rising from Beirut, where the Israeli military has conducting a further strikes against the militant group Hezbollah. You're watching BBC News Live.
Taking stock, nervous investors send stock markets lower. In the US, the Dow is down more than 1,000 points. Gas prices are soaring as attacks on production hubs halt supply. We will assess the wider impact. And going nowhere as regional travel remains paralysed by the conflict. Its knock-on effects are being felt right around the world. Welcome, this is Business Today. I'm Ben Thompson, and it has been another day of nervousness for international markets as investors weigh up the implications of soaring energy prices and disruptions to global supply chains. In the United States, the Dow Jones dropped more than 1,000 points. That's its biggest one-day fall since President Trump's so-called Liberation Day tariff announcements in April of last year. While the FTSE in London, it's seen its worst day in 11 months. So let's take you live to New York. Samira's watching the markets for us. And Samira, that's the issue, isn't it? A lot of nervous investors right now trying to work out what the implications of all this could be for things like business, the amount of money in our pockets, and crucially, things like interest rates as well.
Absolutely. And it's incredible to look at the way markets are reacting today. We saw that at one point the Dow had dropped by 1,200 points. It's a real difference than what we saw yesterday. We saw an initial drop on financial markets. Remember, the first trading day since the war started, really. And then you saw that actually markets by the end of trading day had recovered. Fast forward to today, and the scene is much, much different. A lot more nervousness amongst investors, a lot more concerns about just how long this war is going to go on and what kind of an impact it will have on the global economy.
Yeah, and Samira, the real concern, though, for investors is just how long this goes on, what it could mean for the amount of money in our pockets, and what that response from global leaders will be. Because you might say, just as they thought the worst of the crisis was over in terms of the cost of living, about inflation, here we are once again, something that could totally derail those numbers.
Absolutely. And I think a lot of it, as you rightly pointed out, is going to depend on how long this is going to last. And for investors, if they were looking for some kind of clarity from the White House, well, they haven't really been able to get any in terms of just what the long-term plan is and what exactly the and how long this war will last. And of course, what's really driving so many of these of investors is really it has to do with the price of oil, and that has absolutely skyrocketed. And there are concerns about whether or not we can see crude now jumping to $100 a barrel. At the last time I checked, it was at about $87 a barrel. And the concern, of course, is that crucial body of water through which about 20% of the world's oil goes through. That is the Strait of Hormuz. Well, we know that Iran has already said that it will strike any vessels that try to use that waterway to transport any oil. And of the oil and energy that comes from that area is just so crucial to so many Asian countries and European countries as well.
Samira, really good to talk to you. Thank you. Samira Senna, I know you're going to keep a close eye on those numbers for us on what has been another dreadful day on the markets. So that's what the stock markets and investors make of it all. But the widening conflict already having a big knock-on effect on commodity prices. Oil up nearly 18% in a week. The price of natural gas, that's increased by a staggering 93% since the conflict began. That's at its highest level since early 2022. Now, Qatar halted production of liquefied natural gas, or LNG, after strikes by Iran in the area. Now, Qatar is responsible for around 20% of global production. Let's talk to Pat Breen, who's Chief Executive of Gas Strategies. And Pat, that's a real concern, isn't it? Qatar, a really big player in the LNG market. And whilst the rest of the world may be trying to wean itself off supply from the Middle East, it's still really important.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you. I mean, it is now the second major supply interruption that we've had in the gas world in the last 5 years, following, of course, from Russia cutting off pipeline supply just that period ago. So these kind of interruptions in the supply chain have really been unprecedented in the past. And, you know, just like the situation was with Russian supply always having been assured and the confidence that that would continue, we also don't have precedent for this level of interruption in supply from Qatar and supply through the Strait of Hormuz. I think we talk a lot about the Strait of Hormuz and the interruptions and the risk to shipping, but this has backed back into the Qatar energy facilities in a way that we haven't seen before. So we're seeing the plant shut down out of an abundance of caution, no doubt, with the obligations of Qatar Energy to behave as a reasonable and prudent operator. Also, that backing back into wells. That, of course, is necessary to avoid tank tops of LNG if you can't ship the supply out. But all of that, in my view, is really extending the time period and the risks that we're going to have about a return to supply normality, even if we were to see a resolution of matters within days.
Yes, and Pat, that's a real concern. And the element here that does feel unprecedented is that it's not only the distribution of this LNG, but it is also the extraction and the refining that Qatar does. That means that even if distribution comes back online or ships are able to get through, there's a problem with actually the generation of it right now.
I think that's exactly the point. I mean, one of the characteristics of LNG plants around the world is that they are built for constant operation. And similarly, wells are configured, right, not to be interrupted in this way. So we have a real question here as to, and I'm sure, the Qataris are well-experienced operators, but, we don't understand, we don't know what the contingency arrangements they have in place for a return to normality. So it's, as I say, it's easy to say this, but this is unprecedented. And but I do think that the key issue here is that the risk is a prolonged recovery, however short the interruptions in the Strait of Hormuz are.
Yeah, and Pat, we always talk about it when there's any disruption to supply, particularly, of course, we talked about it with Russia and Ukraine. We said that the world is looking for other sources, but we know that takes time. It's not as simple as we may make it out to be. And simply, we don't learn the lessons. Every time there is a disruption, we still go back to the same suppliers, don't we?
Well, the gas is where the gas is. Yeah, and we need gas in large quantities in order to support the development of these very expensive, large capital expenditure projects, which are, in my experience, only second to nuclear in the scale of the capex that's involved in them. But certainly over the last few years, we've seen an increase in the appetite for diversification of supply, not just from the Middle East, but also diversification from over-reliance on the US as well.
Pat, always good to talk to you. Thanks so much. Pat Breen there, Chief Executive of Gas Strategies. I am sure we will speak about this again as we get further details on events there in the Middle East. But let's turn our attention to events closer to home. And here in the UK, Chancellor Rachel Reeves has delivered her spring statement on the economy. The Chancellor announced a forecast of lower growth for the UK, but has insisted that her economic plan is working in what she called an uncertain world. And of course, it's worth remembering that much of the data that was used in the statement today put together before this latest shock to the global economy.
In an increasingly dangerous world, I am proud to be the Chancellor that is delivering the biggest uplift in defence spending since the Cold War. With £650 million committed in January to upgrade our Typhoon fighter jets. A new Royal Navy frigate launched from Rosyth last week. And just yesterday, our £1 billion helicopter deal with Leonardo. I am in no doubt about Britain's ability to navigate the challenges we face. The plan that I have been driving forward since the election is the right one. Stability in our public finances, investment in our infrastructure, including our armed forces, and reform to Britain's economy.
Now, I want to return to our main story, though, because, of course, that ongoing disruption in the Middle East. Reuters just reporting further explosions heard in Abu Dhabi, Dubai and Doha, of course, key centres, not only for business and energy in the region, but also travel and tourism. We know a lot of British citizens are stuck in that region. They've been telling the BBC there's a real lack of information about how they may be able to get home. Now, the Foreign Office currently advising against all but essential travel to that region, one that accounts for about 500,000 passengers using airports in Dubai, Abu Dhabi and Doha, where just now we're being told explosions have been heard in the skies above those cities. Now, they are really important hubs, of course, for passengers travelling not only to that region, but also on to Australia and Asia too. Let's talk to Gloria Guevara, who's President and Chief Executive of the World Travel and Tourism Council. Gloria, good to have you with us, and that advice still stands. And once again, just now, those reports suggesting this really is a moving story, isn't it? How do you respond?
Absolutely. We are monitoring the situation and the impact to travelers. And as you mentioned before, there are 500,000 people that in any given day travel to those international hubs. As we know, the Middle East is connecting the East to the West and the Global South to the North as well. So for us, those hubs are very important, but it's too soon to tell the impact. What I can tell you is that the sector is very resilient, and what we have learned in every single crisis, including COVID, is that we always recover. We just have to monitor And right now, the priority are the travelers that are impacted. And we know that the governments are providing, for instance, free hotel rooms, and they're providing transportation. Some flights were able to depart yesterday morning and also this morning from Dubai to go back to the destinations where they came from. But still, there are a lot of passengers, thousands of them in Dubai and in Doha especially.
Yeah, and Gloria, a lot of passengers in the wrong place, quite clearly, but also crew and aircraft. And therefore, it has a huge global knock-on effect, even for planes that wouldn't necessarily be travelling in that region.
Absolutely. Like, for instance, I'm currently in ITV in Berlin, and this morning I was talking to, as an example, officials from the Maldives. They have 4,000 tourists that they are not able to go back home because they were traveling either to Doha or to Dubai, as an example. So they are trying to reroute these passengers to other destinations. So yes, the domino effect is not only the passengers impacted in Dubai and Doha, but also the passengers that they were connected either on their way home or back from business to those hubs that are very important in the connectivity in the planet.
Gloria, really good to talk to you. Thank you. We'll check in with you again, I'm sure, as we get further details about how the tourism industry responds to this big disruption. But as you said there, an industry that is used to dealing with disruption. So it's good to have you with us there from the World Travel and Tourism Council. Just a reminder of those lines that we're getting through on the Reuters news agency right now. Loud bangs heard in the skies above Doha, Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Key trade hubs, key business hubs, key energy hubs, and also, as we touched on there, travel and tourism as well. Our coverage of all events in the Middle East right now continues here on BBC News. But that is how your business today looks this hour. We'll see you very soon. Bye-bye. Welcome back to BBC News, and straight to breaking news, because as Ben was reporting just a few moments ago, loud explosions being heard in various areas of the Gulf. These are the live pictures from Doha. Loud blasts heard in the last few minutes. The same is also being reported in Dubai and also in Abu Dhabi. So continued tensions and strikes and explosions across such a vast region since the start of the Iran war
And we are also seeing live pictures, just as we're looking at this from the Middle East, live pictures from the White House. So let me take you there, because Chancellor Merz has been meeting with Donald Trump. And I think because the cameras are in and the journalists are in, I don't think we're that far away from hearing from the two leaders. So as soon as there's sound, we will put the microphones up. But let's hear a little of what is happening there in the Oval Office. Well, the President about to speak. I suspect he's waiting perhaps for some of those journalists to take their place.
But
Chancellor Merz, the first European leader to meet the President since the start of the Iran war.
We've known each other for a little while in some very interesting times, and we get along. Our countries get along very well. We have a great affinity for each other. And the Chancellor has been very well received in Germany. He's a very successful man, became the Chancellor of Germany, which is a big deal. And he's doing a very good job, in my opinion, a great job, very popular. And the relationship that we have in trade and everything else has been very strong. We've been able to do our deals, and it's been very strong. We'll obviously be talking a little bit about Iran today, and he's been helping us out. We've been very nice, actually. And that is coming along, as you see, very well. They have no Navy. It's been knocked out. They have no Air Force. It's been knocked out. They have no air detection. That's been knocked out. Their radar has been knocked out. And just about everything's been knocked out. So we'll see how we do. But we're doing very well. We have a great military, and they're doing a fantastic job. So we'll be talking about that. And we're talking about some very big trade deals. And those, I know, will work out, too. So I just want to say it's a great honor to have you at the Oval Office. The beautiful Oval Office, beautiful White House. It's a special place, even from your standpoint. And you have some very special places, too. And I look forward to being with you.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for having me here in this Oval Office for the third time now.
Yeah.
Really happy to have the opportunity to speak with you in these challenging times. We are on the same page in terms of getting this terrible regime in Tehran away, and we will talk about the day after, what will happen then if they are out. We have to talk about our trade agreement, which I would like to be in place as soon as possible. And we have to talk about Ukraine. There are too many bad guys in this world, actually, and this is an issue we have to talk about because we all want to see this war coming to an end as soon as possible. But Ukraine has to preserve its territory and their security interests, and, well, we will talk about that.
Right. We will.
Looking
indeed.
forward to that.
Well, thank you for being here.
Thank you
That's some
for your
interesting.
hospitality. Thank you for letting me spending the night in your guest house.
That's
It's
right.
A very, very
good,
comfortable place.
Hope you liked it, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, great place and a famous place.
That's
yeah?
good. Very
so
famous.
many former presidents.
That's
there.
right.
Yeah.
Very famous place. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, did Israel force your hand to launch these strikes against Iran? Did Netanyahu pull the United States into this war?
No, I might have forced their hand. You see, we were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack. If we didn't do it, they were going to attack first. I felt strongly about that. And we have great negotiators, great people, people that do this very successfully and have done it all their lives very successful. And based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand. But Israel was ready and we were ready, and we've had a very, very powerful impact because virtually everything they have has been knocked out now. Their missile count is going way down. Amazingly, they're hitting countries that were, let's call them neutral, right? They lived together for a long time. I think they were surprised. I was surprised. I think And now those countries are all fighting against them and fighting strongly against them. Someday they'll write a story and they'll say why they did that, but they hit countries that had nothing to do with what's going on. They were sort of leaving everything alone. All of a sudden they had missiles shot in, which shows you the level of evil that we're dealing with. They'll hit people that were actually at least somewhat friendly, and they had no problems with it. Also hitting only civilian places, hotels and apartment buildings, and we're hitting them where it is much more appropriate. We're hitting them very hard. And the big scale hitting goes now. They no longer have air protection. They no longer have any detection facilities at all left. And so they're gonna be in for a lot of hurt. These are bad people. These are people that killed. I guess it's 35,000. It's coming out 35,000 over the last 3 weeks. Protesters, 35,000 violently killed. So these are bad people, and the leader of the pack is gone. And as you know, 49 people were taken out in the first hit, and I guess there was another hit today on the new leadership, and it looks like that was pretty substantial also. So they're getting hit very hard, and we'll see what happens. A lot of people are coming forward. A lot of the people you would least suspect want to quit. They want to have immunity. They're asking for immunity, and probably at some point they'll be dropping, as you would say, laying down their guns. We'll see what happens. In the meantime, we're just continuing to go forward. Our military is the number one in the world by far, and we are. Everything's big in my book. Venezuela was big. This is big. The original hit, Midnight Hammer, was big. Everything you view is big, but it's not considered very big by some standards, by some of our standards. We have a military like no other military that's ever been built.
Yeah, please. Mr. President, what's the worst case scenario that you have planned for in Iran?
Well, I don't know if there's a worst case. We have them very much beaten militarily from the military standpoint. They're still lobbing some missiles. At some point, they won't even be able to do that because we're hitting all of their carriers. We're hitting all of their missile stock. You know, they built up all these missiles over the last few years. They had a lot of them. They've shot a lot of them, and we're knocking out a lot. I guess the worst case would be we do this, and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want that to happen. That would probably be the worst. You go through this, and then in 5 years you realize you put somebody in who was no better. So we'd like to see somebody in there that's going to bring it back for the people. And we'll see what happens with the people. You know, they have their chance. And we've said don't do it yet. If you're going to go out and protest, don't do it yet. It's very dangerous out there. A lot of bombs are being dropped. But I would say that would be about the worst.
Do you have someone in mind right now? Because you said all the people you did have in mind have been taken out. What do you think?
Well, most of the people we had in mind are dead. So, you know, we had some in mind from that group that is dead. And now we have another group. They may be dead also, based on reports. So I guess you have a third wave coming in. Pretty soon we're not going to know anybody. But we have... I mean, Venezuela was so incredible because we did the attack and we kept government totally intact. And we have Delcy, who's been very good. We have the whole chain of command, and they've been, you know, look, the relationship's been great. We've taken out 100 million barrels of oil already, and a big part of that goes to them, and a big part goes to us. And it's been great. We paid for the war many times over, and we're going to be running the oil. And Venezuela is going to make more money than they ever made, and that's great for the people. The relationship has been great. It's been seamless. Nobody's actually ever seen anything like it. If you look at Iraq, where very stupidly everybody was fired, the generals were fired, the military was fired, the police were fired, the fire departments were fired, and all of the government workers were fired. So after, you know, people would call, they had no idea. And by the way, ISIS was formed. That's where ISIS came from, all of the fired people. We don't believe in that. So we'll see what happens, but first we have to finish off the military.
What do you think? Around current Reza Pahlavi, is he an option at all in your mind?
I guess he is. Some people like him, and we haven't been thinking about too much about that. It would seem to me that somebody from within maybe would be more appropriate. I've said that. He looks like a very nice person, but it would seem to me that somebody that's there, that's currently popular, if there's such a person. But we have people like that. We have people that were more moderate. You know, these were radical lunatics, and you know what they get? They get nothing. All they do is kill people.
What exactly was the imminent?
You've asked, not your turn. Not your turn, please.
Mr. President, are you going to take the heat off the Europeans because there's to be healthy? Mark Rutte called on the allies to also help you.
What does that mean?
Well, you have to ask Mark Rutte. He said not as part of NATO, but to be helpful to you in this.
Well, some of the European nations have been helpful, and some haven't, and I'm, very surprised. Germany's been great; he's been terrific. Others have been very good, terrific. I think that the head of NATO, Mark, is fantastic. Okay, Mark Rutte. I think he's fantastic. But some of the European, like Spain, has been terrible. In fact, I told Scott to cut off all dealings with Spain. Spain, first of all, it started when every European nation, at my request, paid 5%, which they should be doing. And everybody was enthusiastic about it, Germany, everybody. And Spain didn't do it. And now Spain actually said that we can't use their bases, and that's all right. We could use their base if we want. We could just fly in and use it. Nobody's going to tell us not to use it, but we don't have to. But they were unfriendly. And so I told him we don't want to. Spain has absolutely nothing that we need other than great people. They have great people, but they don't have great leadership. And as you know, they were the only country that in NATO would not agree to go up to 5%. I don't think they would have agreed to go up to anything. They wanted to keep it at 2%, and they don't pay the 2%. So we're going to cut off all trade with Spain. We don't want anything to do with Spain. And I'm not, by the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Mr. President, what's your expectations towards Germany? What can Germany do and what should Germany do to help you with this problem?
Well, I think they're doing it. I mean, they're letting us land in certain areas, and that's, we appreciate it. And they're just making it comfortable. We're not asking them to put boots on the ground or anything. I mean, we're just, they're a respected country. I have a very good relationship with the country. We have, in particular now, with this leader, with this new leader. I think he's an excellent leader. I had my differences with Angela. I said, you're hurting your country with immigration and you're hurting your country with energy. And we have a man sitting on my right that is, I think, pretty much the opposite of her on energy and the opposite on immigration. And I think he's doing very well.
Commercial air travel right now is severely restricted in the Middle East, and thousands of Americans are stranded. Why wasn't there an evacuation plan, and will you send planes to get people out?
Well, because it happened all very quickly. We thought, and I thought maybe more so than most, I could ask Marco, but I thought we were going to have a situation where we were going to be attacked. They were getting ready to attack Israel. They were getting ready to attack others. You're seeing that right now. And a lot of those missiles that are hitting in, those are stationary. Those were aimed there for a long period of time at these other countries. So I think I was right about that. We attacked first. And if we didn't, it could have been, look, we're really decimating them. They're being decimated. And if we didn't, and by the way, we have massive amounts of ammunition. We have the high end. A lot of it was given away stupidly by Biden, very stupidly, for free. And I'm all for Ukraine, but they gave away a lot. As you know, when I give away ammunition, everybody pays for it. The European Union's paying for it. Then they can do what they want with it, but they are giving it, let's say, to Ukraine, and it's okay. But we gave away a lot of high-end, but we have plenty. But we have unlimited middle and upper ammunition, which is really what we're using in this war. And we have really an unlimited supply. We also have a lot of the very high-end stored in different countries throughout the world. We're literally storing it there, which is actually something that I insisted on in my first term. I rebuilt the military in my first term. The military is great. Unbelievable amount of ammunition, or munitions, as they say, we're giving away to, the Wall Street Journal incorrectly covered the story when they said that it was given away to the Middle East. Not to the Middle East, it was given away to Ukraine. Very little was given to the Middle East. The Middle East would buy a lot, and some of the nations, because they're rich, they have a lot, but it was given away to Ukraine. And it just should have been done. Look, it's a war that should have never happened. If I were president, that war would have never happened. But we have a tremendous amount of munitions, ammunition at the upper level, middle and upper level, all of which is really powerful stuff.
Mr. President, a question to both of you. How worried are you that the rising prices for gas and oil are damaging the American economy, and also Mr. Chancellor?
Yeah, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, sure. This is, of course, damaging our economies. This is true for the oil prices, and this is true for the gas prices as well. So that's the reason why we all hope that this war will come to an end as soon as possible, and we are hoping that the Israeli and the American army are doing the right things to bring this to an end and to have really a new government in place who is coming back to peace and freedom.
Yeah. Something had to be done. And it's been 47 years. They've been killing people all over the world for a long time. They were the kings and fathers of the roadside bomb. Soleimani, we killed him last term. If we didn't, I think it might be a different story today. They would have been much stronger and smarter than they are. But they did the roadside bombs. 95% of the people lost their legs, arms, had their face wiped out, just wiped out. I've seen some young people that it's so sad to watch. And that was almost all, 95% comes from Iran and with Soleimani. Soleimani loved his favorite weapon. He loved the roadside bomb. And when you see people walking around with no legs and no arms and a face that's been blown to hell, these people, what they have to go and the way they have to live, this is Iran. When you look at the barracks, the famous barracks, when you look at the hostages, when you look at a lot of hostages, when you look at all of the problems, they were really a purveyor of terror all over the world for many, many years. And it's something that had to be done, and I believe that if we didn't, because I see where Congress, if I didn't do this, guys like Schumer, who are losers, the Democrats, they're losers, that's why they're not here. Guys like Schumer would say, well, you should have done this. In other words, if I did it, it's no good. If I didn't do it, they would have said the opposite, that you should have done this. But most people feel, I'll tell you what, I have never had more compliments on something I did. People felt it's something that had to be done. So if we have a little high oil prices for a little while, but as soon as this ends, those prices are going to drop, I believe, lower than even before. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President.
Yes.
How do you want to solve the conflict on tariffs between the EU and the US?
Between who?
The conflict on tariffs between the EU and the US. How do you want to solve
And US and who?
EU.
European Union.
Well, we won on tariffs, actually. Somebody said you actually won the case. We won on tariffs. We had a decision that was wrong. It was a very bad decision from certain standpoints. From other standpoints, a very powerful decision because it reaffirmed all the fact that we have all these various forms of tariffs that we felt right, but it totally reaffirmed it. It said you can use all of these tariffs. So we have all these vast menus of tariffs. And tariffs have made our country very rich. We have to charge tariffs to nations who play with their money. You know, they move their money up and down like a yo-yo. We have to take care of nations that have been good to us and fair to us, and we're going to take care of them. Other nations, they haven't, and we haven't let them take advantage of us. But the whole thing with tariffs is we had a decision that, like, as an example, we have a license situation, and the license is something that allows us to immediately stop all business with, nobody even knew we had this power, but we do now because of the decision. We have the right to stop all business having to do with a certain country. If a certain country is not treating us well, the president, without going to Congress, has the right to stop. Sort of interesting. I have the right to stop, but under that one law, I didn't have the right to charge them. So I have the right to license them, but I don't have the right to charge, which is frankly ridiculous. But the right was given to us by the Supreme Court. And we have the right, as an example, we talked about Spain. I could tomorrow stop, or today, even better, stop everything having to do with Spain. All business having to do with Spain. I have the right to stop it. Embargoes, do anything I want with it. And we may do that with Spain. What do you think?
Well, sir, I think we're going to talk about it with you. I know that you have strong power. The Supreme Court clarified. We know you can use it, and if you need to use it to assure national and economic security, we'll do it.
Scott, do you have an opinion?
Sir, I agree. The Supreme Court reaffirmed your ability to implement an embargo, and as we've talked, from your first term, the Section 301s and the 232s have withheld more than 4,000 lawsuits, and USTR and Commerce are going to begin investigations, and we'll move forward with those.
And we've instituted a 15% tariff on everybody, as you know, and just used. I'll tell you, we had a couple of paragraphs written in that opinion that were really incredible. Justice Kavanaugh wrote a fantastic dissent, but in his dissent, he said what we should do, and we knew that too. We just wanted to simplify it, and for some reason, I think, very, very foolishly, the courts decided no, but they said you can do it many other ways, and that's what we're doing. And what we've done is we've gone to a very simple, straight 15% tariff. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in our country because of tariffs. So we've taken in all of this money, hundreds of billions of dollars, and honestly, it's made us very rich as a country. Right? So it's been doing good. When will you have the full plan implemented? We have a 5-month period, up to 5 months, where we can go at 15%. And while we're doing that, as you know, we're doing the various studies and things, and we'll be coming out with different tariffs on different countries. Do you want to talk about that first?
Yes, sir. By the time the 5-month period has elapsed, we'll have completed investigations under Section 301, which Secretary Bessent talked about. We know there are countries out there with deals who are very interested in keeping the deals. We need to go through and investigate all these unfair trading practices, the kinds of things you talked about, and make sure that we're protecting U.S. economic security. We know there are countries.
How are we going to treat Germany?
Well,
I think you should hit them very, very hard.
You knew he was right there when you said that. They have expressed an interest. Germany's been quite constructive in wanting to move forward and be helpful. The rest of you will talk to them as well. But obviously,
I will say every single country wants to make the deal they already have. In other words, a deal that we have using the other authority. They want to make the same deal, and we'd like to see. Actually, we're going to adjust it somewhat upward, actually, but they all want to stay in the deal, and so we'll probably be able to do that pretty easily.
Mr. President, for Ukraine, after all, Iran won't be able to deliver drones to Russia anymore. So what does it mean to Ukraine? And having Chancellor Merz sitting next to you, who would you call if you want to talk to Europe? And Chancellor Merz, you've just been in China. The president.
Who are you? What country are you from?
I'm from Germany.
Okay, I thought so. I could see.
So, Mr. Chancellor, you have been in China, and the president.
She likes you.
In China.
I don't know.
Will you be talking about China and Russia?
We'll be talking about China, yeah.
Sure. And what about you?
I'll be going to China in a little while. Every time you meet, you talk about China. We respect China. I do. We both do, I think. But it's always a topic of conversation. We've had a very good relationship with China. We used to lose a tremendous amount of money with China, and that's no longer the case. We have a very, very good relationship with China, and we have a very good relationship with Germany. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've seen countries around the world, many of whom don't usually work together, working with the United States on Iran, whether it's Saudi Arabia working with the United States, Israel, Qatari shooting down Iranian aircraft, and we've also seen European countries step up. Why are we seeing such unity around the world against Iran?
That's a great point. Look, they're just evil. They're it's not the politics; it's their whole philosophy. It's their whole where they come from. It's terrible. Where they killed 35,000, I thought it was 32. Now it turns out it's much more than 35,000 people, and in some cases using machine guns with people that have no weapon. They have no weapon, and they're being machine gunned. They're being sniped from buildings. They're hitting the people with snipers right through the eyes. It's just a very evil ideology, and nobody's really seen anything like it. As I said, even the fact that they've attacked all of their neighbors, and the neighbors weren't attacking. They thought they'd maybe sit it out or what. They've hit Qatar. They've hit UAE, they've hit Saudi Arabia, they've hit Oman. They were helping us negotiate. They got hit. Everybody got hit because they're evil and they're bad. It's a bad seed, and somebody had to do it. And it should have been done sometime during a 47-year period because so much death has been caused by them, so much unbelievable death. From Germany, too. Germany's been hit. Everybody's been hit by them. It's an evil ideology. And I've never been... Look, I've done a lot of good things. So many people are saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. You see it in the streets of Los Angeles. They have thousands of people. I saw it the other day, pictures of Donald Trump. And I'm on the phone, probably talking to you. And I'm looking, and I see my picture. I say, oh, no, it's another, protest. I see and then I started saying, boy, they were very friendly people. And then I saw a woman hugging the picture of me. I said, what's going on? And it turned out to be these are Iranian people that live in the United States.
So many.
Thousands and thousands. You saw the rallies. And in New York, too, they had a big rally by pictures all over the place. The fact is that people are happy what we did. And you could never, and I've always said it, you could never have had true peace in the Middle East if Iran was allowed to go, even beyond the nuclear. If Iran was allowed to have look at all the missiles they built. A lot have been now taken out by us, and a lot have been expended. But they have thousands of missiles in a fairly short period of time. And I'll go two things. The attack that we did, known as Midnight Hammer, had we not done that, Iran would have had a very powerful nuclear weapon within 1 month. We did it. It was great timing, but, and you've been able to see that too. The other thing was Barack Hussein Obama made maybe the worst deal I've ever seen because he gave all power in the Middle East to Iran. He went the exact opposite way, and I terminated that. If I didn't terminate that deal, they would be sitting with a massive nuclear weapon 3 years ago, which would have been used already on Israel at least, and other countries also. And we wouldn't be talking about it right now. But if I didn't terminate the deal that Obama made, giving them everything, including plane loads of cash. Do you remember the airplane flew over there? It was a Boeing 757. There was two of them loaded. They took out all the seats. It was loaded with green cash. So much cash that it was in Virginia, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. They got all the cash from all the banks. They put it, and they flew it to Iran. I never knew a president had that power. I'm going to maybe try it sometime if it's okay. I think I'm going to do it. I'll fly it somewhere. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. 2 planes loaded from floor to ceiling big planes, Boeing 757s, taken over there and given cash. In addition to that, he was giving them billions of dollars. But worse, he was giving them the right to have the path to a nuclear weapon. And that deal expired. A lot of people said, oh, you terminated it. Well, it was going to be terminated anyway because it expired. It gave them the right to have top-of-the-line nuclear weapon. If they had, because they're crazy. They're crazy. Just like the people on my right during the State of the Union. I looked at them, I said, you're crazy? These people are crazy. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they would have used it. All right, how about one or two more?
Mr. President.
Go ahead, please.
Jean-Claude, you just heard that the president is thinking about punishing Spain. What are your thoughts spontaneously on this, and what can you do to
Well, the answer on that is quite simple. We are trying to convince Spain to catch up with the 3% or 3.5%, which we agreed on in NATO. And as the president said, it's correct. Spain is the only one who is not willing to accept that. And we are trying to convince them that this is a part of our common security, that we all have to comply with these numbers, and this is 3.5 for military and another 1.5 for our military infrastructure. So Spain has to comply with that.
Spain has been very, very uncooperative, and so has UK. Now the second one is shocking, but this is not the age of Churchill. I will say the UK has been very, very uncooperative with that stupid island that they have, that they gave away and took a 100-year lease, having to do with perhaps indigenous people claiming the island that never even saw the island before. What's that all about? And they ruin relationships. It's a shame. It's and that country, UK, and I love that country. I love it. My mother was born there. I love it. My mother was born there. My father was born. Right? He knows all about my father. My father was born there. So, you know, very places that you sort of automatically very feel warmly about. But the UK, what they're doing with energy and what they're doing with immigration is horrible. You have the North Sea. Somebody said yesterday, what would you do if you were the UK? Open up the North Sea. They got windmills all over the place that are ruining the country, ruining the landscapes, ruining the beautiful fields. Open up the North Sea. It's one of the greatest. Think of it. They buy their energy from Norway, which gets the energy, the oil, from the North Sea. So Norway drills in the North Sea and sells it to UK. And UK has a better part of the North Sea. Open up that. And number two, illegal immigration. They got to solve that problem. And I must say, that's not only UK. That's other parts of the European Union. They have the same problem. Immigration and energy. The energy is through the roof, the highest in the world. And the immigration is, I mean, you know, look, you have places where in the UK, you have a terrible mayor of London, terrible. He's an incompetent guy. But you have Sharia courts. You don't have Sharia courts. You don't want Sharia courts. You have Sharia courts adjudicating law. So it's very simple. Immigration, very importantly, immigration and energy. And you bring it back. Otherwise, you're not going to bring it back. Okay. One more. Go ahead.
I have a question for the Chancellor.
Yes, please.
To the Chancellor, Chancellor Merz.
Yeah.
You've called for unity and joint force in this moment against Iran. What does that look like to you? And then, Mr. President, where is getting a deal with Russia and Ukraine on your priority list right now?
Okay, where you going?
So we, as I said in Germany the last 2 days, we are supporting the United States and Israel to get rid of this terrible terrorist regime. And we are looking forward to a day after, and we have to talk about the strategy. What is following after this regime is away, and we have to strategize on this entire region. And we are having a high interest in common approach and common work and what we can do. And this is important not just for the Americans. This is extremely important for Europe and extremely important for Israel and their security. So we are really looking forward to find ways how to deal about the day after.
And as far as Russia, Ukraine, where is it on my priority list? Very high. We thought that, I thought it was going to be one of the easier ones. I've settled 8 wars, and actually maybe one more than that. But minimum 8 wars, big ones, potential India, Pakistan, big wars, very important, big ones. I thought this was going to be much easier than it is. There's tremendous hatred between President Putin and President Zelensky, tremendous hatred. I've seen a lot of hatred in my life, but I think this is about top scale. I believe it's going to happen. Sometimes I blame one, sometimes I blame the other. I think it's going to happen, but it's high on my list. Not in that it affects the United States so much, because it's very far away, but last week, last week and for the last 4 weeks actually, 32,000 soldiers died. 32,000. And it's been averaging 25 to 30,000 soldiers a month have been dying in that stupid war. And I'd love to see it ended. It's the worst that there has been since World War II.
If you can't get a deal, what will that mean for you?
All you can do is do your best, It takes 2 to tango, and they have to get along. They have to be able to talk to each other. They hate each other a lot. That has an impact, It really has an impact. It's bad for both. The saddest is that if the election weren't rigged, my election, that war would have never taken place. And you know what else wouldn't have taken place? Allowing 25 million people to pour through an open border, that wouldn't have taken place. A lot of things would have been different. But we're doing very well, and I think a big factor in this world and future factor is what we're doing right now with Iran. If we don't stop them, or if we didn't stop them, or if we didn't start, they've been decimated. But if we didn't do what we're doing right now, you would have had a nuclear war, and they would have taken out many countries, because you know what? They're sick people. They're mentally ill, sick people. They're angry. They're crazy. They're sick. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Russ. Thank you, Russ. Thank you, guys. Keep moving.
Well, the President concluding there with comments on Iran and much of what we heard in the last half an hour. Discussions about the war in Iran that's overshadowed Chancellor Merz's visit there to have been long planned to the White House. But Donald Trump saying on Iran that they have no navy, no air force, no radar. It had all been knocked out. He said they were doing very well. There was just brief comments on tariffs on Ukraine. He explained why the strikes were made. He said, we were having negotiations with these lunatics. We attacked because if we didn't, they would have attacked first. He was asked why there was no evacuation plan for millions of Americans in the region. He said things had happened very fast, and on oil prices, he said he expected it to go up for a little while, but then come down. We'll be talking to the former military strategist Mikey Kay here in the studio in a moment or two. Sumi Somaskanda is still there live at the White House. Sumi, to you first of all, because he said at one stage that I might have forced Israel's hand on these strikes, and that is a direct contradiction from what his Secretary of State said only last night about what prompted these attacks.
That's right, Matthew. Remember that a lot of eyebrows were raised here in Washington yesterday when the Secretary of State said it appeared that Israel was going to attack Iran, and that's why the U.S. had to attack first to ensure that any reprisals from Iran didn't strike U.S. targets, assets in the region. Well, that's the opposite of what President Trump said today, just now in the Oval Office, when he said we had to strike and we forced Israel's hand, and that he believed, as he said, he he believed that Iran was going to attack first. Now, that is critical, Matthew, because we know that members of Congress in particular are asking for specific intelligence that the U.S. would have had as to any sort of Iranian strike against the U.S., against U.S. targets in the region. And with the president saying that, we know, of course, that there are briefings going to be happening today in Congress. So we know that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, will be there. He will be asked about what we heard President Trump just say right there, which is, in his words, they were going to attack first. I might have forced Israel's hand. Now, he did go on to, point out many of the other aspects of this conflict that he also wanted to bring up, which is, of course, the Iran nuclear program, the ballistic missiles, and also the fact that Iran has cracked down so brutally on so many protesters. He said that up to 35,000 protesters were killed, and he said some of that information will be coming out in the coming days. But really, his core justification there again, Matthew, was that point that we had to strike Iran because they were going to strike us. We haven't seen what that is based on just yet, but the president certainly will be pressed on that going forward.
Sumi, I'll be back to you in a moment, but I want to go straight to Westminster because, as we were hearing there, Donald Trump, again, another salvo aimed at Keir Starmer. He said that he was not happy with the UK. Keir Starmer was no Winston Churchill. Ben Wright is our correspondent there at Westminster. And Ben, I hope you can hear me, but your assessment of another salvo coming from the US president.
I mean, what we used to call the special relationship has never looked less so, or at least not in recent years. The increasingly fractious, difficult relationship between the US and London on full display here. President very angry, both about the Chagos Island deal, which he has sort of blown hot and cold about now for many months, but he here in this press conference once again made it clear he thinks it's a terrible deal. But specifically, it's the question of why the UK's decision not to grant the US permission to use Diego Garcia, the US-UK joint base in the Chagos Islands, to launch bombing raids in those first attacks on Iran back on Saturday. Now, we know the Prime Minister's reasoning. He spelt it out very clearly in the House of Commons yesterday. He doesn't think that this Israeli-US effort is lawful. He doesn't think there is a plan underpinning it. He didn't want the UK to have any part in it. Of course, 24 hours later or so, he said that the base could be used for defensive action against Iranian missile depots and launchers to protect UK interests and assets in the Gulf region. But the president clearly not happy with Sir Keir Starmer, saying this is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Ben, I'll be back to you in a short while, but I want to bring into the conversation Lord Kim Darroch, who was the UK's ambassador to the US during Donald Trump's first term. Kim Darroch, welcome here to the programme. Well, you were listening, I know. Where do you think this leaves the special relationship?
Well, it's a good question. And obviously, the Trump comments about the Prime Minister were pretty brutal. And there's obviously a serious rift there now. And Trump is very unhappy about the denial of British air bases. And I think that anger will hang around for a while. What I'm hearing, for what it's worth, Matthew, is when you look at the military cooperation between our forces and the US is going on and is as close and effective as ever, that the intelligence cooperation is still very strong. So some of the bedrocks of what you call the special relationship are still there. And there have been in history some ups and downs between number 10 and the White House. Not many quite as brutal as this in terms of the language the president has used. And we'll have to wait and see how much damage it does, how long it lasts, and whether we can get past it. In the end, there's a lot of business needs to be done between London and Washington, and you need a functioning relationship to do it. So, my expectation would be that sooner or later Trump and Starmer get back to working with one another, but it's not great at the moment.
You're absolutely right when you point to the historical precedents. There have been times where UK prime ministers have disagreed with what American presidents have asked of them. But I suspect the difference here is this particular US president, because he simply responds so badly to someone saying no to him.
That's exactly right. I mean, you can go back to Harold Wilson refusing to send troops to Vietnam. Edward Heath and Nixon didn't really get on. There was a big clash over Jerry Adams' visa between Clinton and John Major. So there have been downs in the past, and Margaret Thatcher got very angry with Reagan over the invasion of Grenada. But this is an impulsive and occasionally capricious president, very unpredictable, and one who uses economic weapons as instruments of punishment or coercion. So there are some real risks around this, yes.
Yes, because when he was talking about tariffs, he said, I'm likely to adjust tariffs upwards from the 10%. So despite that Supreme Court ruling, he is going through in his mind, and he's not necessarily talking about the UK, but talking about other deals. So potentially, again, he returns to tariffs as a measure. In terms of the UK's position, if you were advising Keir Starmer, what would the advice be at this stage?
Well, I wouldn't be starting here as the easy answer, but look, I think you have to stay calm. You have to basically just shrug away the sort of things Trump has just said at the height of his sort of anger. And by the way, there were some quite defensive notes in that press conference he just gave. I mean, he's clearly a bit worried about the oil price. He says it'll go up soon. And I think he must be worried about what his exit strategy is, what his exit ramp is from this, because we all of us speculated beforehand that if the attack happened, you might get retaliation against Western bases in the Gulf. You might get retaliation against Western allies, our Gulf friends. You might get action in the Straits of Hormuz. Well, actually getting all of the above and more, and it's expanding very fast. And I wonder if he really anticipated how this is going. So do all the business we need to do at working level, military to military, intelligence, foreign secretary to his counterpart. Somewhere down the track, quite soon, I would say, to have a phone call with Trump and just see if you can talk through what he intends to do next and see if you can mend some fences. But you can't rewrite what has happened, so you've just got to get past it.
In terms of answering the question, how long does this war last? Part of the answer is it depends on what the strategy is, what the objective is. Can you, from the various positions adopted by different members of this administration, is it clear to you what the ultimate objective is?
It never has been. And at various times they've talked about punishing the Iranians for the massacre of Iranian demonstrators and trying to stop them doing it again. They've talked about the Iranian nuclear program, despite the fact that it was supposedly obliterated back last June. They've talked about the missile program. They've talked about regime change. I myself think that regime change is the major objective lying behind this. But I'm afraid Keir Starmer has a point when he says it's very hard to deliver regime change from 30,000 feet. And both the Revolutionary Guard, they have a process for replacing the people that were lost in the first round of attacks. There is a sort of committee of clerics that's going to choose the candidates to succeed the great leader. So I think the Iranians will actually replace and regenerate this regime and the military force behind it quite quickly. And I don't see an overthrow of this regime coming soon. I wish it were otherwise. I would hats off to Trump if he could deliver regime change, but I kind of doubt it, I'm afraid.
The president clearly irritated from the levels of support or otherwise he's had, certainly from European countries. You heard him lash out at Spain. You heard the comments about the UK. Has the US president made it harder for himself because of two reasons? One, the course of action and the legality of those strikes, but also everything we've seen in the last 12 months, the erosion of basic alliances, the threats to Greenland, the way he's treated Ukraine and the European alliances?
Well, all of that stuff is backed up in the system, you're right, and there's a certain lack of trust. The other thing one could say is that in the past you might have expected American presidents to have, if not maybe consulted some of the leading Europeans, or at least tip them off a few hours in advance of what was going to happen and ask for their support. And I don't think there was any of that going on. So it caught, I mean, it was the Armada was there, so there was always a risk it could happen. But I think America first also means, on this episode, America alone. And I think the Europeans, by the way, will try and say as little as possible that is critical, will basically be as supportive as their lawyers allow them to be what is happening, because we still rely on America. We're not at a stage yet where we can claim Europe can look after itself. So American military support for Europe is still very important to us. But the impulsive and unpredictable nature of this president means that there's going to be always a question of trust and predictability in Europe about how this American president is going to act. And that's going to be a problem for the next 3 years.
Given that thought, just run through the dangers of being dragged into this war, because the UK government currently stressing the defensive nature of the moves they make, but there is always a danger, presumably, of how long that line actually holds, depending on events.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why Keir Starmer talked about it as defensive, because it's part of the justification for the change of position. But the question for me is, I mean, we're sending some air defence equipment, Type 43 destroyer and helicopters to Cyprus, which will improve the air defences there. But are we going to be in the business of preemptively knocking out Iranian missile sites from which missiles might be fired at bases or at centres in the Gulf where there are lots of British people living? There's 250,000 Brits in the Gulf at the moment, or this kind of thing, because then defensive starts to look quite offensive. I think, I'm afraid, Matthew, we're already dragged in a sense, because we are targets and because we've had to send reinforcements from our military in the region, and we may need to use them. And we have people at risk there, say 250,000 Brits there who may need to be evacuated, and we may get some casualties there. So we're dragged in whether we like it or not.
So, Kim Darroch, we have to leave it there, but thank you so much for your time and thanks for the analysis. Kim Darroch, former ambassador to the US. Let's speak to Mikey Kay. He's been listening to both Donald Trump and looking at where we are with the various reports of what is happening on the ground. Let's start with that UK deployment, first of all. Take us through what the UK government has announced.
Yeah, Matthew, just to start off at sort of the higher level, if you like, what we're seeing here is a very, very reactive deployment of UK military capability. And the way you gain the edge, or one of the ways you gain the edge in warfare, is by getting ahead of the threat, anticipation. So what we're seeing at the moment is we're seeing a scrambling to get a layered air defence system in the vicinity of RAF Akrotiri. Now, in an ideal world, the Prime Minister should have had a quick chat, quick conversation with the Ministry of Defence and said, this is what I'm about to say, i.e. the US are going to be given approval to use not just air bases in the UK, but RAF Akrotiri and beyond in Diego Garcia. What are the consequences of that? And the consequences are that as soon as he mentions that, RAF Akrotiri is going to be put on the Iranian target list. And we saw exactly that. We saw ballistic missiles being targeted that way and drones being targeted that way. So in an ideal world, you'd have established this layered air defence system near Akrotiri prior to announcing that. So what have we got? We've got a Type 45 destroyer. That carries the Sea Viper missile, 48 missiles on the destroyer itself. That's got a range of about 75 miles. Incidentally, those Sea Vipers are about 1 to 2 million a pop, so they're not inexpensive. We also mentioned the Wildcat. Now, this is a really interesting deployment. The Wildcat helicopter, which we can see here, it's an Army Air Corps helicopter. It carries the lightweight multi-purpose missile. It's called the Martlet. That's got a range of about 6 to 8 kilometres, and it can actually carry up to 10 of those Martlets either side of those pylons. What they're going to do is they're going to augment what is already there, which is the Typhoon. We've already heard that the Typhoon's operating on drone combat air patrol. And so now we're starting to see this layered air defence system come in. There are other aspects which I don't think are there, which is the AUKUS. The AUKUS is a non-kinetic counter-UAS system that's specifically designed for drones. And then you've got Rapid Sentry, which also uses the Martlet missile which can also sort of be part of that layered air defense system. But, eventually when we get there, it will have some form of efficacy against what Iran is now starting to throw in our RAF Akateri's way. But we're definitely 48 hours behind the drag curve.
Mikey, thanks very much for that. Let's go back to the White House, back to Sumi Somaskanda, who was was listening to President Trump. At one stage, Sumi, the president was asked about what the worst case scenario was, and his reply is that the worst case is that we hit Iran and somebody takes over as bad as the previous person. That suggests, again, that he hasn't quite mapped out what actually happens next.
That's right. And it was interesting to say as well that we heard the president, when asked about what the scenario is for going forward, he said, well, we had some candidates in mind for who could replace the supreme leader, but they're dead. And he said we had other people in mind. They're dead. We know that the president has said that 49 to this point top leaders in Iran have been killed in these strikes. But it also gave us a sense, he mentioned Venezuela again, that perhaps, Matthew, one of the scenarios that he and his White House have been laying out is a type of scenario that would reflect what they believe they were able to achieve in Venezuela, which was getting rid of the leader, in that case Nicolas Maduro, and putting in place a government that is more amenable to working with the United States. The problem with that, as we know, Matthew, is that it is a very different geopolitical scenario, and these are vastly different countries. And so for what the president has planned for the next leadership of Iran, whoever may replace the supreme leader, it's not clear that they have really understood or come to terms with the fact that that will be a different scenario and not really replicate what the U.S. was able to do with Venezuela. Now, it's important to note, of course, that he did say that until this point, negotiations are not taking place, also with the interim leadership of Iran. And he said in a Truth Social post, as we know earlier today, it's too late to talk. So at the moment, it doesn't appear that real channels have been established in any sort of diplomatic way forward. And we know the president has also said they will continue to strike Iran heavily until objectives have been achieved. But interesting to hear him point that out. And I just want to say also, Matthew, we heard the president talk a bit about the nuclear deal that was negotiated by the former president, Barack Obama, and again slammed that deal. We know the president has been very critical of that agreement. When he came into office the first time, he tore up that agreement. But he said that agreement essentially laid the path for Iran to build a top-line nuclear weapon. That's not the case. It's important to say that that was a deal that was negotiated to allow Iran to enrich small amounts of uranium. What it didn't do was address Iran's ballistic missile program, and that is what the president has been most critical of to this point. But to your question, Matthew, it does at this point seem that there's not a clear path from the White House as to how they will work with any future Iranian regime and what exactly the coming days will hold beyond, of course, the ongoing operation.
Yes, as ever, when Donald Trump speaks, so much fact-checking. At one stage, he said Operation Midnight Hammer, if it hadn't been carried out, they were only 1 month away from having an atomic weapon, a nuclear weapon. Again, there's no intelligence that supports that. In terms of what's happened in the last hour, before we came to Donald Trump, we were showing pictures from Doha. There were loud blasts being reported from there, also from Dubai. I'm just reading that some of that apparently was to stop incoming fire, but some of the latest pictures on our screens at the moment. Also, Sumi, let me tell you that the Reuters news agency is reporting that Iraq has downed drones that attempted to target US consulates in Erbil. So even those two latest facts, it gives you and underlines just how huge this conflict area now is. It is worrying in that sense. And also there was no indication from the president, was there, for any sort of timeline for these operations?
No, there wasn't. He's been asked about a timeline, as have his members of his administration, from the defense secretary to the secretary of state. We had heard in the past few days the president referred to this 4 to 5 week time frame. But again, that really hasn't been set in any sort of intelligence or any sort of information that they've provided to us as to why that might be the case. All we have heard is that the U.S. will continue until those objectives are reached. And the question of what those objectives are has continued to shift. So right now it is an open-ended conflict, although the vice president did say in an interview with the Fox News that the U.S. would not be dragged into a multi-year conflict in which the U.S. ends up in a quagmire. Think of Afghanistan, think of course, Iraq as well. But with no clear objective that has been defined by the administration, it is very difficult to know just how long the U.S. will remain involved. The president was asked in that press conference just now with the German chancellor about munitions and ammunition, and the president said, well, middle to high level ammunition is still at a very high stock. So basically the U.S. can continue its operation for an unlimited amount of time. He said, on the other hand, Iran's munitions have been severely degraded. He's used the word decimated a few times in that press conference. So clearly they believe that the U.S. is a vastly superior military power here, can continue with Israel, of course, to pound Iran until Iran no longer will be able to hit back. But the pictures you were just showing, Matthew, shows that Iran, of course, can continue to retaliate and really put U.S. U.S. assets and targets in the region at risk, including U.S. partners. And that is something that the U.S. has to contend with its own citizens in the region as well.
Yes, it's really interesting listening to the president talk about munitions, because one of the concerns, certainly if this is long-lasting, is the amount of interceptor missiles that the Gulf states have. And they've been raising certain concerns about that, just how long that could potentially last if those drones keep being sent. Sumi, I'll let you get away, but we'll be back to you in a little while, because we heard the president say that he accepted that oil prices would go up at the moment, but he expects them to come down after a while. Let's turn to look at that in a bit more detail, because the conflict in the Middle East and the collapse of marine traffic through the Strait of Hormuz has today had a dramatic impact on the wholesale price of UK natural gas and sent global oil prices still higher. Well, BBC Verify has been looking at exactly that, the reasons, the potential economic consequences, and Ben Chu is here in the studio with me. And Ben, take us through what has been happening in terms of gas prices today.
OK, well, obviously, it has had a significant impact today, what's been happening in the Middle East, and particularly it's good to focus on the UK gas price, the UK wholesale gas price. And I think we can see a picture of what has happened today. So it's basically, earlier today, about midday, it hit 165 pence per thermath. You can see from that, that's the highest since 2022, of course, in the wake of Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. It's come down a bit since then, but it's still, just to give you a sense, it's about twice the level that the OBR, the Office of Budget Responsibility, are using in today's forecasts in the spring statement. What that means, Matthew, if that is sustained, it will push up the UK bills for households and industry and inflation. It will have a really negative effect. And why is it happening? It's because natural gas is not getting out of the Gulf region at the moment. Qatar has had to shut down its main liquefied natural gas export hub, responsible for about 20% of global LNG supplies. So while that remains the case, you're going to see that pressure on the gas market, and that's feeding through to UK homes and businesses in a very negative way.
And this has the potential, doesn't it, to last for a number of weeks. If you listen to the president, I was going to ask you about how long it perhaps takes to be passed on to the consumer. But I see the RAC have just released figures, literally as you were giving that answer, saying the average price for a litre of unleaded petrol has gone up by nearly 1.5 pence just today. So the impact already being felt, and one assumes that is simply just going to increase over the days.
Yes, I think the oil price will have a sooner impact because of the nature of that market. In terms of the gas price, there is a bit of a cushion because of the price cap, certainly for domestic users of gas. But if the key thing, Matthew, is how long is this sustained for? If it is only weeks, as the president has suggested it might be, perhaps these prices will come down and we won't actually feel them in a way that we could. But if it's months and months and perhaps even years, you could be looking at a situation like we saw in 2022. Albeit that analysts say there are big differences in the impact of that crisis relative to this one, because the UK's and the European infrastructure for storing this natural gas is greater. So they're hopeful there should be not quite as severe an impact as there was in 2022. But it comes back to that question, Matthew, how long is this going to last? The longer it lasts, the longer it goes for, the more it will hit us in the pockets and the more severe the consequences will be economically.
And of course, all the while, you have the Strait of Hormuz currently pretty much closed, and that has an enormous impact in terms of all manner of shipping and supply chains and all of that also coming down the tracks.
Yeah, the Strait of Hormuz at its narrowest point is only 24 miles wide. So this is the reason why there's such a danger to shipping. Now, Iran says it hasn't, or rather there's a dispute about whether it is technically shut. But what we do know, verify looking at the tanker traffic, is that the traffic has almost completely gone because of that threat to shipping. There have been strikes on some ships in the area, and marine insurers are not insuring ships to go through it. So while that is the case, 20% of global oil supplies and roughly 20% of global liquefied natural gas supplies just cannot get out. And such a large chunk of the global energy supply cannot but have an impact on prices, at least initially. And again, we'll see how long this lasts for, because that will be the crucial determinant.
Ben, stay with us, because I just want to return to one of those lines that, of course, here has grabbed so much attention from what we're listening to with Donald Trump in that news conference, because there was that brutal line he used. He said he was not happy with the UK. He said we were not in the era of Winston Churchill, talking about Keir Starmer. He, of course, gave those interviews to The Telegraph, to The Sun newspapers, where he was outlining his unhappiness with the levels of support. He talked also about the Chagos Islands deal. He described it as the stupid islands that the UK have said that they wanted to give away. So all of that, of course, generating the unhappiness of the president in terms of the UK's position. Well, the first ministerial comment, because the pensions minister Torsten Bell was talking to BBC Radio just in the last hour, responding to those comments. He said to the PM programme that the UK government was focused on what is happening on the ground, when we can see American and British intelligence services working together and cooperating to make sure we're protecting British nationals in the Gulf. What's most important is, in practice, we're seeing that cooperation actually happening. So sidestepping the real thrust of what Donald Trump was saying. I referenced a little earlier those blasts in Doha, Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Let's get the latest from our correspondent who has just joined us from Doha, Barbara Plett-Usher. Barbara, bring us right up to date. We haven't got long on this section of the programme, but bring us up to date.
Well, what we heard is a very loud series of bangs just about 45 minutes ago, an hour ago, something like that, which shook the windows here. So that was a particularly noticeable explosion, we think, because this is usually the case, that this was the sound of anti-aircraft missiles taking out incoming projectiles. So it was something that we hear from time to time, but it seems here and in Dubai, there have been an incoming barrage of Iranian missiles. That's what we gather from the sound we heard.
Barbara, thanks, and apologies it's so brief. We're coming to the end of this particular part of the programme. A very busy afternoon. Do stay with us, though. Plenty more here on BBC News.
U.S. Ambassador David Satterfield, who recently served as a special envoy for Middle East humanitarian issues under Joe Biden. Ambassador, it's always good to see you. If you look at what President Trump has described as the scope and the objective for this conflict and the U.S.'s involvement in it, do you think that it adds up with a legitimate threat, an immediate threat to the U.S.?
With respect to the Iranian ballistic missile program and the nuclear enrichment program, absolutely it does. They are enduring threats. The capacity of Iran to challenge its neighbors, threaten the peace of the region, is demonstrated. It's not a theoretical proposition. And to the extent that military action, the action underway, is significantly mitigating those two threats, nuclear enrichment and the ballistic missile program, those are achievable goals. The goal of regime change is a much more difficult one to achieve. As Prime Minister Starmer has said, there are very few instances, if any, in history of a standoff offensive which produces enduring regime change. And I think that is likely to be in the case of Iran as well. But let's look at what Iran is doing now. They've adopted a strategy of expanding the price, the pain of this campaign to the Gulf states, as well as to the global consuming community for gas and oil. The tactic being adopted here is to gamble, if you are Tehran, that the ability of Israel, the U.S., and other partners to materially diminish the ability of Iran to threaten, not through missiles, but through drones, will outweigh in terms of time, or outpace in terms of time, Iran's ability to constrain through pressure on the Gulf and indirectly pressure on the U.S. economically to come to a close.
So does that mean, Ambassador, that the president's time frame that he's laid out so far, he said 4 to 5 weeks, that could be, in a way, a miscalculation if Iran is able, not only through its ballistic missile program, but also through drones, to continue to retaliate?
I can't comment on the origins of the president's 4 to 5 week declaration. We've heard many things from many different administration spokespersons. I'm looking at the practical consequences. It is not going to be acceptable for a 3, 4, 5 week period of suspension of all movements of gas and oil out of the Gulf. Not acceptable for Europe, not acceptable for South and Southeast Asia, or the rest of the consuming world. The U.S. is in a bit of a very different situation here, of course, because of our own production levels. So I suspect pressures will begin to build to find off-ramps. And there are 2 such off-ramps: devastation, further devastation of the nuclear enrichment program and of the ballistic missile program. Regime change, I think, is likely to remain outside the ability to effect through this present campaign. Could we be surprised, all of we in the analytical community? Of course, we have to be modest. But even the effect on the enrichment program and the missile program is a significant reduction in Iran's capacity to threaten its neighbors. It is not a bad thing.
Hello to you from Tel Aviv on day 4 of America and Israel's war with Iran. In the last hour, Britain has confirmed it's sending a warship, HMS Dragon, to the Mediterranean to increase security around RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus, which has been targeted by Iranian drones. But just now, Donald Trump has given his sharpest criticism yet of Sir Keir Starmer, saying this is not Winston Churchill we're dealing with. And he went on to sharply criticise the UK's response to the war. In a moment, Jeremy Bowen will bring us the latest on the Middle East conflict. But first, live to Sarah Smith at the White House on President Trump's outburst.
Yeah, Clive, this is clearly a new low in transatlantic relations, with the president being extremely critical of the United Kingdom and directly of Sir Keir Starmer, saying he is shocked by how uncooperative the UK is being over his war in Iran and that it's changed the special relationship between the UK and the US. Welcoming the German Chancellor to the White House, President Trump praised Germany's support for his war on Iran, while criticising countries he said were being unhelpful.
By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
The island Donald Trump is talking about is Diego Garcia in the Chagos Islands, where there's a joint US-UK airbase. The president's unhappy about British plans to hand sovereignty to Mauritius and lease back the island. The relationship between Donald Trump and Keir Starmer has never been more strained. The president says he is shocked by how uncooperative he believes the UK is being. The reasons President Trump gives for starting the war keep changing. Today he claimed Iran was about to strike against the US.
Based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand.
His Secretary of State offered a different explanation yesterday when he said the US knew Israel was planning to attack Iran and that Iran would retaliate by threatening US targets, so it was necessary to strike first.
We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent them from inflicting higher damage.
Lawmakers in Congress will be briefed later today by senior officials about the conflict and will have many questions about the administration's ever-evolving rationale for starting this war and about how it may end. Sarah Smith, BBC News, Washington.
Well, Chris Mason is live at Westminster for us now. One can only imagine, Chris, what Sir Keir Starmer feels deep down about these comments. Has there been any response so far?
Well, Downing Street, Clive, are resisting the temptation to dash in front of the cameras. That has always been their strategy when there has been flare-ups from President Trump, an attempt to try and calm things down. Folk that I speak to in government are emphasising what Keir Starmer said yesterday, with that emphasis on what he sees as the British national interest. There's a reference to where British public opinion appears to be. A poll yesterday suggesting that there is a significant proportion of people in the country who do not support the actions of President Trump in the Gulf. But let's be absolutely clear, this is the stickiest moment yet in the relationship between the Prime Minister and the President. As I say, so much has been invested by Downing Street, by Keir Starmer, into having a functioning relationship with a very different president by any historical comparison, but also a very different personality and politician from Keir Starmer, the former human rights lawyer and the real estate magnate and reality TV star. It was always going to be an awkward political relationship. There's been flashpoints before, including in the last couple of months over remarks the President made about British troops in Afghanistan. But this particular decision from Keir Starmer has really irked the President, that is clear, because the Prime Minister said no. He said no to using the runways in Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean and also to the one at the RAF base in Gloucester. Gloucestershire. So it had a direct impact on the operational decisions the White House and the US military were making. Now, the President is conflating two things. The whole question about the future of the base in Diego Garcia and the particular decision the Prime Minister took on authorising the use of that runway. But nonetheless, the anger is real and the patch-up job quite significant, one suspects, from Downing Street's perspective. Quite the moment.
Chris, thank you for that. Chris Mason, our political editor, live at Westminster. Well, back here in the Middle East, there has been no let-up in the fighting, with more airstrikes and military action around the region. Israel continues to hit targets across Iran, including the leadership compound and other government buildings in the capital. To the south of Tehran, satellite images show damage at a nuclear site in Natanz. Israel is now fighting on two fronts, with more strikes on Beirut and an order for ground forces already patrolling a buffer zone just inside the border with Lebanon to extend their presence as a guard against strikes by the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah, which has launched missiles across the frontier. Iran itself has also been targeting Israel once again, including here in Tel Aviv, as we've heard explosions just behind us overhead, and the air raid sirens went off just before we came on air. Those explosions were the result of drones and missiles being intercepted. There have been other Iranian strikes across the Gulf too, including in Riyadh, where the US Embassy was hit by 2 drones, and in Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates, where smoke could be seen billowing from an oil facility. Well, Jeremy Bowen, our international editor, has more on day 4 of the war.
HMS Dragon is one of the Royal Navy's most advanced warships, a Type 45 destroyer. When it gets to Cyprus, it won't just improve the air defence of the island as well as the British base. It also acknowledges that the war has spread, and like it or not, the UK is being pulled in towards it. In Minab in southern Iran, these are new graves, ready for the funeral of 165 people the Iranians say were killed in an attack on a girls' school on Saturday. The funeral brought the city to a standstill. Many of the dead were pupils from the school, child-sized coffins, photos of schoolgirls and grieving families. After the raid happened, the Americans said they never targeted civilians. They have yet to explain why so many children and adults were killed at the school. And in Tehran, more attacks. Iran's air defenses were mostly destroyed last year by Israel. The Americans and the Israelis have advanced a range of reasons, some contradictory, to justify why they're attacking Iran, killing civilians as well as members of the regime, and what they hope to achieve. In the last 24 hours, there has been less talk of regime change. The clearest explanation seems to be that they saw a chance to inflict serious damage on a bitter enemy. That alone is not a legal reason to go to war. Some Iranians are leaving, small numbers at this crossing into Turkey, but the war is a gamble. The US and Israel say it will open the way to peace and stability. If instead it provokes disorder and bloodshed, there will be a new refugee crisis in the Middle East and beyond.
I'm coming from Tehran, and there is a lot of chaos in the city, a lot of missiles and attacks from US and Israel. I'm not into the politics, but I know it's a lot of, it brings just a lot of sadness to people.
We hear some pollutions outside of the city, but not inside of the city, sleeping in fear and waking up in stress. So the situation is a little bit awful.
Iran continues to attack its Arab neighbors. This was Bahrain, and this was the airport in Dubai. Iran cannot match the firepower it's facing, so it's trying to disrupt American and Israeli plans by spreading the war. They even hit Oman, usually their trusted intermediary with the West.
When the United States attacks us, whether by fighter jets or the ships it deploys, they have access to our territory to strike with all kinds of missiles and aircraft. We cannot reach their territory, but we can reach their bases. I think those bases are legitimate targets.
Lebanon is becoming an increasingly intense theatre of this war. Overnight, Iran's ally, Hezbollah, hit back at Israel. And during the day, Israel has launched a series of air attacks on the southern suburbs of Beirut, a stronghold of Hezbollah. Israel has made a series of threats, not for the first time, to finish off Hezbollah once and for all. Lebanon and its long-suffering citizens have been dragged into another war that most people in their battered country do not want. Further south, close to the border with Israel, Tyre is under heavy fire. Israel has already told citizens in dozens of villages near the city in southern Lebanon to get out of their homes, a sign they have plans for a big military push. In Israel, the Prime Minister and the military top brass visited troops at an air base, filmed by the Israeli military who blurred their faces, and Mr. Netanyahu issued another warning.
Our pilots are over the skies of Iran and Tehran, as well as over the skies of Lebanon. Hezbollah made a very grave mistake when it attacked us.
The IDF has mobilized reservists and is moving forces up to the border. In 4 days, the war has spread to Gulf Arab countries and now to Lebanon. War moves fast in the Middle East because it's the world's most turbulent region and now even more dangerous. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News.
The latest on the active front lines there. Well, the Navy warship HMS Dragon will soon be on its way to Cyprus. What do we know about its capabilities? Here's Jonathan Beale.
HMS Dragon today being readied in Portsmouth, one of the Royal Navy's most advanced air defence destroyers. The Prime Minister said it'll soon be on its way to the Mediterranean to help defend the island of Cyprus from Iranian drones and missiles. The Royal Navy's Type 45 destroyers already have experience of similar missions. In 2024, her sister ship, HMS Diamond, helped defend international shipping in the Red Sea from Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen. The BBC was the only media on board for that mission.
5-293 at 165 knots to work.
We witnessed the moment when an Iranian-supplied Houthi ballistic missile was launched.
Air threat warning, red. Missile inbound to the ship.
On this occasion, it was well out of range. But Diamond did successfully shoot down a ballistic missile, as well as a number of Iranian-supplied drones, and had the marks to prove it. RAF Akrotiri on Cyprus has already been targeted by Iranian drones, one landing on the runway. Security's been stepped up with additional jets, but more is on its way, including helicopters with air-to-air missiles, as well as HMS Dragon. But given tensions have been rising for months, there'll be questions as to why this didn't happen sooner. Jonathan Beale, BBC News.
Well, HMS Dragon's primary aim will be to protect military personnel based in Cyprus. And we're hearing that in the last 24 hours, RAF F-35 jets flying over Jordan have shot down an Iranian drone. Jess Parker is outside RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus for us now. Jess, a measure of reassurance for the folks on the base.
Yes, and as I speak to you, Clive, jets have been flying noisily over our heads here. We are just outside the RAF Akrotiri base, the base that was struck by a drone on Sunday night. The damage, we're told, was minimal, but the repercussions have been significant. First of all, in terms of Cyprus, it is a country that is keen to stress it has no wider involvement or involvement in the wider conflict, and as well that it doesn't believe it was the target in the case of this drone attack. But it's clearly feeling exposed, so it's asked for help from other European nations, among them Greece, which is sending fighter jets, it's sending frigates. And now, of course, we've heard that the United Kingdom is going to send a warship and helicopters with counter-drone capabilities. Now, it has not been confirmed where the drone that struck this British base came from. The Cypriot government say there are indications that the Iranian-backed Hezbollah group in Lebanon was behind the launch. The British are keen to stress that British bases it has here in Cyprus are not being used by US bombers. But clearly this base has been targeted. Now military assets are being rushed here. And I think both Cyprus, an EU country, and the United Kingdom really want to avoid drone incursions and any casualties that could risk drawing it further into an escalating conflict.
Jess, thank you for that. Jess Parker there outside RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus. Well, Iranians trying to flee the bombing from Israel and America have been crossing into Turkey to escape what's going on. James Waterhouse is on the Turkish border with Iran in the town of Kapikoy. James, what are people telling you there?
Well, it's interesting, Clive. I mean, this is a very difficult route for people to take. It is a cold here that just sticks to you. We're at around 3,200 metres altitude. And the picture is more nuanced than simply being an Iranian who is pro-regime or pro the method of attack by Israel and the US. We met one woman who was hopeful that there would indeed be a regime change. She said she had never seen the leadership so weak, and she was hopeful that other international allies would come to Iran's aid. We met a man who moved back to Iran in the new year to take part in those demonstrations where thousands were reportedly killed by masked members of the security forces. He said, yes, we want change. We know the risks of demonstrating against it. And he said it was a difficult question to answer about what future Iran had. But he also questioned the merits of launching airstrikes in this way from both Israel and the US. We've also seen Iranians go the other way, right, going back into Iran, because they were concerned for family members, and they see it as hypocritical for the White House to be criticising Tehran in this way. So it's a mixed picture, but with the border now very much open, we wonder whether more will make this journey.
Yeah, indeed. James, thank you. James Waterhouse there on the Turkish border with Iran. Well, more than 100,000 British nationals have been stranded as travel from the Gulf region remains heavily disrupted. A few flights have reached the UK from Dubai and Abu Dhabi today, but airspace in Qatar remains closed. The Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, says the government is planning to send a charter flight to Oman to evacuate vulnerable travellers. Coletta Smith has that story.
Just 12 hours ago, Zoe and her fellow passengers didn't dare to hope that this would happen.
We can't believe it. We actually got on the flight, yes, and we're going to be home in a matter of minutes.
But they've made it. Touchdown at Manchester Airport this lunchtime. And it was relief for those on both sides of the airport barrier.
Honestly, I cannot tell you how quiet that flight was until we passed Israel.
Yeah.
Like,
was it? Did it feel like people were holding their breath?
Yeah.
There is a crew walking. They were brilliant.
Super scared.
They were all brilliant. Hats off to you guys. Hats off to you guys looking after us.
We've driven up from Bicester to get them. It has been the most surreal, strangest thing, I think.
We see missiles from our window, literally. We used to be in the lobby holding our hands. We were that scared, weren't we? We're home.
Yeah.
We're home.
But for many on this flight, it's not the end of the journey yet.
Manchester to Paris, Paris to Barcelona.
Oh gosh, okay, you've got a lot of flights to do.
We are out of the war zone.
I can't describe the feeling.
We were hugging the captain when we landed and stuff. It was just mad.
I can't believe we're here, brilliant. To be honest. We got lucky.
But the vast majority of holidaymakers are still stuck, including Jocelyn, who was just passing through Doha en route back from Australia.
So the government really has to step up to get us out here, because I can't see how this airspace is suddenly going to open up with the position of Qatar airport being on a peninsula, which is very exposed.
Do you feel in danger at the moment?
Oh my goodness, yes.
For those who have got home, emotions are bubbling up.
It was actually a really successful work trip up until Saturday, where it just all went a bit wrong, but it's definitely cemented our friendship beyond work now.
We didn't know what was going to happen. We're the first plane to leave. We're the first
These
plane.
are our new best friends for life.
The hope here is that more people make it home safe tomorrow. Coletta Smith, BBC News at Manchester Airport.
That's it from us here in Tel Aviv. For now, I'll be back at 10. But now, it's back to you, Rita, in the studio.
Let's bring in U.S. Ambassador David Satterfield, who recently served as a special envoy for Middle East humanitarian issues under Joe Biden. Ambassador, it's always good to see you. If you look at what President Trump has described as the scope and the objective for this conflict and the U.S.'s involvement in it, do you think that it adds up with a legitimate threat, an immediate threat to the U.S.?
With respect to the Iranian ballistic missile program and the nuclear enrichment program, absolutely it does. They are enduring threats. The capacity of Iran to challenge its neighbors, threaten the peace of the region, is demonstrated. It's not a theoretical proposition. And to the extent that military action, the action underway, is significantly mitigating those two threats, nuclear enrichment and the ballistic missile program, those are achievable goals. The goal of regime change is a much more difficult one to achieve. As Prime Minister Starmer has said, there are very few instances, if any, in history of a standoff offensive which produces enduring regime change. And I think that is likely to be in the case of Iran as well. But let's look at what Iran is doing now. They've adopted a strategy of expanding the price, the pain of this campaign to the Gulf states, as well as to the global consuming community for gas and oil. The tactic being adopted here is to gamble, if you are Tehran, that the ability of Israel, the U.S., and other partners to materially diminish the ability of Iran to threaten, not through missiles, but through drones, will outweigh in terms of time or outpace in terms of time Iran's ability to constrain through pressure on the Gulf and indirectly pressure on the U.S. economically to come to a close.
So does that mean, Ambassador, that the president's time frame that he's laid out so far, he said 4 to 5 weeks, that could be, in a way, a miscalculation if Iran is able, not only through its ballistic missile program, but also through drones, to continue to retaliate?
I can't comment on the origins of the president's 4 to 5 week declaration. We've heard many things from many different administration spokespersons. I'm looking at the practical consequences. It is not going to be acceptable for a 3, 4, 5 week period of suspension of all movements of gas and oil out of the Gulf. Not acceptable for Europe, not acceptable for South and Southeast Asia, or the rest of the consuming world. The U.S. is in a bit of a very different situation here, of course, because of our own production levels. So I suspect pressures will begin to build to find off-ramps. And there are 2 such off-ramps: devastation, further devastation of the nuclear enrichment program and of the ballistic missile program. Regime change, I think, is likely to remain outside the ability to effect through this present campaign. Could we be surprised? All of we in the analytical community? Of course, we have to be modest. But even the effect on the enrichment program and the missile program is a significant reduction in Iran's capacity to threaten its neighbors. It is not a bad thing.
It may take some time, but it's not going to take years. It's not an endless war.
We have the strongest and most powerful, by far, military in the world. They said, oh, well, if the president wants to do it really quickly, after that he'll get bored. I don't get bored.
Is limited to the agreed defensive purposes. We're asking all British citizens in the region to register their presence so we can provide the best possible support.
At one point on the Saturday night at around 2 a.m, I thought I was going to die.
You're watching BBC News. We're continuing our coverage of the US-Israel war with Iran. I'm Mariam Mashiri. Well, Donald Trump says it's too late for talks with Iran. The US president posted on his Truth Social platform saying their air defense, air force, navy and leadership is gone. They want to talk. I said, too late. Well, it remains unclear if Iran really does want to talk as it continues its retaliatory strikes across the region, including Bahrain and Qatar. Drones have also struck the US embassy in Saudi Arabia. And in the past couple of hours alone, loud explosions have been heard in Doha, Abu Dhabi and Dubai. Well, all 6 Arab monarchies that border the Persian Gulf, Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia and the UAE have been sucked into this conflict, as well as Jordan, which also hosts US military bases. Well, my colleague, BBC's Anna Foster, has been travelling across the region and is now in the Jordanian capital, Amman. Anna.
Mariam, thank you. And as you say there, this war, the scale of it, the size of it, and the number of countries involved is getting larger all the time. And that is because Iran is now trying to decide what to do. Remember, this escalated so quickly on Saturday morning, on day one. The supreme leader of the country, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was killed in those US-Israeli strikes. So what the regime is trying to do now is decide how to fight back, de-escalate. It's unclear. One of the theories is that the reason that they are bringing in their Gulf neighbours is to try and put pressure on the United States and Israel to end those strikes. Now, whether or not that will happen, and you've heard from President Trump, you've heard from Marco Rubio, the US Secretary of State, they know what Iran is trying to do, and there is no suggestion at the moment that they are going to coalesce. But what is well worth watching here, remember what part of the world we're talking about. We're talking specifically about the Gulf, and that has a knock-on effect when we talk about the economy. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. 20% of the world's liquid natural gas, fuel goes through there. And when the US president, some analysts say, sees that voters are paying more to fill up their cars and the US midterms are on the way in a few months' time, that might be the thing, a huge economic shockwave that moves around the world. That might be the thing that changes the strategic direction that the US and Israel are moving in at the moment. But right now, we see, as you were saying, no let-up in the strikes. We've seen more Iranian strikes on Israel today and also on Lebanon as well. Hezbollah decided to send rockets and drones towards Israel to avenge, they said, the killing of the supreme leader. There have been Israeli counterattacks in the south of Lebanon and also in Dahir, the southern suburbs of Beirut. And our correspondent, Karine Torbay, has been at the scene of one of the attacks there.
This is the site of an Israeli attack that was launched on the first day of the Israeli military campaign against what Israel says are Hezbollah targets, following the launch by Hezbollah of rockets towards Israel. You can see the destruction is massive. It is thought that a precision rocket was launched from the sea and targeted the 5th floor of this building in what seems to be the targeting of what Israel says is a leader and a prominent leader in Hezbollah. Israel has been targeting mainly the southern suburb of Beirut, a highly and densely populated area with a very prominent role and clout for Hezbollah, but also it has been targeting several areas in the south of Lebanon with eviction warnings to issue to several villages in the south, as well as what we saw this morning, advance of military troops into new positions in the south of Lebanon. These are different from the points that Israel already occupies in the south of Lebanon.
That's Karine Torbay with the situation on the ground in Beirut. Well, let's deal with some of those bigger geopolitical themes. I'm joined by Dr. Hassan Al-Hassan, who is Senior Fellow for Middle East Policy at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. Thank you for joining us here on BBC News. The Gulf countries, having been drawn into this, they've got some choices to make now, haven't they? They tend to act collectively. What sort of calculations will they be making about what they should do next, how they should respond?
They do. There is indeed a debate at the moment in the Gulf. There are multiple decision makers from the Gulf states that have signaled that they are not necessarily willing to sit on their hands and continue absorbing Iranian strikes on military and civilian infrastructure indefinitely. And so there really is, I think, a debate about the relative merits and risks of restraint and strategic patience. And of course, the Gulf states have a number of options at their disposal. And defensively, they could essentially ask some of their partners and allies, including the British and the French, for example, who have bases in the region, who have multiple defense agreements in the region, to do more, to play a bigger role in intercepting Iranian missiles and UAVs. They could, of course, ask for greater American assurances on the depth of interceptor stockpiles. Now, on the offensive level, they could also open up their airspaces and territories for the United States to essentially use to open up new attack vectors on Iran and launch military operations more effectively. They could go further than that and engage in limited strikes preemptively on Iranian missile launchers, and in a more extreme situation, they could fully join the campaign themselves. There are operational and strategic risks to all of these considerations. Operationally speaking, engaging in offensive military action will require deconfliction and coordination with the US and Israel. But I think the more important consideration here is the strategic one. The Gulf states do not necessarily want to be involved in a war that they did not start, a war whose strategic sort of endpoint, the intended outcome, is not very clearly or practically defined, and one whose cadence and tempo they do not necessarily control. So there is a risk here of being involved in an open-ended confrontation with Iran, a very large neighbor that sits just next door. So these are some of the strategic and operational considerations that are weighing on the Gulf states' various options.
And what about the considerations for Iran? Who is making the decisions there now the supreme leader has been killed? And also, might they search now for diplomacy, or are they a state who sees themselves under attack and feel like they have nothing to lose?
So Iran has a strategy that they refer to almost as decentralized mosaic defense. In other words, and to put it in simpler terms, Iran has configured itself for its various military units to operate exactly in the kind of situation in which it currently finds itself. And so its military units are able to operate independently. They have preset instructions, they have general guidelines, and they have a degree of autonomy in the way that they conduct military operations. And this is precisely built in anticipation of a scenario where there is a sudden loss of senior leadership, where command and control networks are no longer operational. So this allows Iran to continue operating despite these constraints. Now, it's not entirely clear who is fully running the show and who is going to succeed Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, if anyone does in the near term. It appears as though Ali Larijani, who is the Secretary General of the Supreme National Council, he seems to be playing a very significant role at the moment. But there are other important personalities as well. The president continues to be alive, and he remains in office. The Speaker of the Parliament is also an influential figure. So there are a few key personalities that remain very much, I think, at the center of the present Iranian configuration. At the moment, Iran has not signaled a clear willingness to engage in de-escalation. I think the Iranian concern is that if the Iranians blink before everyone else does, then essentially they will not have achieved deterrence, and simply the Israelis and the Americans will be further emboldened to carry out their military objectives. I think they truly see this as a fight for their survival, and essentially their goal at this point is to survive and is to stay in the fight as long as possible, and in the meantime impose as large a cost both on the United States and their partners in the region.
Doctor, thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it. Senior Fellow for Middle East Policy at the Institute, at the International Institute for Strategic Studies. And Mariam, I think those are really important points. You're looking at what the Gulf states are going to do next. You're looking at what Iran itself is going to do next, what the US and Israel is going to do next. Nobody is giving particularly clear messaging about what their end game will be, and that is why we find ourselves still in this position, looking into the next few days and weeks and really not knowing how things here in the Middle East are going to progress.
Anna, thank you very much indeed. Anna Foster, my colleague there in Amman. Well, President Trump's war aims and vision for the future of Iran remain opaque. The US president and senior administration officials have offered a wide range of views about what they hope to achieve in the largest American military operation in the Middle East in 2 decades, and whether or not the US supports regime change in Tehran. The administration initially said its goal was to destroy Iran's nuclear program, but in the hours and days since, the rationale has shifted as President Trump used an unconventional messaging strategy of social media posts and brief telephone interviews with reporters to signal his intentions.
By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Well, that was the president talking there about the Prime Minister Keir Starmer. As the conflict in the Middle East widens and Iran continues its attacks on shipping and energy facilities, global oil and gas prices have surged. In fact, gas has been particularly affected, with European prices jumping by as much as 40% today. Meanwhile, oil prices soared around 8%, their highest since July 2024. Well, let's get more now from David Fife, Chief Economist at Argus Media, a specialist news agency focusing on energy market information. And just talk us through how big a shock this has been for the gas and oil markets.
Well, yes, good evening. I mean, it's very clear that we've driven prices sharply higher over the last couple of days. And the key reason for that is that around about 30% of globally traded crude oil goes through the Hormuz Straits, about 15% of refined products trade, and about 20% of liquefied natural gas. So the fear is that if we have a prolonged closure of the Hormuz Straits, or if the military action actually takes out some energy infrastructure in the region, then both oil and gas markets confront the possibility, the very real possibility of shortages. But of course, timing and how long both the blockage of the straits and the military activity, that's really going to determine how durable these price increases actually are.
And President Trump has said, hasn't he, that this is only temporary. Once everything's over, things will go back to normal. Is he correct?
Very, 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 very difficult to say. Predicting the length of a conflict is beyond my pay grade. But that's the crucial factor. I mean, if this is, as he says, has a duration of several weeks, then probably some of the inflationary impacts will be relatively limited. But if this extends to a month or more, then the ripple effect of this on the global economy could be very significant.
Who's buying Iranian oil right now, and how will it affect those countries?
Well, because of sanctions, and particularly sanctions that have been in place since the first Trump administration on Iran, sales have largely been confined to independent refiners within China. But what we're looking at here is the broader impact of potentially supplies of natural gas out of Qatar and crude oil from places like Iraq and Saudi Arabia and Kuwait being trapped within the Middle East Gulf because of the blockade of the Hormuz Straits. So it's less about Iranian crude exports per se and much more about the broader regional supply picture.
OK. David Fife, great to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, meanwhile, the travel disruption being caused by what is happening in the Middle East continues. A handful of flights are bringing stranded British nationals back to the UK today, but the majority of departures from the Middle East remain cancelled. One travel consultant said the backlog could take weeks to clear. Well, earlier we spoke to stranded holidaymakers Jack and Catherine Ferrari, who flew to Dubai for their honeymoon. They told us about their current situation.
So we flew out here for our honeymoon / baby moon. We thought it was a really safe place to come. Everyone always talks about how safe Dubai is. And then we're staying at the Fairmont. So we're the hotel that actually got hit by the falling debris. We luckily left the hotel just before. We went to a spa maybe 50 meters down the road. And then as we finished at the spa, we came out the doors and saw this falling debris falling from the sky. We didn't know what it was, but there was this huge boom. The ground underneath us shuddered. It was the loudest thing I've ever heard. And just complete confusion from both of us and bewilderment of what happened. So we ran straight back into the spa and everyone in there was crying. And we were just very confused what to do. When we eventually went back out, we saw our hotel with smoke coming out of it and a fire blazing in front, and we just didn't know where to go. So that was really the scariest moment that we've had, and when it all kicked off here in Dubai.
Yeah, I'm sure it was. And Jack, you were saying it's your baby moon. Catherine, you're expecting, which just makes things even more difficult, I think. It makes a frightening moment just harder when you know that you're pregnant as well.
Of course, it's more the uncertainty of when we're actually going to get home, with all the scans and everything that comes with being pregnant, and the excitement around that is just added the extra stress onto an already quite stressful time being pregnant. So hopefully we can get out soon, get on a flight. However, we haven't heard anything from Emirates or BA, but I know that Dubai and the UAE have been incredible with all the response that they've given. So we feel somewhat relaxed in that respect.
Yeah, I would like to add that
still staying in the same hotel.
We are staying in the same hotel. Yeah. So after the blast happened, we didn't immediately come back to the hotel. We hid in an underground car park of one of the hotels. We hid down there for 2 hours. And then I phoned the Fairmont. They said everything's under control, but don't come back yet because the building's still on fire. And then eventually, after a while, we wandered back to the hotel, and they did have everything under control. They'd put the flames out, but everyone wasn't staying in their rooms anymore. Everyone had gone down to the basement, and eventually we ended up sleeping in the basement that night because we were too worried about other missiles. And we slept on sun loungers in the basement with all the other guests. And then the following evening, some of the guests came back up to the rooms, and we came back up to the rooms the following evening. And I think the only reason we were confident to do that was because of the response from the UAE government and the Air Force here. They've been shooting pretty much every missile out of the sky. Although it's a very loud explosion every time, and it's really scary, it really feels like they've got it fairly under control in terms of their defenses here.
And we were talking a little about the flights there. Your flight home obviously cancelled, and a lot of people I've been speaking to in Dubai are saying that they are rolling cancellation. So we've only got about 30 seconds or so, but you're hoping to be able to get home fairly soon. Do you have a date actually penciled in at the moment?
So we have a flight with Emirates tomorrow. We went ahead and booked another one, but our original BA flight for Friday has been pushed back to Monday. So we were unsure what to do and which flight to take, but at the moment we haven't heard a single thing from Emirates, so it's unlikely it will go ahead.
Yeah, we're pretty confident it's going to get cancelled, and then we'll just keep rebooking until we get onto one. And we've got lots of friends out here as well, and colleagues out here visiting at the same time. They're all struggling to get flights too. So we're seeing them every day. Everything's reopened here in Dubai. So, our friends Ivo, Dawn, lots of my colleagues, they're out here. And we're going to keep trying to rebook with them until we can get back.
Well, that was those honeymooners talking to our very own Anna Foster there about their trials and tribulations, the difficulty that so many people are having in their efforts to get back to the UK. And also, to be honest with you, a lot of nationalities, obviously in Dubai, in Doha, in those countries, trying desperately to get home as well. Now, to explore the Trump administration's strategic aims, let's cross live now and speak to Michael Doran, who's Senior Fellow at the Hudson Institute in New York and former Senior Advisor in the US State Department. Michael, it's good to talk to you. Thanks for joining us. I want to kind of zone in on US aims, because there are some mixed messages being put out there, aren't there? In one moment we're thinking that maybe Trump administration is worried about regime change. In the next moment, we're thinking it's nuclear capabilities. And then in the next moment, it's a short, sharp blast against ballistic missiles. Do you understand fully what the US aims are in Iran?
I think I do. Although you're right, there's a lot of ambiguity here. Donald Trump has put forth 4 major aims at various times. One is no nuclear weapons program. The second is no ballistic missiles program or a curtailed ballistic missiles program. The third is no support for proxies. And the fourth is freedom for the Iranian people. I suspect that what he's really going for, all those together amount to regime change, and there's a lot of regime change rhetoric. I suspect that what he's really aiming for, however, is regime transformation. He wants to take out as many of the top leadership as possible, to decapitate the regime and get down to a lower level of functionary in the regime that will behave more pragmatically and offer the United States what it wants, especially on the nuclear file and on the ballistic missiles file.
So time frame wise, what's that going to mean then? Because we've heard this 4-week, 5-week time frame being put out by President Trump, but we haven't had any kind of evidence or intelligence to back that up, to actually solidify that now in our minds.
Well, there too, he's also keeping it all close to his chest and make sure that he's the one who decides when to end this. The Iranians have a strategy to wait him out. I don't know that it's going to be successful, but their goal is simply regime survival. And they're trying to raise the cost to him diplomatically, economically, politically at home. They're also trying to force the United States and all its allies to burn through as many interceptors as possible by sending off as many ballistic missiles as possible. And they're hoping that that'll put pressure on Trump and lead him to declare victory early and call for a ceasefire, as he did last June. At some point, he's going to have to decide whether enough damage has been done to Iran to make it flexible enough to get the kind of deal that he wants. But none of us can predict. A lot of that depends on how much pressure he's feeling, how much pressure the Iranians are feeling, and what messages they're sending him behind the scenes.
And also, of course, how the Arab and Gulf states are feeling, because they are obviously taking hits. We've just heard in the last couple of hours of explosions in Doha, in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. This is serious. They are being dragged into this. What about their reaction or what they feel going forward? What is Iran trying to do here, do you think?
Well, that's part of their strategy of putting pressure on Trump. They're hoping that by putting military pressure on American allies, they will put pressure on Trump. They're also hoping to raise the price of oil. They have effectively closed the Straits of Hormuz. Formally, the strait is open, but all major shipping companies are avoiding it. So effectively, it's closed. The price of oil is gone from $70 a barrel up to 80 something today. It could well get to 100. All of that is a way to put pressure on Trump.
OK, well, really interesting to discuss all of these points with you, Michael Doran. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
So how has this all been playing domestically for President Trump? Well, the American public seems to be sharply split over the wisdom of these strikes. One survey found 41% of Americans in favour of the attack versus 42% who wanted more diplomatic efforts. In another poll, a Reuters Ipsos one, it was 27% in support and 43% opposed. That was before 6 American soldiers were killed in action, with President Trump warning there may be more deaths to come. Well, Mr. Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton, spoke to the BBC. He told us the US president believed the current turmoil was preferable to maintaining the status quo in Iran.
I think turmoil would be better than the status quo, certainly from America's strategic interest. But I do think that doing what we can to facilitate a changeover to a more appropriate kind of government would be in America's interest as well. You know, the Shah of Iran, when he ruled, was a strong American ally in the Middle East. And it was a sea change in 1979 when he was replaced by the Ayatollah Khomeini, who was one of our most vigorous enemies. I'd love to go back to pre-1979 realities. That isn't going to happen, I don't think. But I do think there's a strong likelihood that as this regime begins to come apart, and it has never been weaker at any point since it took power in 1979, that there's an interim solution that the regular military, not the Revolutionary Guard, but the regular military or considerable elements of the regular military, take control, restore order.
Well, that was John Bolton talking to the BBC earlier. Let's just direct you to the BBC's live page, because if you are stepping away from your television, you can come onto here. You can get the very latest on what is happening in Iran and the region from our reporters and our BBC Verified team as well. But for those of you who are watching, do stay with us here on BBC News, because I'm back at the top of the hour with the headlines. Bye-bye for now.
It may take some time, but it's not going to take years. It's not an endless war.
We were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack if we didn't do it. I guess the worst case would be we do this and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen.
The hardest hits are yet to come.
the use of British bases is limited to the agreed defensive purposes.
This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
We're asking all British citizens in the region to register their presence so we can provide the best possible support.
Yeah, there's a huge sense of relief to be back.
Yeah, it was kind of nerve-wracking. You didn't really know what to expect.
Live from London, this is BBC News. As a British warship prepares to sail to Cyprus to protect the RAF base there, President Trump criticises Keir Starmer over his response to the war with Iran.
By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
Israel attacks Tehran and Beirut as the conflict across the Middle East escalates. Iran's capital sees a new wave of strikes, including the airport. The Red Crescent there say almost 800 people have been killed since the US and Israel attacked Iran on Saturday. Meanwhile, Iran continues to retaliate as explosions are heard across the Middle East. Oil and gas prices continue to surge and stock markets slump following attacks on energy infrastructure across the region. Welcome to the programme. Let's cross live now to Paris, where the French President Emmanuel Macron is talking about the Middle East. Let's have a listen.
Over the next few days to weaken Iran and destroy its responsive capacities. Iran's response across the region is likely to continue as well. In this context, alongside Germany and the UK, We have stated clearly that a rapid resolution of this conflict is very desirable and that this can take place only through the resumption of diplomatic negotiations. My wish for the Iranian people is that it will be able to make its own decision as to its fate. Faced with the extending conflict, whose duration is unknown, our responsibility is to protect our country, to ensure the security of our compatriots and defend our national interests. We've enhanced the security of our military bases in the regions. 2 of them have been targeted by limited strikes, causing some material damage. I want to restate my confidence in all of our armed forces. We've also enhanced the security of our embassies and our interests in the relevant countries. I am paying particular attention to this point. Nearly 400,000 nationals of France are in the region, either in short or longer term stays. We are now organising repatriation flights for our citizens, starting with the most vulnerable. 2 flights will arrive in Paris this evening. I know how anxious people are, and I want to take this opportunity to state that all of our teams are fully engaged in the countries and in Paris to organise the evacuations under the best conditions. You will continue to be informed in real time of the progress. We also are paying attention to security within France. At my request, the government has enhanced in its Sentinel military protection programme and its particular focus on protecting people in the most vulnerable situations. Beyond the security issues for our compatriots, our bases and our interests in the regions, we need to stand alongside our friends and allies in the region in favour of their security and their territorial integrity. Our responsibility is strictly defensive. We are aiming to restore peace as quickly as possible. France's credibility is at stake. We seek to be a trusted partner, honouring our commitments, particularly in this region. We have defence agreements with Qatar, Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates. The UAE is particularly targeted and we aim to defend them. We have solid commitments to Jordan and Iraq, in particular to our Kurdish allies there in Iraq. We made an immediate response and we've shot down drones in the earliest hours of the conflict in legitimate defence, and we are starting to defend the territories of our allies. In addition to the assets that are already present, our Rafale aircraft, air defence systems and radar systems have been deployed over the last few hours, and we're going to continue this effort as much as is needed. Cyprus, which is a member of the European Union, a country with which we have just signed a strategic partnership, was also struck over the last few days. This requires our support. This is why I have also agreed to send additional air defences. A French frigate, the Languedoc, will arrive off the coast of Cyprus this evening. We are coordinating closely with our European allies and partners, our French friends in first place, in order to ensure that the security of the Eastern Mediterranean is ensured. Over the last few hours, the war has extended into Lebanon. Hezbollah has committed the major fault of striking Israel and putting the Lebanese people at risk. Israel, it appears, is starting to initiate a land invasion. This is a major escalation and a strategic error. Hezbollah must stop its strikes, and I am calling on Israel to respect the whole of Lebanese territory. We also have economic interests to preserve because the oil and gas prices and the situation of international trade are deeply affected by the situation. The Strait of Hormuz has been de facto closed, and 20% of oil and liquefied natural gas goes through this strait. The Suez Canal and the Red Sea are also under tension and threatened. We have taken the initiative to build a coalition to bring together assets, including military assets, in order to secure traffic on these essential shipping lanes, essential for world trade. We did that a few months ago in the Red Sea, and it's what we are going to need to do again in that region. Faced with this unstable situation, faced with uncertainty for the future, I have given the order to send the Charles de Gaulle aircraft character and its air capabilities with a frigate escort should head to the Eastern Mediterranean. Dear compatriots, I wanted to give you an update on the situation and on our actions. Many things remain unstable, but France remains a power that is committed to protecting its own. We are a power that is attached to peace. We are reliable, predictable, and determined. Vive la République! Long live the Republic! Long live France!
Well, that is the closing words of that statement from the French President Emmanuel Macron. So let me just give you a bit of a lowdown on what we heard there. A few bits of detail about flights evacuating French citizens. He mentioned those will land in Paris this evening. As I said earlier, those problems getting out of the Middle East are affecting multiple nations. So that's one of the points that he made early doors. President Macron also talked about sending defence systems to Cyprus to help with the area there. Of course, we have seen drones being sent towards Cyprus and having to be defended against. He also talked about Israel as well, and he mentioned a few lines about the attacks by the US and Israel. I'm trying to find exactly what he said, but I can't find it in my... Yes, that would be very helpful. He said that Israel will be in the process of deciding on a land operation, and it would be a dangerous escalation and a strategic error. He also talked about having ordered an air carrier and a fleet to escort frigates. So there is some help that France is willing to send, but very early on in his talk, he said that he did not necessarily agree, or he cannot approve military actions by the US and Israel. He said France cannot approve military actions by the US and Israel. There, we got there in the end. So that is some of what we heard from President Macron. Our correspondent in Paris is going to be giving us the lowdown when we get him in a few minutes' time. But first, let's just talk a little bit more about what is happening in the Middle East, because America and Israel's war with Iran continues. A little earlier, President Trump doubled down on his criticism of the UK, calling the Prime Minister no Winston Churchill. Well, Keir Starmer initially didn't permit the use of those British bases for the first wave of attacks against Iran, remember. He's now allowed their use, but for defensive purposes only. Well, the British government confirmed it's sending one of its most advanced warships to Cyprus. HMS Dragon will help increase security around RAF Akrotiri, which has been targeted by Iranian drones, as you mentioned earlier. Well, currently the Royal Navy has no major warship in the Mediterranean region. Meanwhile, Iran's Red Crescent says at least 787 people have been killed in the country since the US and Israel launched strikes on Saturday. In a moment, Jeremy Bowen will be giving us the very latest on the Middle East conflict. But first, here's our North America editor, Sarah Smith, on President Trump's outburst earlier.
Welcoming the German Chancellor to the White House, President Trump praised Germany's support for his war on Iran, while criticising countries he said were being unhelpful.
By the way, I'm not happy with the UK either. That island that you read about, the lease, okay, he made it for whatever reason, he made a lease of the island. Somebody came and took it away from him. And it's taken 3-4 days for us to work out where we can land there. It would have been much more convenient landing there as opposed to flying many extra hours. So we are very surprised. This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
The island Donald Trump is talking about is Diego Garcia in the Chagos Islands, where there's a joint US-UK airbase. The president's unhappy about British plans to hand sovereignty to Mauritius and lease back the island. The relationship between Donald Trump and Keir Starmer has never been more strained. The president says he is shocked by how uncooperative he believes the UK is being. The reasons President Trump gives for starting the war keep changing. Today he claimed Iran was about to strike against the US.
Based on the way the negotiation was going, I think they were going to attack first. And I didn't want that to happen. So if anything, I might have forced Israel's hand.
His Secretary of State offered a different explanation yesterday when he said the US knew Israel was planning to attack Iran and that Iran would retaliate by threatening US targets, so it was necessary to strike first.
We went proactively in a defensive way to prevent them from inflicting higher damage.
Lawmakers in Congress will be briefed later today by senior officials about the conflict and will have many questions about the administration's ever-evolving rationale for starting this war and about how it may end. Sarah Smith, BBC News, Washington.
Well, let's get some analysis from my colleague Sumi Somaskanda, who's at the White House, and Ben Wright, who is in Westminster. First, Sumi, to you, an ever-evolving kind of rationale is how Sarah Smith put it. And that's right, isn't it? Because it's still quite confusing for many exactly what the US's intentions are and why it started this in the first place.
It is, and President Trump's explanation today seemed to be the most recent twist, let's say, in that entire narrative that we've seen from the White House, from the president over the last few days. And he said, he was asked in particular, did Israel force your hand? This was referring to the fact that his Secretary of State said yesterday on Capitol Hill that the U.S. knew that Israel was going to attack Iran and that in response, Iran would hit U.S. targets. So in order to protect the U.S., American citizens, that the U.S. decided to attack preemptively. Well, President Trump said today, no, I actually forced Israel's hand in a way. And it was interesting to hear the president say that because he also said we had specific intelligence that Iran was going to attack us. That will be something, Mariam, I have to say that the president will be pressed on, that his administration will be pressed on, because until now, we've heard from a number of lawmakers who sit in the intelligence committees in both the House of Representatives and in the Senate as well, who have said they have not seen that intelligence. They're also going to be pressing him on not just the objectives of this conflict, but what the U.S.'s timeline is. In the past, President Trump has said 4 to 5 weeks, but at the same time, he has now said until those objectives are reached. And until the objectives are clear, it's hard to know just how long the U.S. will remain involved here.
And Sumi, how is this going down with those who support President Trump within the Republican Party and those who are really worried about what the future holds in terms of being embroiled in another foreign conflict?
It's a mixed picture so far. Of course, any of the polls that we're seeing at this point are still very recent and very small, so it's hard to get a real sense of how Americans, how voters might feel about this conflict. There was one poll that was released over the weekend by Reuters and Ipsos that indicated that just 1 in 4 Americans approve of the U.S.'s military action on Iran. But again, that is a very limited snapshot that we have. What we can say on a broader sense is this is a question that has in a way divided some of President Trump's Republican base. On the one hand, you have those who have stood firmly behind the president, who have said he has taken action that no other president was willing to take, and it was necessary to get rid of a rogue regime that posed a threat to Americans. On the other hand, there are many members of his base who have said, look, this is a president who promised not to engage the U.S. abroad, not to get involved in regime change, and this is exactly what he is doing here in Iran. At the same time, the president and his team say there is not going to be a prolonged involvement, not a multi-year conflict, as the Vice President J.D. Vance said on Fox News. This is going to ensure that Iran doesn't pose a threat, that its ballistic missile program is decimated, that it cannot build a nuclear weapon, and then the U.S. will leave. Still, many people wondering how long that will take and how much U.S. involvement will be there.
Sumi, thank you for that. And let's cross live now to our political correspondent, Ben Wright. And Ben, just talk to us a little bit about those comments that President Trump made about Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, comparing him or not comparing him to Winston Churchill. How's that going to have gone down?
I think they're proof of an increasingly fractured relationship between London and Washington. I thought it was interesting how President Trump delivered those remarks. I mean, they were planned, I thought. That wasn't really off the cuff. He wanted to say that and make an unfavourable comparison with Winston Churchill. Will they have been surprising to people in Downing Street? Perhaps not. They've got used to the way Donald Trump conducts public diplomacy over the years, and they may not be shocked, but it still is a pretty brutal sort of drive-by by the US president. And as I said, it's further proof of the strains in the relationship, strains that predate this current crisis. There has been tension around Greenland, over trade, over trying to keep the US involved in Ukraine. There was quite a public falling out between the two in January after President Trump made disparaging remarks about British efforts in Afghanistan all those years ago that received a very public rebuke from Sir Keir Starmer. But for a British Prime Minister who has tried so hard to keep the American president close, Keir Starmer's decision not to involve the UK in offensive action against Iran and deny the US permission to use Diego Garcia as a launch pad for US bombers to attack Iran has clearly angered President Trump, and that comes on top of his irritation, annoyance, fury about the Chagos Islands deal. So the two things are sort of linked, even though in practical terms they're not regarding this conflict in Iran.
OK, Ben, thank you very much indeed for that. Ben Wright in Westminster. Well, the RAF jets have been flying over Jordan and they've shot down an Iranian drone. Take a look at these. These are pictures released by the Ministry of Defence showing the drone over Jordanian territory being downed by an F-35 aircraft. The MOD says it's the first time an aircraft of this kind has shot down a target on operations. Around the world and across the UK, this is The World Today on BBC News. Now, in the Middle East, there has been no let-up in the fighting, with more airstrikes and military action. In fact, Israel continues to hit targets across Iran. Those targets include the leadership compound and other government buildings in the capital. To the south of Tehran, satellite images show damage at a nuclear site in Natanz. Well, Israel is now fighting on what are called two fronts, with more strikes on Beirut and an order for ground forces already patrolling a buffer zone just inside the border with Lebanon to extend their presence as a guard against strikes by the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah, which has launched missiles across that frontier. Meanwhile, Iran itself has also been targeting Israel, once again, including in Tel Aviv, where there have been explosions and incoming missiles and drones, which of course have been intercepted. There have also been other Iranian strikes across the Gulf, including in Riyadh, where the US embassy was hit by 2 drones, and in Fujairah in the United Arab Emirates, where smoke can be seen here billowing from an oil facility. Well, Jeremy Bowen, our international editor, has more on day 4 of this war.
HMS Dragon is one of the Royal Navy's most advanced warships, a Type 45 destroyer. When it gets to Cyprus, it won't just improve the air defence of the island as well as the British base. It also acknowledges that the war has spread, and like it or not, the UK is being pulled in towards it. In Minab in southern Iran, these are new graves, ready for the funeral of 165 people the Iranians say were killed in an attack on a girls' school on Saturday. The funeral brought the city to a standstill. Many of the dead were pupils from the school. child-sized coffins, photos of schoolgirls and grieving families. After the raid happened, the Americans said they never targeted civilians. They have yet to explain why so many children and adults were killed at the school. And in Tehran, more attacks. Iran's air defenses were mostly destroyed last year by Israel. The Americans and the Israelis have advanced a range of reasons, some contradictory, to justify why they're attacking Iran, killing civilians as well as members of the regime, and what they hope to achieve. In the last 24 hours, there has been less talk of regime change. The clearest explanation seems to be that they saw a chance to inflict serious damage on a bitter enemy. That alone is not a legal reason to go to war. Some Iranians are leaving, small numbers at this crossing into Turkey, but the war is a gamble. The US and Israel say it will open the way to peace and stability. If instead it provokes disorder and bloodshed, there will be a new refugee crisis in the Middle East and beyond.
I'm coming from Tehran, and there is a lot of chaos in the city, a lot of missiles and attacks from US and Israel. I'm not into the politics, but I know it's a lot of, it brings just a lot of sadness to people.
We hear some collisions outside of the city, but not inside of the city, sleeping in fear and waking up in stress. So situation is a little bit awful.
Iran continues to attack its Arab neighbors. This was Bahrain, and this was the airport in Dubai. Iran cannot match the firepower it's facing, so it's trying to disrupt American and Israeli plans by spreading the war. They even hit Oman, usually their trusted intermediary with the West.
When the United States attacks us, whether by fighter jets or the ships it deploys, they have access to our territory to strike with all kinds of missiles and aircraft. We cannot reach their territory, but we can reach their bases. I think those bases are legitimate targets.
Lebanon is becoming an increasingly intense theater of this war. Overnight, Iran's ally, Hezbollah, hit back at Israel. And during the day, Israel has launched a series of air attacks on the southern suburbs of Beirut, a stronghold of Hezbollah. Israel has made a series of threats, not for the first time, to finish off Hezbollah once and for all. Lebanon and its long-suffering citizens have been dragged into another war that most people in their battered country do not want. Further south, close to the border with Israel, Tyre is under heavy fire. Israel has already told citizens in dozens of villages near the city in southern Lebanon to get out of their homes, a sign they have plans for a big military push. In Israel, the Prime Minister and the military top brass visited troops at an air base, filmed by the Israeli military who blurred their faces, and Mr. Netanyahu issued another warning.
Our pilots are over the skies of Iran and Tehran, as well as over the skies of Lebanon. Hezbollah made a very grave mistake when it attacked us.
The IDF has mobilized reservists and is moving forces up to the border. In 4 days, the war has spread to Gulf Arab countries and now to Lebanon. War moves fast in the Middle East because it's the world's most turbulent region and now even more dangerous. Jeremy Bowen, BBC News.
Well, more on this continuing story after the short break on BBC News. Stay with us.
It may take some time, but it's not going to take years. It's not an endless war.
We were having negotiations with these lunatics, and it was my opinion that they were going to attack first. They were going to attack if we didn't do it. I guess the worst case would be we do this and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen.
The hardest hits are yet to come.
The use of British bases is limited to the agreed defensive purposes.
This is not Winston Churchill that we're dealing with.
We're asking all British citizens in the region to register their presence so we can provide the best possible support.
Yeah, there's a huge sense of relief to be back.
Yeah, it was kind of nerve-wracking. You didn't really know what to expect.
You're watching BBC News. These are the headlines. As a British warship prepares to sail to Cyprus to protect the RAF base there, President Trump criticises Keir Starmer over his response to the war with Iran. Israel attacks Tehran and Beirut as the conflict across the Middle East continues to escalate. Iran's capital sees a new wave of strikes, including the airport. The Red Crescent says almost 800 people have been killed since the US and Israel attacked Iran on Saturday. Meanwhile, Iran continues to retaliate as explosions are heard across the Middle East tonight. Well, Iran says it will appoint a new supreme leader swiftly after its top leadership was decapitated in the US-Israeli strikes over the weekend. A traditional leadership council has been formed to run the country temporarily, consisting of President Masoud Pezeshkian, Judiciary Chief Gholam Hossein Mohseni Ejei and senior cleric Ali Reza Arafi. Well, the formal selection is decided by 88 senior clerics, known as the Assembly of Experts. Under the country's constitution, these clerics must select the new supreme leader as soon as possible. But this may prove difficult while the country is under attack. Well, let's talk now to Mansour Farahang, former Iranian diplomat and also someone who served as the Islamic Republic of Iran's first ambassador to the United Nations. And Mansour, you were forced to leave Iran in June 1981 following suppression of political dissidents. Thank you so much for your time on BBC News. And let me ask you for your reaction to what we've seen so far and where you think Iran's leadership can go from here.
Thank you very much for the invitation. The US-Israeli decision to attack Iran was a war of choice, a war that has no predictable end. And US-Israeli expectation that there will be a mass rebellion against the regime is really an illusion. There is no question that the Iranian regime is internationally isolated and very unpopular domestically, but it has a very cohesive apparatus of coercion and suppression of the dissidents and opponents of the regime. And the only possibility that the United States and Israel could help the opponents of the regime, the dissidents inside the country, to take action is to enter the country military, to put ground forces on you. And that is not going to happen. Because even though in the beginning President Trump and his ministers, particularly the Minister of Defense, said they have no intention of using ground forces, but recently, yesterday and the day before yesterday, they seem to have to the conclusion that there is such a possibility that sending ground troops, and if they do that, it means Iran, a large country with over 90 million population. It will be another Iraq, another Afghanistan, another Vietnam. So I think it has become a domestic issue in the United States as well as in Iran. On the other hand, the Iranians thought by expanding the war and making it a regional war, it will actually it will be a negative impact on both Israel and the United States, given the fact that the United States, particularly President Trump, has extensive economic and security interests in the Arab states of the Persian Gulf. But they turned out to be, all of these countries in the Persian Gulf region were opposed to the war. And now by attacking them, in fact, Iran is facing not only the United States and Israel, but also the combination of Arab states in the Persian Gulf region. So where it will go, it's impossible to predict it, but the real victims of this tragedy are the Iranian people.
Let's talk a little bit about the Supreme Leader Khamenei and his removal. He was able, I guess, in a way, to maintain a balance within the country. Where does it go without him? Or do you think this is a question of cutting off one head and another one just pops up and it's business as usual?
But I think there is no question. After Ayatollah Khamenei, there will be a change within the regime, but not regime change itself. And this is even that change, given the Iranian political culture and the history, it's not going to be easy. For the past 40 years, Ayatollah Khamenei has been the uncontested leader, and he was from the very beginning of the revolution interested in revolutionary guards and the coercive apparatus of the state. And he appointed all leaders of not only the revolutionary guards, but also the military, even though the military is not at this recognized or at this described as an apparatus only interested in defending the critics and opponents of the regime, but the leaders, all the old the pre-revolutionary officers were all fired, and the new ones have been appointed by Khamenei. The idea that another person could replace Khamenei and have the same kind of uncontested power is a very big question, given the Iranian political culture.
Yes.
That reaching that point historically has been very rare. If Khomeini did it, Reza Shah did it, to some extent the Shah did it. It's very doubtful, particularly when Khomeini came, the revolution was still enjoyed popularity in the country, and the clerical class had a significant social base. Today, that is dramatically changed.
Okay.
Probably an exaggeration to say that Iran has become the most anti-Shi'i regime, anti-Shi'i religious regime in the Islamic world. And Khomeini's replacement is not going to have the kind of power that he had.
Okay, Mansour Farhang, it's been so interesting. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. Well, President Trump has doubled down on his criticism of the UK and Keir Starmer as the US continues against its attacks. Iran has retaliated with attacks against Bahrain and Qatar and drones which have struck the US Embassy in Saudi Arabia. In the past few hours alone, loud explosions have been heard in Doha, Abu Dhabi and Dubai. All 6 Arab monarchies that border the Persian Gulf have been sucked into the conflict, as well as Jordan, which also hosts US military bases. Meanwhile, Israel's continued to carry out airstrikes on the Lebanese capital Beirut and has warned thousands of people that at least 30 villages to leave their homes. Well, let's cross live now and speak to our correspondent Hugo Bachega, who's in Tel Aviv. Hugo, what more do we know about what Israel has been doing today and its consequences?
Yeah, Mariam. So we know that the Israeli military has continued to carry out attacks across Iran, and one of the targets hit today in the capital, Tehran, was the building of the Assembly of Experts, which is the group of clerics that will select the new supreme leader. And an Israeli official justified this attack, saying that this group represents the machine of the regime. So therefore, the idea of attacking this building was to disrupt the ability of the regime to keep working. So the Israelis confirming that this attack took place earlier today. And what we've seen so far today is that Lebanon has become another front for the Israeli military. We've seen that there have been more airstrikes in Beirut, southern suburbs, which is a stronghold of Hezbollah, also in the south of the country, where the Israeli military says more soldiers will now be sent to this expanded ground incursion of the country, ground invasion of southern Lebanon. So I think the indication here by the Israeli authorities is that this is likely to be a prolonged conflict in Lebanon. And I think the idea here is to essentially finish the job. The Israelis have been saying that Hezbollah has been trying to rebuild its military capabilities. And I think the opportunity here for the Israeli military is to really downgrade Hezbollah even further after the devastating war back in 2024 and put Hezbollah in a situation where it will have to accept disarmament. Well, that is at least the idea in Israel. And at the same time, the indications that we're getting from Israeli authorities, including the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, is that the campaign in Iran is also expected to be a prolonged offensive. And there they are indicating that the goal is regime change, to, in their words, create the situation for the Iranian population to rise up and overthrow the government, even though we're not seeing any indication that this is likely to happen. There hasn't been any kind of indication of domestic unrest. So, so far, no indications that this is likely to happen.
Hugo, thank you. Well, France is sending its only aircraft carrier, the Charles de Gaulle, to the eastern Mediterranean in response to the crisis. President Macron made the announcement in a short address to the nation. Let's get the details from our Paris correspondent, Hugh Schofield. Hugh, what more did he say?
Well, this is a classic French presidential activity at the time of crisis. The address to the nation to reassure the nation, to reassure them that he's doing what he can and that the nation is playing its part in what's unfolding. Of course, he's not part of the conflict himself. France isn't, but he wanted to make sure that the French understood that the country is following what's happening there and doing its best to protect its interests. Its interests are also those of its allies, and France has defence arrangements with 3 countries in the Gulf. That's Kuwait, UAE, and Qatar. And so what Macron was saying is that France will send out the Charles de Gaulle to the aircraft carrier now the Atlantic, out to the eastern Mediterranean, perhaps into the Gulf, presumably to help defend shipping, presumably to help in the effort to combat drone and missile attacks on French allies in the area. He also said that France is sending a frigate, to Cyprus alongside the British ship, presumably, which is heading there, again, as part of the effort to defend Cyprus, a fellow EU member, of course, which was hit, or at least the RAF sovereign base there was targeted by Iranian missiles. Apart from that, he was talking also about the domestic situation and about how there is evidently a growing threat of terrorism that is assumed, and we know it to be the case that the intelligence services are very much on the alert, and so he announced the reinforcement of the standing deployment of troops in the French cities against that threat.
And also the French president saying that the US and Israel acted outside international law in the Iran strikes.
Yes, I mean, he's striking a very careful balance there. He repeated what has been said. I mean, remember that he and Starmer and Merz have been coordinating since the start of all this, negotiating a line. They're not party to the conflict, but they are actively not involved, but being drawn into it, and need to have a position, a common position. And that common position is that, yes, this was outside of international law. I don't think there's any way around that, and so they've repeated it. But at the same time, Macron said that we will not be mourning the death of the executioner of his people, which is how he described the late supreme leader. So yes, it's treading a careful line. Also saying on the subject of Israel that he regarded it as unwise of Israel to extend any land invasion of Lebanon now, and calling on Israel to respect international law, but equally not disassociated himself from the concerns of Israel, saying that quite clearly all this was brought about by the Iranians and by their, in his view, by their pursuit of missile nuclear technology and their repression of their own people, and the funding, of course, of terrorist, as he would put it, groups across the Middle East.
Hugh, good to talk to you. Hugh Schofield, thank you. Right, well, let's take a short break now. Around the world and across the UK, this is BBC News. How has the war with Iran been playing domestically for President Trump? Well, the American public seems to be sharply split over the wisdom of these strikes. One survey found 41% of Americans in favour of the attack versus 42% who wanted more diplomatic efforts. In another poll, a Reuters Ipsos one, it was 27% in support, 43% opposed. That was before 6 American soldiers were killed in action, with President Trump warning that there may be more deaths to come. Well, let's cross live now and speak to Julia Manchester, White House reporter for The Hill. Julia, good to talk to you. So, mixed opinions from the US public. Might this change, do you think, depending on what happens now?
Yeah, I think it depends on what happens next on a number of fronts when it comes to the economy, for example, how oil prices are impacted and if that hurts Americans here at home, but also, what happens in terms of casualties and, American service member casualties. That number has now grown to 6. And as you said, President Trump has predicted there could be more casualties. But overall, I would actually say that a majority of polls show that a majority of Americans, not a clear-cut majority, but a majority are not in favor of these strikes and are very skeptical going forward.
So what has the response been like within the Republican Party?
In general, broadly, Republicans have been supportive of the strikes. In fact, you see a number of Republican lawmakers making the rounds on cable television here in the United States defending the president's strikes. That being said, though, there are, some notable outliers and some concerns from Republicans over the idea of the U.S. being yet again entangled in another foreign conflict, but also the way in which President Trump went about striking Iran. And notably in the House of Representatives, you have Congressman Thomas Massie, a notable Trump critic in the Republican Party, and also Congressman Warren Davidson from Ohio, who have both spoken out against President Trump not seeking congressional authorization before he launched those strikes. So there certainly is some notable Republican resistance.
And what about President Trump's MAGA base, who've traditionally been against intervention in these foreign wars? Is there a chance that could potentially impact the midterms, Julia?
There's always a chance. And once again, I think that really boils down to how this impacts, or if it impacts, the state of the economy by November. I think voters oftentimes have short memories. They are voting based on, what their current situation is like financially, economically, not as much in terms of foreign policy, but how this impacts them economically. So if we see energy prices go up as a result of this, I would think that would likely hurt Republicans at the ballot box in November.
And of course, speaking of midterms, some of the first statewide primaries are happening today. Do you think Iran will play a part in how people vote in these statewide primaries, or do domestic issues take precedence here?
I think domestic issues take precedence in these. In fact, the most closely watched primaries are taking place in Texas. You have Senator John Cornyn, who's been in the Senate representing Texas for nearly 20 years. He's at risk of losing his seat. Actually, in that race, it's all about who's most cozied up or most close with President Trump. So I don't see Iran playing a role in these primaries.
Okay, Julia, thank you so much for your time. Julia Manchester, thank you once again. Now, thousands of British nationals and indeed nationals from around the world are still stranded as travel from the Gulf region remains heavily disrupted. A few flights have reached the UK from Dubai and Abu Dhabi today, but airspace in Qatar remains closed. The Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, has said the government is planning to send a charter flight to Oman to evacuate vulnerable travellers. Well, let's speak now to Lisa Minot, who's travel editor at The Sun. Lisa, it's good to talk to you. Thank you very much for talking to us. What is the latest situation for those people who are watching us from those Gulf states, Arab states, who are worried about getting home?
Well, I'd love to say that I had some better news for them. I'm afraid I don't. We really are seeing such a fluid situation. There were plans to open up these corridors in the UAE today, but unfortunately we have then seen further action in terms of explosions in Dubai. It really is a very fluid situation. And at the moment, we haven't seen any vital